it. Shorter game times, of course you're not going to have as much damage to stack upon stack upon stack, but at the very least, his mechanics and more so his angles have been superb.
Oddly enough, you can. Vanix is #1 damage per minute. On a Granger too.
Yep, that was a crazy Granger game, which I think was one of the beginning trends of Grangers who would get 15 plus kills in a single game, but absolutely take the L. Let's see if that might continue. If Granger and Bruno will be the big players of the draft that we have to watch out for. Speaking of big players, this is Diablo.
El Diablo Grande.
5-time MPL Singapore champion, if I'm not mistaken. Champion. Oh, that's four MPLSG's champion.
Yes, 4 times. He is an established player and honestly becoming one of the few veterans of the second generation of Singaporean players overall, next to JPL.
More than half of the total season runs of MPLSG since 2021, this young man has won, starting in his debut in the very first season when they broke up from you guys.
Yeah, when they broke off from us.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to ask, were you guys sad when that happened? When SGMY did that split?
Honestly, the community here in MYSG was kind of split on that decision. Honestly, really? I love Singaporeans being with us in Malaysia because they keep us in check. You know, we got some wild stuff happening in MPL MY. It wouldn't have happened if we still had the /SG with us.
So just a little bit of history lesson for y'all if you're new to MLBB esports. Yeah, at one point it was SGMY and they weren't their own set.
Hey, MYSG.
Oh, is it very important that you get the MY first? All right, fine. MYSG.
Thank you.
By the way, you can go ahead and scan the codes. You can also use the redeem code MLBB Legend. That is for the MLBB Rising Open. There are the instructions there, in-game profile icon settings, all that codes. Yeah, go ahead, get them goodies. And I cannot wait for this draft because there is another major sword hanging over our heads. The big question of when are we gonna see NIP Flash cheese picks? I'm still waiting for Curtizy to pick up something crazy in the mid.
Even Diablo has some pocket picks that we haven't seen quite yet.
Like, where's this Badang, man? I feel like if there's any moment for NIP Flash to bring out a cheese pick, it's Game 2 if they get a Game 1 win.
Game 2. I think most teams lean into that Game 1 based on what we see in terms of like pattern from some of the bigger orgs, right? But, you know, that's them. Singapore's a little different in that sense. And I think for them, it's goal-oriented plays and picks. That's why we're seeing that Diablo, at the very least, has been playing a lot of meta stuff. Even Curtizy as well. But I do think that there is a little bit of spice amongst the Singaporeans. Hopefully, Twisted Minds, they sniff out that opportunity.
I'm all in. Not just cheese for the sake of cheese. You have to look at the big picture. And so far, the drafts are following said big picture. Eve, Cho, Signature, Blue Phase bans. NIP Flash though, Coach Zarate playing it very safe, close to the chest. He knows that Troll is very good on the Matilda, able to help Twisted Minds get to that ultra late game. Get out of here.
So they're getting the tempo setters. Now, there's something about this matchup where part of my brain is telling me we might see an old favorite for JPL. As long as they get if they're going to continue the trend of putting a high loss onto Diablo's hands and he'll be like the main tank frontliner, we might see a comeback on the whole tosser man for JPL.
JH on the JPL.
Yeah.
You talking about the Jawhead?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Well, actually, you know what? I can actually get behind that idea. I was thinking more of some of his old favorite picks when this time of MYSG, the Lolita. And I think that might just be an interesting potential solution if Bruno is let through. But again, very nuanced.
It is going to be rare to see Lolita pop up, if ever. So still respecting even NIP Flash. Good to see that we've gotten to the point where a Southeast Asian team going up against a team from MENA will ban out a Fanny on the first phase because they know just how good of an assassin the Medjai Hoda is.
I think as long as they are... Wait, actually, these final picks might be a little interesting coming from both Twisted and NIP Flash. Right now, so far, we haven't seen the Jushin getting banned out. And honestly, the Jushin win rate has not been looking good.
Yeah, a little bit under 50% if I'm not mistaken. Some teams would find out a way to absolutely dominate with her, some would struggle. And Twisted Minds are forcing something different out of Diablo. They're taking the high loss option away from them. That's been very stable anchor for their draft. So maybe, just maybe, we'll finally see Diablo on something spicy.
Just makes sense because high loss on red, especially in Diablo's hands, is very at home. 16 times pick, red side prio. So best believe, take it out. Coach Lyric, Coach Dahlia trying to disrupt NIP Flash's comfort. You can see here Coach KZP close to Curtizi makes the call, taking out the Hilda. Hilda currently 21 bans on red. So XP lane kind of choked out right now.
I think there's still a couple of options that you can at least play. The staples are still there. The Phoveus is definitely one of those few picks that could still dominate the lane on certain conditions. Blue is still available, but I'm expecting Jushin coming in from Twisted.
That's right. 9 times picked in blue. He's still very high contest despite having low win rate.
Yeah, with high loss gone though, I mean, yeah, Jushin can still do Jushin things. Kali got the Kacha. I feel like are going to be big trades for these two teams. Suyo might come in maybe a little bit later into the draft. I would be quite surprised if they decide to rush it, and they do rush it. They go for Suyo right away as a first pick. Respectfully, I feel like this gives a strong power pick flexes for NIP Flash, something you don't want to give to a team that are very crazy in the draft.
Yeah, because you clearly see what your opponent's doing in the jungle. There's no rush. You're clear, especially in the first phase.
But at the same time, I think giving over the Jushin to NIP Flash at this point, and also in a secondary power pick, because they don't have to pick the alpha now that, you know, the Suyo has been shown, and that's kind of the beauty of the red side.
Yeah. All right. They don't need to give the alpha now, but the Jushin alpha combo has proven time and time again to actually be to stand toe to toe with, or maybe even go surpass any lineup that has a Suyo.
And it's very fast.
Very fast. But it might also be greedy. And of course,
I am not the only one.
I always thought that maybe Bruno would just be banned, but no, they left it open. So Twisted Minds are playing into this. We thought NIP Flash would tell Twisted Minds, go ahead, pick the Bruno. But it's like they got into their heads. They ended up with a Bruno for Vanix.
Sano is now forced to unveil that solution, whatever they came up with in the past 48 hours.
And that's funny because when you go up against a Phoveus, you're forced to pick into something like the Beatrix because one of the few heroes that really provides a lot of problems for Phoveus in the team fights. Because if you go Moskov here, you're really forcing yourself to go 4-1.
You're proccing that Infernal Pursuit so easy.
For sure. For sure, but at the same time, to reveal, it's such an honest draft. You're revealing both of your side laners straight away, and you're also giving the opportunity for Twisted Minds to also, you know, in terms of draft tempo, I am now having to show you more problems because all you wanted to do was find pillars on your side lanes.
Oh, interesting draft coming in from Twisted Minds. So they're playing the map, not with their marksman, but with Lo Yi, the pick that I have to say, I've talked with a lot of coaches and players. A lot of them are saying that they're very surprised Lo Yi isn't getting rushed even more in the first phase.
Lo Yi has dropped in commodity just like Chip. She's more of a specific solution now, or at least a more macro-driven hero, instead of just like a power pick all over.
I think the biggest problem is that in this current metagame, it's all about, hey, can we play front to back or can we flank our opponents? And I think that unfortunately for Lo Yi, front to back is generally where you want to be. You want to be the flankers, but if you're playing against a composition that can hit you from many different sides, again, Suyo, highly mobile and can find those angles, the Gato to cut you off. I think that Twisted Minds are on the right path. NIP Flash, however, locking in that Khalid, I feel like Curtizi is going to whip out something crazy here.
Could be.
Ooh, this could be going to the mid for you?
There's a possibility. I mean, if not, what are they waiting for? Why can't they lock their mid lane now?
Okay, one of the main conditions for a mid lane fighter is you have either magic in the jungle or magic in the gold.
Joy's open.
And the Joy's still open.
And I think that's good because what you can do with the Khalid is sweep those bushes. Make sure that there's no hidden Lo Yi diversion coming through. I like it.
Well, however, what I'm seeing right now is if we're going to look at it from a team fighting perspective, the Lo Yi and the Gata Kacha might actually be able to pose enough problems for a Khalid and a Phoveus, especially if the Phoveus gets mistimes the entry and then suddenly gets caught with a duality proc. That might actually be devastating for him. So I feel like for both teams right now, there's a lot of room for flexibility that the first phase isn't showing way too much. There's still enough you can do to adjust your overall take on the game.
I agree, but at the same time, what exactly is NIP Flash looking to set up for? You're banning out the Granger. My guess is that you're also going to ban out the Beatrix at this point, so at least you can kind of leave the marksmen on an island. That does mean that they want to play towards EXP side. More importantly, I think they want their final pick to be something for Hades.
Which I will have to add on to. I think this is a Diablo Khalid.
Diablo Khalid? Okay.
I think it's clear. I think it's clearer. Even if Joy is open, it's more likely that Diablo might try to bully that lane and then go fast elsewhere.
So then where does this Phoveus go? Curtizi picks up Phoveus and now they have to kind of fight for that mid-prio?
I think that's doable. I think that's doable, especially if you want to go short range. You know, if you want to end the game before 15 minutes, get that focus on that power spike.
Well, I mean, we set it up already going into this one. When you're thinking of a draft for Twisted Minds and NIP Flash, you can't help but think of creative solutions to some of the biggest problems in the meta.
They're just built that way. Sometimes they even see a problem before it comes.
It just goes to show why these two have made it this far in the M6 Swiss stages. Their unique takes on the game. I'm leaning more towards the idea of a roam Khalid though, and the problem is if they go Joy.
It's a more grounded approach.
Yeah, it's a more grounded approach. But if they go Joy here, I feel like that lineup might be a little bit too local, you know? Too many things going on. Khalid and Phobius, where exactly you're gonna focus on, where's your man marking, and then the Joys can go wild, but at the same time, it's like, how good is your 4-1 split? When FNOP played the Joy, we saw they used that to take resources away from MOBA Zane while they were split as 4-1.
Utility Joy.
Yeah, it was like a utility style Joy. So different approaches you can go for.
I think the most important thing is who are they playing around for the red side, right? That very final pick. Is it going to be Hades or is it Cortese? Because if they show Joy now, then the real question is whether Cortese is going to do something crazy, because Mage Pool generally is pretty limited overall. So there we go, it's Joy. So they have been setting up for Cortese this whole time.
Interesting. So they have the one source of burst physical, one source of burst magic. The damage profile seems to be good for them.
And the mobility too. That's the grill for sure. And what's going to Saudi Gold's hands? It's the safe Moskov. So that whole Phobius Moskov situation, Sano's just gonna have to play out of his mind to get out of that rut.
Yeah, it's gonna be a... Oh wait, the more I'm looking at the draft, it's very difficult for Phobius and Khalid if we're looking at team fighting alone.
And not to mention, even if they want to like play a little spicy of, oh, Cortese pick up the Phobius, go into the mid lane, Tigreal plus Loyi, you're gonna get chunked out so easily, so fast.
So I think that's why NIP Flash have to play guerrilla tactics. They have to come out of these bushes faster than the diversion can rotate out Twisted Minds.
That's a Diablo pick. What if suddenly like a guy pops up? That'll be funny, but nah.
Oh, I told you!
Oh, there we go.
Mid Martis!
Yes.
Finally back!
Mid Martis. This is interesting because the anti-CC works well into the Loyi.
The menace from MSC!
Here we go. NIP Flash versus Twisted Minds. Game 1. Mirko, Staffa, let's go.
Thank you very much, boys. I think we're gonna be in for a very entertaining first series of the day today. My name is Staffa, joined on the desk by none other than Mirko. How you feeling, sir?
Feeling great, especially after seeing that Martis pick, man. It definitely feels like NIP Flash have been playing the Swiss stage a bit safe, you know? I feel like we haven't really seen this version of Cortese just yet. Finally, though, we get to see it. It's Martis, the menace from MSC.
I am very, very happy to get to see Cortese on the Martis once again. It's great that NIP Flash is finally bringing in that unique drafting that we know them for. And as we prepare to jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1, let's see if their minds will be twisted or if victory will be claimed through a flash of inspiration.
Twisted Minds versus Team Flash. NIP Flash, man. For Twisted Minds, it's all about getting into the late game. We've seen, at least, you know, from the games that they have won. For NIP Flash, it's been really about getting the early game, snowballing through. We saw how they were able to utilize Hades on a Ling, and the Joy too, to be fair. He also won on that Joy. And the fact that Bruno, something so prio, something that everybody's just been preaching about, has been left open and given to someone like Vanix, this is a scary setup that NIP Flash have going for them.
Yeah, even when you consider that this is actually the first time that Vanix has been able to pick up that Bruno the entire Swiss stage. But of course, the M6 Pass is currently available, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free and get amazing rewards such as Claude's Battle emote, M6 Zori Avatar Border, Baxia's emote, and a new special skin, Baxia Dauntless Shield, for free.
I already got it. I'm not trying to flex, you know, but I'm just saying, I already got it, man. Level 75, been playing the game every day on a marksman. And speaking of the marksman lane, you know, the gold lane rather, I am a big fan of the Master Assassin, actually. And I think a lot of people have now just gone for Master Assassin. Even as a weak side on the Moskov, Sano has gone for Master Assassin. It's all about that laning. They know they're going to be solo most of the time, so you get so much value out of that emblem.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how the meta has shifted, where nowadays you see gold laners being left as the island, rather than the traditional EXP laners being left to do their thing. So Master Assassin getting a lot more prevalence so that you can actually win out that side lane and make it so that your team doesn't have to babysit you quite as much as before, right? Because nowadays we're seeing a lot more shift towards that early game aggression, rotations getting a lot of priority to make sure that you're able to contest objectives.
Yin Yang reaction, catching Diablo, goes over the Infernal Pursuit again. The second Yin Yang reaction troll, very close to level 4. Hades walking up, that's the AOG, catching the electrifying beats. The AOG was cancelled earlier, that's first blood for Curtizi as he goes for the Decimate. Diablo walking forward, getting the kill. Hoda sniping him down. Now it's JPL walking back, and it is a 1-for-1 trade. Troll for Curtizi, and IP Flash going back to the turtle.
Yeah, Twisted Minds definitely started off that fight a little bit scattered, a bit messy, and NIP Flash took advantage of that, but Sanji...
Let's see, the diversion brings them back. Yin Yang reaction! Sanji helping Hoda get that kill and now just walks away. Twisted Minds grabbing control of the turtle again, gets a snipe down onto Curtizi just to poke him down, but Twisted Minds will respect this for now. Kurt, no, it's just a bit of poke.
We have to know Twisted Minds is the team that's very good at maintaining stability in gameplay. They definitely got caught off guard initially with NIP Flash's aggression, trying to split up the team fight, but once they were able to retreat and regain a little bit more ground in their own jungle, you could see that they were able to reform their team fight formation a lot more easily, and because of that, were able to effectively take out NIP Flash, who were trying to scatter them by doing so themselves.
Diablo trying to disperse them. AOG coming down as well. Turtle gonna be reset. That's the Raging Sandstorm to cuff in a full dive in the back. Sanji claims the turtle though. Now it's Troll caught, still able to flick around. Hoda almost caught, but that's him again. Hades walking up. That's a shove back and a knock up. Hoda getting the killing spree. Diablo caught in the midst of it all, jumping in. JPL and Curtizi will dive in. SOD a bit short. Sanji looking for the trade back. JPL running desperately for his life. Sanji wants to continue the chase, but will not be able to get in range.
Personally, if you ask me, NIP Flash isn't really getting the beneficial trades that they're looking for here. The game state is still pretty even, right? 4 kills to 4 kills. But Twisted Minds, you can see that they are making sure not to scatter too much. They have a team composition that's a little bit better at taking advantage of full-out 5v5s, more of a front-to-back composition, whereas NIP Flash want to go for more skirmish style, right? They want to split apart the players, and Twisted Minds is not letting them do that right now. And because of NIP Flash's over-aggression with this mid-Martis, you can see that they end up taking a lot more damage from structures and from poke when they really don't need to.
And you can see that with the composition of the Martis being in the mid lane, they can actually just constantly give Vanix more farm. He's double laning at this point of the game, rotating from bot to mid to catch the wave, and then again shoving in the bottom lane. But now they're taking it a bit slow. They know there are no neutral objectives on the map, so they're pretty vulnerable to some ganks. JPL constantly just making sure Vanix doesn't get ganked. This is the late game insurance, or rather the mid game insurance. They gotta wait for that Milfic gun purchase.
Oh, and I think NIP Flash are well aware of that timing as well. You can see that they're making sure to keep wide net over the map, though a diversion play is coming out.
Yin Yang reaction not able to connect, just barely out of range. Good spacing from Vanix, and that will be a denied gank.
That's very important for NIP. We've already seen so far in the Swiss stage, Bruno can win games for you. If your opponents are not able to end the game roughly by the 15-16 minute mark, Bruno just completely takes over. And that's usually around the first or second Lord push timing as well. If you're not able to break down the crystal by then, it becomes very difficult for you to re-enter. Especially with this lineup, Twisted Minds are actually not the best at direct siege towards the later game phases. So the more lead they can achieve by the early to mid game, the more comfortable it's going to be. And that is what NIP Flash wants to stop them from achieving.
Whoa, that's a flicker from Curtizi. Diving deep, Raging Sandstorm, catching 3. Diablo with a flicker forward, Curtizi will fall. That's a massive pushback by Troll to find it. The AOG trying to go for the flank out to Hades. SOD will connect. That's a stun from Hoda. Sano, Spear of Misery, all the way from downtown. That's a win for Twisted Minds.
Curtizi definitely jumped the gun a little bit there. This is what we mentioned, right? Twisted Minds, their lineup thrives in situations where they can fight together as a 4-man, as a 5-man. And NIP Flash is definitely making a lot of space for Vanix, but they're losing a lot in exchange too.
Okay. Was a bit risky there from Hades, but he knows how mobile he can be. It'll be a trade up top too. So the fact that NIP Flash couldn't get their hands on the turtle, losing in that skirmish, overcommitting also, I thought it would still be not that bad because they got a turret trade. Now though, Twisted Minds, they got the turtle, the fight, and a turret up top. So massive value here as we get into the 6th minute of the game.
Yeah, I think the more value Twisted Minds can get, the better it's going to be, right? As long as they can make sure to end the... Oh, that was dangerous. Vanix almost exploding there. Gonna be able to survive for now, though. And
No, don't hit. No way. Okay, he doesn't.
Okay. I can understand the temptation in that situation, though, because Vanix is the main target, right, after everything. Though they're looking for someone else right now.
Troll? That's a concealed. JPL gonna be caught in the implosion. The shove will follow. The reaction as well. JPL still able to escape. Just barely.
I think that was a slight mistake in micro movements there. The taunt from Sanji kinda cancelled out the Sacred Hammer. The extra push distance would have guaranteed a kill on JPL. So a bit of wasted resources there by Twisted Minds. They still have a 1k goal lead, but to be honest with you, Marco, I don't think 1k is enough for them. They need to have a bigger snowball by this point because Vanix has still not been affected. The Bruno score is 0-0-0. While he is a little bit behind with Sano comparatively in EXP, we know that Bruno just scales so much better throughout every single phase of the game. That is going to be the main concern on the minds of Twisted Minds right now. They want to make sure that they're able to continue pushing the lead that they currently have by forcing out team fights where NIP Flash goes overly aggressive. But I would imagine that at this point, NIP Flash have to have adjusted somewhat.
I agree. I think for NIP Flash, you know, the fact that Twisted Minds only have a 1,000 gold lead, NIP Flash should be pretty happy with it. They're still waiting on Vanix to hit his power spike. Same goes for Hades. We know that the Joy and Bruno becomes a very lethal source of damage in the later stage of the game once they have those items. So, Twisted Minds, I don't know. Even though they do have a Moskov, they can play into the later stage as well. Definitely seems like they want a bigger snowball here. And for NIP Flash, Curtisi on a Martis, usually, in a normal case, this would be, you know, the time for a fall-off for the Martis. But I don't think so. I don't think that's the case here in this game. I think for Curtisi, it's all just about walking up, being the diversion, literally, for everybody to hit on him, and Vanix gets free hits in the fights.
Yeah, I agree with you here, Mirko. I think Curtisi's goal isn't really to be the finisher, but now the Lord is being contested. Both teams in a tense conflict.
This is great from Twisted Minds. They're playing the macro game really well. Troll goes over the implosion, gets caught between Sandstorm. Hades jumps with electrifying beats. Hoda takes him down. That's Sanji with the taunt, and now Sano joins in the fight from downtown after taking the tier 2. Curtisi displaced again by the reaction. Sano goes over to Spirit of Misery, pins him down to the wall as JPL gets chased down by Vanix. Goes wild. Sanji getting out of the vision, so close. Getting into the bush, barely in time, and it becomes a 2 for 2. But remember, Sano got everything down below.
Yeah, these are very excellent displays of micro mastery between both teams right now, but Twisted Minds was definitely the winner in that previous engagement. I am seeing a slight gap in communication from NIP Flash, where we definitely saw Hades try to go too deep for a kill when his team wasn't ready to back him up and had to force through multiple layers of Twisted Minds' frontline heroes in order to actually reach the backline, and by then they were already overcommitted. You do not want to be giving Sano a snowball at this point, right? The Moskov only one item away from finishing that Trinity. Vanix is keeping up. Just got that Malefic gun. So this is also going to be a very important timing for NIP Flash, especially since Hades rushed the Holy Crystal.
Troll with an implosion! That's the avatar of the Guardian! And everything is going wrong now for NIP Flash. Both their carries have been taken down. JPL is next, and Twisted Minds, they have literally twisted that fight into their favor.
That was a huge catch right there. The diversion just to send Troll. They already knew that NIP Flash was probably going to be waiting in that brush. I don't even know if they realized there would be so many targets there, though. A huge bonus. Free Lord, free mid-tier 2, and they've already...
Oh! That's a pin down! Curtisi has been taken out. Diablo left to fend off 3 members of Twisted Minds all alone, and all in that time, Hoda was on the Lord. That becomes a free Lord. Only the first Lord, though. Vanix still trying to go for the defense. Hoda getting the stun down. Oh, it's a pin down as well. Diablo goes into the back. JP into the Raging Sandstorm, but Sano's still free hitting as Hoda executes him. Goes in for another stun. Will not be able to find it. Cuffin walks up aggressively, and now it's a 5,000 gold lead for TM.
This is a big problem right now. This timing around the 10-minute mark was a very crucial gap for NIP Flash, where they needed to be able to get advantage since Vanix just got the Malefic gun, but they've given too much advantage over to Twisted Minds instead. Sano now 3-0-1 on the Moskov, a 5k gold lead. The inhibitor is being threatened, and while they're you can see the damage, right? Twisted Minds, I mentioned earlier, not the best base siege composition, but when they're ahead, it's hard for NIP Flash to kind of separate them.
Diablo goes in as a Raging Sandstorm onto 3, but Troll again gets the implosion! Curtizi was slain in that fight. Vanix is going for the free hits, but it's only onto Cuffin who can take the shots. Hades gets the shutdown. Now he's looking for some kills. Let's go for electrifying beats! Hades versus the world! And he gets stunned down. The shielding from Cuffin and the yin-yang reaction to get it in time.
Ooh, we are looking at a big problem now for NIP Flash. They have not been approaching this game correctly. Twisted Minds have so many heroes that are good at counter-engaging. If we just saw a little bit more patience from the Singaporean team, I feel like they could be able to outplay and even bait resources from their opponents. But instead, they're taking very honest and direct 5v5s, in which Twisted Minds will naturally have that advantage. Troll has been popping off every single time, waiting for the perfect opportunity with those implosions, because he knows he can take advantage of NIP Flash's habits of wanting to get things started and use that as a way to counter-engage instead of being forced to waste the implosion early to actually start fights for his team.
And at this point, I don't know, man, for NIP Flash, we were talking about the siege potential for Twisted Minds not being that good, right? But NIP Flash, when it comes to defending, is literally just a Bruno. No one else can really deal with the waves here. And as we get into the later stage of the game, Sano, Malefic gun already too. That's an immortality for Troll. He wants to be the one to go in, and then if you try to punish Troll, it really isn't even going to be worth it. Hades gets an angle. That's a great Spear of Misery. Sanji goes in for the taunt as well. Sano dodges away from the Raging Sandstorm. Sanji in the midst of it all. How revitalized. SOD! Sano! Flanking from behind as Hoda gets the stun and the Soul Sever. 4 members down. It's just Hades left to defend what NIP Flash have left, and it's just the base. Hades walks up and he gets imploded by Troll. Game number 1 dominated by Twisted Minds.
A beautiful demonstration by Twisted Minds, drafting a very honest and very simple team composition. But sometimes going back to the basics is where you are going to be the most reliable, is where you're going to be the most familiar. And NIP Flash, unfortunately, tried to be creative, tried to be unique, tried to bring their own brand to the Land of Dawn, but played right into their opponent's hands. Let's go ahead and throw it back over to our panel and see what they have to say about Game 1.
Yalla, Twisted Minds taking game number 1 against NIP Flash, and I'm gonna straight up say it, disciplined. They look so disciplined and clean with every response that they threw towards NIP Flash.
They were also ready more than anything, and on the other side of the coin, it was NIP Flash who may or may not have gotten their due because of all the days. It's with this draft that they bring out their quirky side, and we expect the most from that mid lane Martis, and this happens.
I mean, what can I really say? Because again, as NIP Flash are going to show you, if they're going to show quirky, it's on game 1. They're not going to risk it on game 2, especially when they're getting closer and closer to that goal. However, there are a couple of things that we need to really focus on when we get into that post game, because the early game could have been played a lot better, and unfortunately, they did not find that opening momentum.
The early game, the mid game, the late game, if you ask me, I think there were half a dozen better decisions they could have made in-game to maybe pull it back under control.
One of the better decisions they could have made were with their prioritization on items, when they built what. Gideon Q behind the scenes mentioned a glaring problem in the item building of NIP Flash. It took them 10 minutes plus to build their first anti-heal item on that Khalid with the Dominance Ice.
And we saw this time and time again where so many people were just living with just a sliver of HP. Whether or not, I mean, Suyo is a very good example. Oh, it could have been a triple, if not almost a maniac coming in specifically from Hades, if only somebody else was along with him who had that anti-heal. Now, looking at that item build, JPL is the only one with the Dom Ice. Everybody else was a little late on it. And I think even for Diablo's side, right, it's interesting to see that he needed to provide that extra bit of damage for the team. So the sacrifice is, hey, I got to delay my anti-heal. I'm going to go War Axe first item, second item Radiant Armor, because Cuffin is going to be the guy who stops me. But then we look at the draft from Twisted Minds. It's not just Cuffin who's looking to peel. You have self-peel from Sano's Moskov as well. That despair, that knockback has worked great for them, especially in those clutch moments.
And that's because NIP Flash's draft all need to converge from many different points to one nice spot where Hades can clean up. Twisted Minds, their positioning, their formation, their macro, their communication, I think it's at an all-time high in all of the Swiss stage in this game here today, because NIP Flash could not find that. Sure, they got 8 kills, but they were 8 kills that were what? Stragglers? 8 kills that they got out of just odd engages in the first couple of turtles. There were only 2, mind you, in this game. And I think that was the cap of their execution. That was the cap of their winning image, because past the 8-9 minute mark, there was nothing on the map for NIP Flash.
Yeah, I think, you know, maybe the early game coming in from Twisted Minds was a little, you know, back and forth between NIP Flash. However, that mid game, one of the cleanest I've seen from Twisted Minds, because they figured out very quickly, wait a minute, NIP, as long as we don't engage and NIP Flash want to sit on top of neutral objectives, we're going to make it impossible for them. If they want to fight us, it's going to come at attacks. If they want a neutral objective, it's also going to come at attacks. And if they're too tunnel visioned on that neutral objective, don't worry. Sano can go elsewhere, take away a couple of free turns, and not to mention Hoda having a solid game because of that tunnel vision from NIP Flash.
Twisted Minds are a different tribal chief, and NIP Flash did not acknowledge that. I told you guys this behind the scenes. When NIP Flash drafts that mid lane Martis, that's them thinking, hey, we team fight better than them anyways. But Twisted Minds with a 4th pick Tigreal to pair it up with the picks that they already had in the Loyi and Gacha, it's like Twisted Minds already knew that, hey, we're probably going to be going up against a team constantly going for us. Let's draft some of the best heroes that are great for counter punishing.
And they laid out the red carpet for Saudi Gold. That last pick, Moskov, usually would get a grunt out of Renmar. He's like, here, whatever. Like, Sano was just 50-50 against Vanix, and then next thing you know, Vanix can't do even anything, and Sano was just playing map to map.
I mean, let's look at the damage, right, and we can double confirm this, because this was pretty brawly coming out from the side of NIP Flash, but Cortese, his damage did not make enough impact, and I think that, yes, it's interesting to see the Martis, especially against a lineup that has so much CC, but the problem is, the CC is coming in from 3 different sources. I would say even arguably 4, make it even 5, because everybody has their own version of self-peel. Now, Cortese's job, hey, you're looking specifically at Troll, specifically at Cuffin. Those are your 2 main targets. Cancel out that implosion and create space so that Cuffin can't get effective dualities.
Yeah, and to add even more to the idea that NIP Flash were looking into this to get big wins right away, it was a Skypiercer rush on the Martis, which is the most toss of the coin up in the air result that you could wish for.
Exactly. I think that in itself was NIP Flash looking past the process and towards the destination immediately. Missed out on the whole journey, because you're talking about damage on Cortese. Besides that decimate, there's nothing on a Martis, especially in mid. There's nothing that you're doing, so you're still relying on the main damage from Hades, the main damage from JPL. I mean, that's reasonable early, and Diablo, which is, again, odd to ask for a Phoveus in the first 5 minutes.
Twisted Minds did one thing very well, which is they countered the Phoveus so well that once the finish of the draft of Twisted Minds, we pointed it out, yeah, because you have a Tigreal on the other side paired up with other great heroes that layer crowd control very well, the Phoveus and the Khalid will not have a good time. Troll had an amazing time setting up Twisted Minds with clutch counter implosions. It wasn't even him just going, I'm gonna flicker forward implosion. It's gonna be like, come here, come here, come here. We're gonna punish you for coming close to us.
You can see in his face, man, he ain't having nothing. He ain't having none of this.
He's like, really, guys? That's what you're gonna throw at me? Implosion.
I know my name is Troll, but you guys are trolling, unfortunately, because a lot of it comes down to not only implosion being, you know, the main center points, but that Sacred Hammer is an effective tool. Joy wants to dash? Say no. You want to try and go even deeper? No, absolutely not.
You ruined the quicksand guard.
Exactly.
The Emperor couldn't do anything.
I mean, I'll give it to the Emperor. When we look at these highlights, there are some very good moments, but we notice a lot of bad habits coming in from the side of NIP Flash. Whenever we see them play around these neutral objectives, they always want to get around the Twisted Minds. And I think Twisted Minds have done a very good job in pre-preparation, learning these habits very quickly.
NIP Flash showed some of the more unsavory portions of their dominance in SG, which is sometimes they tend to overlook the minutia in the item building, in the positioning around the major objectives, because, I mean, I can't fault it for them. They've dominated for so long that you could definitely say that they have the right to be confident in their team fighting. But now in the next 2 to 3 games, they have to admit that, hey, this Twisted Mind teams can team fight really damn good.
They can.
The more we talk about it, the more I am a supporter of the belief that these boys from Saudi Arabia and Egypt watched a lot of VODs set up by Coach Lyric's Productions. Like, I'm pretty sure like those VODs from NIP Flash's previous matches played a key role in Troll and Sanji finding those perfect combos. Again, that 1-2 combo. Sure, MVP is Troll, but remember that 10:30 moment wherein he set up the Flicker Implosion and then Sanji almost, you could see, synced up, just jumps in with the AOG.
It's good, but at the same time, I think we're seeing at the very least an evolution coming in from Twisted Minds, right? The mobile fortress to protect the Saudi goal as they are moving forward into their opponents. And that's the beauty of it, right? It makes sure that, hey, Cortese, you only have two chances to anti-CC. After that, you're done for.
Now let's talk about a key moment. One of the things that we all noticed here that could have gone so much better for NIP Flash and revealed some of their more unsavory habits, positioning around the major objectives.
Yes, positioning, because Vanix shows himself on this Lord quickly and then heads to the top side. And, you know, Twisted Minds preemptively sending over Troll on that side of the map. You could see immediately, once Vanix shows himself, the rest of the Twisted Minds get into position to look for this big punish because he won't be able to react in time. And not to mention, they know exactly when that Purify is coming off of cooldown. So again, this positioning, and I think that NIP Flash need to be more careful, especially when they're thinking about how to take position over the Lord. Because again, you look at Sano on the opposite side of the map. You could give up this very first Lord, but I think unless you have a more solid lead, push through that mid lane. Fundamentals.
My eyes are on the finer details. I appreciate how they had, what, a 15-20 second window wherein Vanix had his Purify off cooldown, and Coffin made the call. All right, Troll, I'm going to send you over. Sanji, are you ready for this? Mijai, please acknowledge the play up top. And that 3-man rotation was stopped by Cortese, so there is some man marking involved. Imagine all of these communications happening in under 3 seconds while the Lord is tossing up like half of your team. That's Twisted Minds just twisting time and space itself.
Oh, you made them sound like Time Lords, twisting time and space with how they performed with their team fighting. I mean, that's a very glowing commendation and a compliment for how they fought that. So, in the next few games, let's see if NIP Flash will acknowledge some of the bigger problems that they have to deal with and accept that this isn't a team that they can just bully in the team fights. They're up against the Kings of Saudi Arabia in Twisted Minds, who are now 1 game win away from making it to the knockout stage, thanks to unmatched gaming performance brought to us by the ROG Phone 9 Pro. It's a mobile masterpiece. Let's take a quick look at the masterpiece right there to my left right now. That seamlessly blends high-powered gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. You know, I actually prepared a magic trick that I'm going to do with the ROG Phone 9.
Not mine.
I just keep forgetting my tricks for it, but I promise I will bring that out.
Okay, I was actually just trying to figure out
Gideon, relax. You'll get one eventually, Gideon.
How possible that play was.
Yeah.
Because, again, this is what they're using on stage. So it helps that frame by frame, the refresh rate, the chip speed gets you up there.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what it feels like,
Here,
dude.
you can try.
No, let him hold it. Let him hold it. All right, you can. All right.
It's too much. It's too much for me.
Why don't you treat yourself to a Hello Panda? Come on.
I mean,
It's okay. It's okay.
all right.
Yeah, wait. Every time we're together here, you complain how there's none because Trex is always finishing them, or if it's not Trex, it's actually LaFell. But actually, no, it's been Trex for majority of the M6 World Championship. So go ahead and enjoy that Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more of these cute pandas. Not this cute panda, the cute pandas that you show that you see in the commercials over there. Did you sneak one in? Can I have one, please?
Of course.
Thank you. All right, can someone do the one for the skins? Because I kind of want to go for a snack right now.
Don't worry, I got you
Hey,
covered. Keep in mind that you can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new epic skin that you can clearly see right up on our desk. The Epic Skin Challengers Flare and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin, the Light Seeker. So don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for only a limited time. Man, I feel like eating it, you just gotta enjoy it in slow motion.
Yeah. You did. All right. Before we get carried away with Hello Panda, again, thank you to all our lovely partners and sponsors that makes M6 World Championship possible. So now the possibilities here that Twisted Minds might deliver an upset and solidify themselves as a knockout-worthy team, a top 8 team in the world.
The first time in the history of MENA.
The first time in the history of MENA, they might just be able to do that, and it's interesting because they're going up against someone who actually loved all of the upsets. Someone who said that he thinks that the Swiss stage is survival of the fittest and it's all about adaptation and being able to do that fast and react accordingly. Of course, talking about Diablo, that's exactly what Diablo did. But now it's Diablo's back against the wall. He's one game away from getting eliminated here. Oh, not eliminated, but getting sent down to the 2-2 bracket.
I mean, I think, you know, Diablo at this stage of the game, it's really awkward for the EXP lane. I would like to see him, if they are going to try something a little weird, it's probably in the EXP lane rather than the mid lane now. But I want to see that macro focus that we know Singapore to be the best at.
I hope Diablo takes a little bit more of his own advice. Because in game 1, it's clear that maybe they overthought it. Compare these two drafts, right? Compare the Moskov, Tigreal, Loyi, Suyo, Gatot to the Bruno, Khalid, Martis, Joy, Fovi. It's like, there seems to be so many layers to that SG draft. And I hope Diablo and the team fix that game 2.
They went into that with the Bruno on their hands, but it seems like they couldn't. Well, you know what, to be fair, they built around the Bruno well. It was just the front line and all the aggression was countered by some key picks, mainly, again, the Tigreal, the Gatot, and the Loyi all together. And this is us revisiting the journey that NIP Flash had here. Of course, they dropped that very first series that they had against CFU. Dang good series at that, and the beginning of the trend of a Granger popping off but not getting W's. Here, this one felt, if I'm not mistaken, this was just them. I feel like this was them not respecting their opponents, trying to go a little bit loco with what they were doing on the map, and that's why they lost?
Well, I mean, it's a yes and no, right? Because again, it really just comes down to we know that we are good at fighting. If we're not feeling it that day, they need to go back to what they are best at, which is a macro-focused style of play, where it's always about how much money can we earn from this game. How much, you get a Lord, doesn't matter if you're going to lose 4 of your members. If you want to take a side lane tower, how about we crack open mid and take all of your jungle? It comes down to, can you trade better than your opponent, which we're not seeing in NIP Flash in this series just yet.
At the end of the day, as long as you're bringing a solution to a problem, or you're presenting a problem where your opponents cannot find a solution fast enough, it should do the trick. And whenever NIP Flash lost, that seems to be the crux of the situation, which is what happened in game 1. They were presenting a solution to a problem Twisted Minds weren't even thinking about.
So now NIP Flash, again, have to acknowledge that they're against a team that might be going to this thinking, we just gotta be more disciplined and counter their aggression. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Twisted Minds ends up with just another Tigreal again. It seems like it's a perfect pick for their matchup. In game number 1, NIP Flash didn't acknowledge Twisted Minds, easily got countered by a Tigreal. Do you think Tigreal might just pop up in the draft again.
I think there's a good chance, and honestly, it could go either way, right? Because it's not just Troll who plays the Tigreal, it's also JPL himself. And I think that NIP Flash now maybe have underestimated Twisted Minds coming into this very first match. In this second one, I'm thinking no holds bars anymore. They really need to focus down on winning lanes and really invest in those sides with 2 win conditions rather than 1.
Win the lanes, multiple win conditions. That is going to be the trick here for NIP Flash. Well, for Twisted Minds, don't need to do anything too crazy. Stick to their fundamentals and just do what they did again. Now, going into this game number 2 draft, you still see the respect onto Troll's Matilda. At the same time, they're also taking away the option of a Phoveus in the EXP lane. Interesting.
Kinda seems like they want to play some dash heroes. Again, we don't usually see the Phoveus get banned unless there's a very specific reason for it. Most of the time it's like, oh, I want to look to play Harith here.
Yep.
They might go for a Bruno ban afterwards, but that depends on what Twisted Minds have shown, which is both Fanny and Yves. These are standard bans. It doesn't give much of an idea or a direction that they want to go in just yet.
Yeah, Phoveus banned this early isn't a thing anymore. It used to be a couple months back, but in the M6 wildcard, in the M6 Swiss stage, this is a very targeted ban. NIP Flash closing up their first phase bans with the Bruno. So that makes Twisted Minds again think, how do we attack this draft? How do we win these lanes? As prior mentioned here on the panel, but as well winning that main lane, the mid. I think that's where the whole Tigreal situation comes from. That's where the whole Matilda situation comes from. That's why it's still banned by NIP Flash, even on blue.
I want to make a hard read here. I think this might just be a first pick Moskov coming in from NIP Flash.
What?
This might just
Right away?
I think that Vanix needs to be on his comfort at this stage of the game, especially since they don't want to drag this on longer than they should.
It's a little loco, sir.
Yeah, that is a little bit loco. Let's see, because then that forces Twisted Minds to play with a different gold laner that they haven't shown yet. They've only shown 2. They've shown the Moskov, they've shown the Bruno. Yeah, that was pretty much it.
So might just force Sano on a Beatrix, maybe? Ranger?
The presence of the Harith is still there. The fact that they took out the Phoveus, all the more the Harith will be happy to join in the lineup.
Or the 1-1.
Oh, that's also a good point. You know, as we see this, if it's going to open up with a standard flex pick coming in for the side of NIP Flash, it just kind of gives us the idea that they want to respond to the first 3 picks at the very least in first phase.
Hilda's open.
Oh, you're right!
Fight for the ultimate.
There it is. Good call. In the clutch, it gives Diablo a hero where he can just be annoying in lane, win lane, and then be active. So that increases the chances of taking condition number 1, which is to win one of the side lanes and invest there.
Suyo, Gatot, and Cho are open as well. So these are all solid picks for Twisted Minds.
I'm feeling like maybe they can show like Alpha plus Gatot, Alpha plus X at this point.
Yes.
It kind of depends on what direction Twisted Minds want to manage this Hilda. Usually it's either you have so many tanky boys that it doesn't really matter and you can minimize the damage it does, forcing Hilda to say, hey, look at our goal lane because everybody else is a null factor.
But the Magi played an amazing Suyo game in game 1.
Let's see if they get that. They'll get the Suyo. Will it be the Cho? No, it's a Suyo Gatot.
We were all right.
Yeah.
It was Gatot X, and then you read into this game 1 performance.
Yeah. Now, Twisted Minds, interestingly enough, if they still want to play the big macro game, can bring out the Lo Yi and then threaten to like, hey, if you don't ban it, you might want to consider banning out the Tigreal, because they'll have the Tigreal Lo Yi Gatot Kacha combo with them again.
Yeah, no, I think these are very good angles.
Plus
Oh, of course. But at this point, I think that NIP Flash need to really think about how exactly they're going to play this early game, which seems to be their direction for the whole series.
The man on your screen is the last TZ standing, the only one in the M6 World Championship, and it's Kurt. Remember, he is one of the few, if not the only one, who could potentially become a 2-time M Series champion, as he was under the Echo M4 winning roster.
That's right, he was number 7.
Yeah.
6th would be JP along that 5-man roster that won in Jakarta, Indonesia. Closing up their first phase, there's the Cho for the Emperor, Akihiro-san, JPL, and the Jushin.
Yep.
Jushin did not show up at all in, well, she got banned in the second phase, game 1, but this should definitely still fix that whole mid lane situation for NIP Flash.
Yeah, they got to tax that mid lane. They really have to tax that mid lane. They cannot let Troll just kind of walk wherever he wants to anymore. You need to be able to open up space for your team. The Moscow pick coming in from Twisted Minds, like, I got to give it to Coach Lyric here. He's done some great pre-preparation for this.
Yes.
And I think at this point, NIP Flash, I feel like they're starting to sweat.
Yeah, Twisted Minds. If they want to go for a more aggressive approach, something that was banned earlier might actually show up. At this rate, with the momentum that you have, you're familiar with the team you're going up against. They know they want to be aggro. You have the Moskov there. Most importantly, they can have a strong 4-man and play around a mid lane Angela.
That or some from Coffin Season. What if a Sicilian?
I'll take it. Now, I'll do you one better. Valentina might just be the way to go for this. Based on what we're seeing, you've got 2 melee heroes that you can actually punish. You take a Purify, that's also pretty good.
Allows for them to win fast too. Again, flip the script. Everybody's expecting Twisted Minds to play into the ultra late game. What if we win under 15?
Because right now, NIP Flash, they've recalibrated their priorities here. Their first 3 picks ensure at least one side of the map, or at least their goal is to control one side of the map. Maybe the area where the Hilda will be, around that EXP side, so the Cho and the Jushin will just apply a lot of pressure. And then NIP Flash is reading into it. They ban out the Sicilian. Valentina is still open. And historically, the lineup that NIP Flash, those first 3 are actually also countered by an Aurora. So we've posed 3 options for the mid laners for Twisted Minds. The Angela, Valentina, and Aurora are all up.
All of which are really, really good here. Ah, man. It's tough, right? Because they all have their own benefits and all really profit off of setting it up. Maybe it doesn't really matter what order, whether Gato goes in first or they start peeling first and then Gato comes in. But I'm looking at the draft pattern. We see the Granger ban out here. I'm thinking whether or not they want to kind of shift it slightly and also double down at pinching on the marksmen, whether it be Beatrix or even Harith.
Oh, they take out the Haya. Okay. Hayabusa is usually a sign that, oh, they might actually go Angela here. Because if you take out the Hayabusa, that means you're probably not thinking of picking up something like the Aurora types, because Aurora has that second life feature with her passive.
Yeah.
Usually, you're okay with picking an Aurora into the Hayabusa. So now I'm leaning towards, yeah, Valentina or Angela might be their mid lane pick.
Let's see how this plays out, right? There's a couple of options because I feel like the Hayabusa is a little out of pocket, right? If you're thinking about assassins,
it is.
Why not double down on the assassins? And yeah, maybe they just want to force him back on Joy.
Could also just be like pure respect for Hades. Hades, yeah. They're hammering down the mid lane. If you got a mid lane Angela, it's the perfect time now. Come on.
Coach Zarate and Coach KZP actually read well into that too. Because by taking out the Hayabusa, they might want the Loyi as well. You pop that before the diversion even becomes a thought.
Ooh.
So now it's the Valentina.
This is
or the Angela. Like, those are 2 solid picks.
Yeah. Because right now, those first 3, I feel like those are quite ulti dependent. So, yes, the Angela has a strong ulti, but I feel like you just time it right, it's so good for extended team fights.
Yeah, and I don't see Twisted Minds wanting to skirmish very often here, but they're going to go with the safe one into Aurora. I think they still have to fight for like mid-prio anyways, because again, you know that this show most likely is going to be the dedicated roam support from JPL, and with the help of that Jushin, I mean, yes, Gato is great, but he's walking away at a life tax.
All right, NIP Flash's lineup here. The front line isn't that tanky compared to the Gatot Kacha, and what could potentially, again, just be another Tigreal pick, but the Tigreal playing into the Jushin in the center of the map, that might be the thing they're holding on to.
I'm not even playing the Tigreal and I'm already miffed.
Yeah, right?
At the experience.
You're thinking, should I not? Probably shouldn't.
2 cores for NIP Flash coming up right now. The gold laner and the jungler. Who's it going to be?
I mean, Bay is still open in the Harith.
The 1-1, the Harith, you said, yeah?
Despair that I see.
But I like damage.
The Name, of course!
Oh,
and the Joy.
That is magic heavy. If they go tanky here for the last pick of Twisted Minds, just rush Radiant Armors, and then suddenly it's going to take a long time for NIP Flash to have their damage felt.
Great stopper on the Aurora, too. It looks like Twisted Minds have drafted NIP Flash into a corner, despite it looking very good.
I I don't know. I kind of disagree with the Natan, honestly. Like, why would they, if they have an early game with the Hilda on top of the Tro, you go for the Natan. I think that Beatrix probably would have been a better bet if knowing that you wanted the Joy anyway for distribution of damage. So yes, now you've got like these really good kicks and stuff like that, but who's your main target other than Zano on this Moskov? And he can just take Purify anyways.
Twisted Minds are thinking about the Roam EXP trade. Where's that Gato Kachi going, and what's it going to be paired with? It's the glue. And even more so now, this lineup of Twisted Minds has looked devastating. Just time it right. However, I see a world wherein the glue might actually not even be able to get into position. Yeah, let's see. All right, Snafa, Mirko, take it away for this potentially last game of the series.
Take it away, we shall! Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game number 2 very, very soon. Thoughts on the drafts, Mirko?
I agree, man. The Natan pick, I know it's great against Sano, against the Moskov. It's a very, very good matchup for the Natan, but I mean, the points that Gideon made, I agree with, but on top of that, there's just so much magic damage on the side of NIP Flash. Twisted Minds, they instantly picked up the glue. They knew they needed someone tanky enough. Go for full magic defense.
Well, maybe a little bit of magic is what NIP Flash needs to take a victory right now, because Twisted Minds are one victory away from making history as the first team from MENA to make it to an M Series top 8. Can they solidify it in stone? Let us find out.
If they do it, not only are they going to be the first MENA team to make it to top 8, but they're also going to take away perhaps the chance for NIP Flash to go back-to-back top 8. They made it at MSC 2024. They're definitely going to be looking to do the same thing here, but it does seem like Twisted Minds, man, they've been on a crazy progressive journey right now. They've just been improving so much after last time we saw them. Emblem-wise, Bargain Hunter for the Natan. Again, Master Assassin Sano really likes to just play in the side lane, always pressuring and taking turrets alone.
I do kind of like that we are seeing the Bargain Hunter from Vanix, though. I think NIP Flash realizing that Twisted Minds actually plays really well towards the mid to late game. So if you have a bit of a safety net there to make sure that you can match up in scaling once you reach that point in the game, then it's going to be a little bit more efficient than just straight up trying to win the lane, because Twisted Minds likes going for a safer opening playstyle, right? They're not going to go out of their way to force anything on the map or even in their respective lanes and just try to delay it until they actually hit their power spikes. And NIP unfortunately tried to force one too many situations, which ended up playing exactly into their hands in game number 1.
And it's also the Brave Smite, man, for Coffin, or sorry, for Curtizi here. We've seen so many different emblems for the Juicin, and I think in M6, it's safe to say that the Brave Smite has been one of the best, maybe even the best option to go for if you want to just go in aggressively. We saw this first, I believe, from Rins, and then we saw it also from Super Friends coming in. The Brave Smite allows you to just go in for the Crimson Beacon, stay sustainable, and get so much done in the team fights.
Yeah, I think nowadays with the meta, if you want your hero to be viable, it needs to do one of two things. It needs to be an unkillable frontline, or it needs to do a lot of... Hold on!
Almost a kill! Oh, the flicker from Sanji! Great slam to take that kill over, so they get a trade at least. But it's just Diablo on a Hilda.
The thing is, if that Hilda was the roam, sacrificing yourself for Turtle is totally worth it. But Diablo is the EXP laner. When you die once as an EXP laner, you do end up losing a bit of that lane pressure overall. I think it's still fine, because if we look at where the lane equilibrium right now is in the EXP lane, Diablo isn't actually going to miss out on too many minions, and will still be able to match up against Sanji, which is very, very important, as this Hilda is the only source of burst physical damage that NIP Flash has to play around with. He needs to become a threat, so that Twisted Minds actually needs to itemize against him instead of just going full out magic defense against Hades and Vanix.
Yeah, Sanji definitely pressured. Oh, Hoda. Very aggressive, always just going for these stuns. Baited out the Crimson Beacon earlier. And now, I guess we can move our focus back to the junglers, right? The pathing for both the junglers. Hoda actually losing up in a bit of levels. AOG coming down a bit late though. The Purify was able to get the immune down. Hoda still able to get the damage. JPL way the Dragon Vanix from downtown rotates to the mid lane, gets the entropy, and that's the equalization and kills.
Very, very nice. And this is the adjustment that we wanted to see from NIP Flash. That was definitely a more patient approach, waiting for Twisted Minds to put themselves in an awkward situation and maybe wait for resources to be expended before full committing. JPL being able to find that kick later on when we saw Hoda had already gone a little bit too far forward, set it up a whole lot more easily, especially when combined together with Kurt TZ. And NIP Flash definitely recognized that since they're playing with a Zusin in the mid lane, their fights are not going to be very, very fast, right? It's more of extended skirmishes, which means that they cannot full commit, right? Unless they have a form of burst alongside them, which is why Vanix was brought over. The more snowball that this Natan can pick up, as compared to Sano, the quicker NIP Flash can accelerate the game.
That's a Starlium Scythe, I believe, picked up. Yeah, for Hades, so already quite quick. You can see right now the turtle getting contested. Hades walking up. Will be going to the Sanji, putting a bit of damage, baiting on slam, pass, Cortese, Lancer Flare, JPL looking for it, getting the way to Dragon now. Diablo gonna help him out with a focus and down. Hoda able to dash away. Cortese putting the Lancer Flare down, and that's gonna be the Frigid Glacier to connect. SOD for the bottom lane, Troll gonna get the kill. Sano joining the fight with a Spear of Destruction, and a man advantage works out for Twisted Minds. Wow!
Yeah, that is a bit unfortunate. NIP Flash has a lineup that's very burst-based, right? So they have to play around timings if Vanix is not around. And Vanix was obviously not around there. Twisted Minds now full control of the turtle. Should be able to pick it up quite easily. It was a really good kick by JPL. They actually gathered 3 members of Twisted Minds together. But Hades was still like 1 or 2 seconds off from activating that electrifying beats, which meant that the burst damage was simply not there. And Twisted Minds could instantly reverse the situation, especially with Sano coming in with that Spear of Destruction. That's why NIP Flash needs to take slower fights, right? They have to pick up on the exact timing when Hades is ready to go in for the DPS, because otherwise they just simply don't have enough damage output to threaten Twisted Minds at this stage of the game.
Yeah, they really don't. Cortese with the Brave Smite and the way that Juicen is, it's more on utility than it is for damage, right? And yeah, I guess you could try to rely on Diablo for a bit of damage in the early game, but the burst is certainly not there. When JPL goes for the way of the dragon, no one can really fully capitalize on that. And now it becomes a game of who gets to the power spike first, right? Vanix, does he get to that item power spike? Does he get to the world's first IRL gaming district there? The esport district, Kidia? Oh wait, we're getting sidetracked here. No, the itemization, yeah, not the place.
Though the place is pretty important as well. Right now, Vanix needs the Holy Crystal so that he can start becoming a threat to Twisted Minds. And that is usually going to be the 3rd item, unless he decides to go for the rush, right? And I don't really think that's the best idea when you're going for Bargain Hunter. You are scaling up a little bit more for that late game. So NIP Flash actually shouldn't be looking too hard for pickoffs anymore. Now that we are 6.5 minutes in, Diablo by himself will not be enough damage to just burst the target down. You need to have 4 members together.
Electrifying beat. Sano still able to actually get out. Did he use the SOD to escape earlier? Yeah, I think he did. Diablo looking for the jump on him. Sano, great recall. Very decisive. Just goes for it, then gets out. Diablo will cut the waves though, so it might be better setup for NIP Flash as we get to the turtle. Hoda getting the stun down, but now might be punished. JPL looking for the way to Dragon. There you go. Hoda punished, and Vanix is able to capitalize. Electrifying beats coming down to Troll. Pops in Revitalize. Vanix getting the free hits, forcing the AOG defensively. And there you have it. NIP Flash full control for Turtle 3.
Okay, those are exactly the types of fights that NIP Flash need to be looking for. Delay the entrance, force multiple cooldowns on Twisted Minds, then go for an off-tempo initiation with the Way of the Dragon when Hades is ready to initiate. Vanix could be in some trouble, but looks like the Spear of Destruction will not be taken here. So that will give NIP Flash some space necessary to start opening up the map, to start picking up on items, and Twisted Minds need to now realize that they actually need to revert a little bit more into safer play until Sano comes online.
Now Vanix is becoming a problem, right? He's actually becoming a real threat. Once he gets the Holy Crystal, I don't know, even if Twisted Minds have the magic defense already, is it going to be enough to deal with a Hades power spike, a Joy Hades power spike, a Vanix Natan power spike? I think that might actually be able to overwhelm the magic defenses of Twisted Minds. And again, when we're talking about Sano, we're waiting for the item power spike. Definitely, he can attack from different angles. But the range advantage of the Natan might be a bit too much for Sano to even deal with. So let's say he gets a flank. He's probably going to get deleted, even with the Rose Gold.
Yeah, the thing about Natan is that once you have that Holy Crystal, once you're at the 4th or 5th item power spike, people melt it doesn't even necessarily have to be squishier targets, right? Even tankier heroes take so much damage from it. And I'm actually a little bit worried about Twisted Minds going for the build they are, because there is no Athena. Like, look at that! Look at that damage!
Yup, Lantern Flare. Sano might be forced to Purify, and he does. Troll going for the flanks, going for the Cortese. Purify out as well. Cortese will respect it. Vanix gets the turret. And it's just a trade, a turret tier 2 for a Purify. Also a sprint technically for Diablo. But you can see that gold lead building now even more. Vanix, he's the one holding on to the 3,000 almost gold lead you see on your screen for NIP Flash.
And he just got the Holy Crystal right there. So all that damage that Sano was taking was without Holy Crystals even. So NIP Flash now is the best timing for them. When Vanix has his third item, when Twisted Minds has not itemized into Athena shield yet, even Sanji only has the 1 Radiant armor. So they really have not gotten the magic defense necessary to even survive a couple of seconds against this Natan. This is where you can push the advantage. This is where you can force Twisted Minds into defensive action and take control of more of the map.
Hold up, dishing out a bit of damage. Hades already using Electrifying Beast. What happened up top? It's a 2v1. Diablo and Vanix deleting Sano, deleting the threat of a cross-map play, and now Twisted Minds in a 4v4. They weren't able, or sorry, 4v3 rather. They weren't able to force the issue. They thought Diablo was somewhere there.
When Sano is down, NIP Flash can afford to actually play very aggressive. They can even throw bodies at them because they just don't have damage they need to worry about anymore. Now that you are at 10 minutes, without the Moskov, Twisted Mind is very reliant on burst themselves, whereas NIP Flash have a lot more to work with Vanix on their side. And with the Lord now pushing up top lane, I think we can expect this next push, as long as the waves are managed properly, to take out every external tower for NIP Flash.
Vanix is just so free. Entropy forward. He has the confidence to just go in as well. Hades melting down Sanji with electrifying beats there, forcing him very low as well to back away. Now Vanix looking to play with the Lord. They've already dealt with the Holy Defense in the bottom lane. The tier 2 will fall. Twisted Minds still have pretty good defenses right now. Sano is back up again. Will be able to clear out the Lord. That's Lord 1 dealt with. But NIP Flash will have another wave in the mid lane. They should be able to get all the tier 2s here. And if Twisted Minds try to fight, I don't know about it. Look at the utility from Cortese. Constantly putting the Lantern Flare down, and no one is ready to actually go and catch, even when Coffin gets the stun.
Yeah, 100% Twisted Minds cannot be the primary initiators. They have to wait to counter-engage, try to bait things out from NIP Flash, but even then, can they do so?
AOG, onto Diablo, but he gets melted down to Purify out of the Frigid Glacier. Hold up, trying to look for an angle. Hades jumping in, Sano gets his Pyramid, APL knocks him out with a Jikundo. 4 members of Twisted Minds have been evaporated. And now it's just Hoda.
This is comfort. This is the NIP Flash we all know and love. Crystal wide open. I doubt Hoda can do anything now. Unstoppable. NIP Flash gonna show them what it means to take a victory. And ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game number 3.
NIP Flash, they don't want to go down just like that in game 1, you know? After a stomp, they gotta return the favor. It's another stomp, and now we have game 3 to see whether NIP Flash can go back-to-back right here in top 8, as they did in MSC top 8 as well, or if Twisted Minds can finally be the first team from MENA to do it.
It all comes down to this one singular best of 1. So once again, we're gonna throw it back over to our panel for them to give their analysis of what happened in this one.
And just in a flash, NIP Flash forced game number 3. The conditions we set, feels like we were thinking just a little bit too much about the team fighting in the later portions of the game. NIP Flash said, we're not going to allow you get to the portion of the game where you're comfortable.
That's more like it. The 11-minute mark still seems to be Twisted Minds' Waterloo. As long as you go a certain way and you force them into old habits, they seem to just crumple.
Well, I mean, there were a couple of bad habits coming in from Hoda specifically, but I gotta give it an NIP Flash because the macro game is what made this composition really work. And I think, you know, looking on it on a piece of paper, those 5 heroes technically should not be able to jive in that particular way unless certain conditions are met. A lot of which leading into when do we get our item power spikes, how exactly are we going to do it, and of course, coming in from the Emperor himself, Akihiro-san, JPL, that feint at the very end, that movement was nice.
Sugoine!
Yeah, hell of a performance there. I mean, there's a reason why we call him the Emperor, Akihiro-san. Showing again that as long as he has the Cho in his hands, nothing too much to worry about. It'll be calm and cool. JPL and Kurt TZ did everything right to provide space for 2 key members. Their jungler in Hades, who, Gideon, you were saying, just farm him up, really. Just let him farm. And for Vanix, eventually, who became the partner in crime of Diablo with the macro play.
Exactly. And within this macro play and with the composition, right, you can see that Vanix was able to get so much more gold than Sano. How does he do that? How was he able to hit 3 items before the technically cheaper Trinity build overall coming in from that Moskov? Double waves. And they did it so early on. And they've already pre-planned this. That's why we saw Vanix on that very first kick underneath mid-tier 1 against Hoda. Vanix just so happened to be there. This was all part of the plan.
And that is the mad genius that Coach Zarate and Coach KZP just pulled from underneath us. The side lanes, they needed to work out. And how do you do that? By putting a catch-22 in mid. The Jushin plus the Cho. It's either you get kicked or you get hit with a Crimson Flare, you get chokeslammed or you get killed. That's what happened in the first 5 minutes, which allowed for NIP Flash to just, what was the word, Redmar? Have Vanix explode.
Yeah. That was the moment that you were waiting for. When we were trying to analyze the draft a little bit more, behind the scenes I just said, feels like NIP Flash just readjusted and said, nah, let's just buy time to make Vanix explode. And at 9 minutes and 20 seconds, dude got his Holy Crystal. He completed that Trinity that you mentioned, and even in the last minute or so of the game, he was able to complete a Divine Glaive.
That's what I call a BMT.
A BMT was
the Big Money Trinity.
Big Money Trinity.
It's more expensive.
It's
it is.
so much more expensive.
Oh, yeah, because the Holy Crystal is like 3K.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
significantly
It's not cheap. It really isn't cheap. And I think that NIP Flash, when they were deciding on their marksman here, they were thinking, okay, we need something that has burst, but also has self-peel. And Natan kind of fits that bill with the only issue of, I'm item dependent. I can't fight at 1 or even 2 items like a Beatrix. Give me those 3. Give me the resources to do so. Then I'll make myself pop off, no problem. Look at that damage. 36k overall in line, and if not more than Hades.
Looking back, it feels like some of the key moments in this game were when the rotation of Hoda eventually led him into the center of the map, or somewhere in the river, that JPL and Curtizi were reading so well. There were 3 significant kicks that JPL did onto Hoda. Realistically, the only one that he should really be kicking. The problem was, it seemed like Hoda was placing himself in a spot where it was easy for JPL to pull that off. The simple G-Kundo 3rd activation flicker.
Actually, there's a couple of more scenarios where they kind of do this interesting, I want to call it a feint, right? Because half the time, when you're looking at the composition, Diablo, who exactly does he really need to target, right? It's either Coffin or you're looking towards Sano's side. And when they were doing that first initial Lord Dance, what did they do? They sent Vanix, our MVP of this game, to the top side of the map to bait out a reaction. Somebody's got to come up here. Diablo says, what's up? It's a 2v1. Let's take you out real quick, create that man advantage.
And it's this very intricate maze of approaches that allowed for NIP Flash to set up the inevitable victory and the, how do I say, expedited late game for Vanix. And it'll always end on this man's call anyways. 5-0-2. I was looking at the item builds for Twisted Minds, and it seemed like the whole situation in game 1 just got flipped over. They can't build enough magic defense to stop his Nathan.
Not when his GPM is 909, bro. Look at that.
So fast, he was able to get his items, and speed was the name of the game at the end of the day. It seems like Cho and, well, in turn, of course, Bruce Lee is right in terms of just thinking of when in the world of Kung Fu, speed determines the winner, and that was straight up martial arts movie performance coming in by NIP Flash with how fast they took control of the game, because they controlled the rotations of Troll, Cuffin, and Hoda.
I mean, just so many beautiful movements here coming in from NIP Flash. This is the Singaporean playstyle that we were talking about. Very macro macro-based, very much so. I want to get guaranteed advantages. The question is, how exactly are they going to do that? And we saw cut off their rotations, especially slowing down Sano, utilizing Diablo, because in these team fights, Diablo doesn't really do much, so this is the second best thing he could do.
Now, we find ourselves in the final game. A game 3, exactly what we wanted. I'm just hoping that Twisted Minds has enough more in the tank to force out an even longer, more competitive game number 3, because it just cannot be the Moskov again, right?
That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping that it's clear. Game 1 and 2, they were coming from the same playbook. It's the same script written by Coach Daliot and Coach Lyric. I'm hoping that they have a third sequel, a good trilogy to close it off, because the second one did sell as well. It's no Empire Strikes Back.
No, not yet. But I do think that at the very least, Twisted Minds need to not overthink these scenarios too much. They cannot fall for these, like, I wouldn't even say obvious, but these weird movements and fall into the feints, right? They gotta make sure, wait for the strike to come first before they look for the parry.
Okay, so hot question number 1. Do you take away the Cho from JPL? Make sure that he doesn't end up with it.
I say yes, because again, JPL is really dangerous on the Cho as it is right now. They got to give him something a little bit more honest. That way Hoda feels like, hey, I can go into these fights. Maybe even like, I don't mind you playing on the Kaja. At least you can't do some weird things with your flicker.
All right, for you, Leo, hot question number 2, real quick. Do you pick Jushin if you are blue side Twisted Minds? First pick.
I think so. I think the fact that the Aurora came in, despite all of the protection, despite all of the setup for Coffin, might have been the hero that NIP Flash was ready for anyways. So if the free Jushin shows itself, take it.
All right, so that's 2 hot topics right now for the draft heading into game number 3. By the way, we have a fun little trivia for you. Of course, for M6 World Championship being the 6th World Championship of MLBB Esports, we've had a lot of history happen. So, who at M6 could clinch a 2nd World Championship? I already said this. I'm sorry. I spoiled, I spoiled the answer to this. Okay, I just want to hear if people in Iowa are listening. Do you guys remember who's that one player in he's playing here right now at M6 who could clinch a 2nd World Championship? Someone can just shout it out.
A couple of people going for it at the very least. I mean, we've made it so hard.
Yeah, we made it quite obvious, y'all.
4 clues. They are 1 of 1 in 2 categories. The only one who could score a 2nd World Championship, and the only one of this prolific name in esports.
There, that's it.
In M6, like that's.
Honestly, I'm looking at chat, and I mean, some people are getting it, some people are absolutely just missing the mark.
Yeah, and it is 2. It's Curtizi, the one that we talked a lot about. And of course, you also have Edward from Aurora MLBB. So
they're really considering, because if you do pick the Hylos here, the Jushin goes into NIP Flash and get in.
Goes both ways, and it looks like they're going to go with the Suyo and give both away unless NIP Flash want to pose a different problem.
NIP Flash, I would not be so miffed if they decided to steal
rather,
away the
Jushin
Loi.
Hylos. Oh, really?
I'd rather pick up the Loi over the Jushin.
Really? Overall? Well, okay. If they do decide over the Loi rather than the Jushin,
My mission.
then they would need... do they need as much lane priority? Because I feel like Hylos is a given, right? We expect the Hylos to go through. They could double flex pick for all we know and kind of leave the game over.
The mid, yeah, let mid do itself.
Yeah, let mid do itself. They take the Jushin and said it is a natural, nice combo. When you have the Hylos as well as the Jushin, they can kite, they can chase, and now you can pivot your comp from not only skirmishing, but to be a full-on chase comp.
They can double back. They can just, again, with these two, they win mid. And then they just allow Vanix to double lane and do what they did in game 2 all over again.
So for this one, do they pick between the Gatot or Khalid and then the Loi? I am gonna hammer down on the thought that Twisted Minds might want to just push for the Loi. Or if they decide, hey, we might actually lose the early to mid again, let's just hunker down into one of our key ideas of let's play around the Sicilian of Coffin.
Which is good against the Hylos and the Jushin. Weirdly enough, but you gotta get there.
Yeah.
You have to find a way to do something between the 1st minute and the 18th minute.
Okay, so they go for the Loi. It's either the Gatot or the Khalid.
One bound by these chains.
Obvious. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, they want to make sure that this flex pick in the high loss is going to be revealed as early as possible, right? If not, they're going to ban out the natural counters. They're going to get rid of that glue very early on. If, assuming that NIP Flash are going to show their gold laner to pose a completely separate problem, trying to split their attention in the second phase.
There's a trap here that Twisted Minds might activate, which is to tell Twisted Minds, hey, the Moskov looks kind of good right now, right? And I feel like if ever NIP Flash decide to steal away the Moskov, that might be a trap, because that means Twisted Minds will end up with something with a little bit more high damage or a gold lane strategy that they haven't shown yet.
It's a tough call here. It's a really, really tough call. I think they want to, I feel like they should just hold on. Yeah, just hold on, chill for a little bit, go for the, natural counters in alpha, maintain that tempo, and keep them guessing about this flex and that high loss.
With this alpha pick here, it looks all the more like the Vanix show all over again.
Yeah. It is going to be like 4 Protect 1, huh?
Literally.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 tanky frontliners plus the alpha and then the Jushin, dishing out a little bit of damage. The Jushin will probably be their main source of magic damage. Well, the alpha already deals true, then they can just go for strong scaling physical. But if it looks good for Twisted Mind or for NIP Flash, if they don't have their gold laner yet by the last pick, they can go Harry.
I literally invented one.
Oh, they get rid of the chip on this time round.
Chip and Tig. They can ban the Chip and Tig.
You're right.
The Tigreal, yeah.
Get rid of both of those, and then you're starting to look. I'm thinking from the side of NIP Flash, whether or not priority is going to be important here. Because yes, high loss is able to kind of clear waves, but I would imagine that they probably want a better matchup for the EXP and focus more towards that gold side of the map. Because even when you are playing Beatrix, you do need to get that first item to at least force priority and then invade.
That's the beauty of them being on red. They don't have to show that yet. They can put the Beatrix on red 4, and then ask Twisted Minds, make my day. Go ahead. We'll win with red 5.
Alternative option, you pick your gold 4, pick a surprise roam as 5th.
Exactly, because you don't know where the highlights is going.
Yeah, still maximize the flex option. So taking away Vanix picks, remember the Granger is still an option here for NIP Flash if they want to.
Because even if Vanix ends up with a Moskov, that's still okay.
Yeah.
Actually, no, there's a lot of answers in the gold lane as of right now. I do feel like Coach Larry is probably thinking like, should I get rid of the Granger? That way I can guarantee that NIP Flash are not going to be playing like a hard chase composition. You can't run away from that.
Yeah, because you can play dive then suddenly. It's more dangerous than the Nathan who has to wait like 3 or 4 items.
Yep.
With the Granger, you're like, as long as I'm getting my stacks on time.
Yep.
There's a Chip and Tig.
Oh, if they want a strong team fighting centric composition, they can kind of risky, but a core trio of Carmilla, Jushin, and Alpha can distribute damage very well for early to mid team fights.
Ooh,
That's spreading it out.
Yeah, spreads it out well.
That spreads it out pretty nicely as well.
XP Carmilla.
A roam Carmilla paired with the Jushin.
Well, you can toss up.
Yeah, toss that up too.
I feel like at this point you don't want to show what your gold laner is supposed to be. I think at this stage it's either you lock in the Granger, show it early, or just maintain, show the double flex so that at least you're telling them, hey, mid lane priority can be fought for. It's going to come at attacks, but at least it gives you an opportunity, a chance to at least fight for it.
Your team is picking.
If NIP Flash don't go for the very obvious picks, if Twisted Minds aren't careful, they might find themselves on the tail end of a Melissa pick.
Oh, would Melissa work in this?
Or Ixia.
Or Ixa, any of those 2 surprise backliners.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just got rid of the good mage, range, and dive. I'm not so sure if, Coach Lyric and Coach Dali didn't want to open that can of worms.
Vengeance.
They still go for the Moskov. So they're forcing Twisted Minds. They go into the default idea that we set up as the very first plan A for NIP Flash. Take away the Moskov from Sano.
Yep.
Now, what does Sano play? He will be forced to play something different.
This one's kind of tough. Do you want the extra mobility? Are you thinking about like scaling? I mean, Irithel is still an option. It's not the worst into the Moskov at the very least, but looking at how NIP Flash are not really going to go, they're not going to go flank you at the very least. They want to go take you on head on.
Exorcist of the Shadow at your service.
That's a voice line that... Okay, Granger. All right. And got a gotcha. Good distribution, a good amount of magic. Okay, damage profiles are okay for Twisted Minds.
Man,
Not as good a draft as one, though. Game 1,
Yeah.
that was a better low-yi draft, in my opinion.
I agree, but at the same time, Twisted Minds have been kind of forced into this corner, right? They have to deal with this giant battering ram coming in from NIP Flash, and now the question is, what kind of ornaments do I want to put on the battering ram?
How big of an engine?
So this is going to be... They're going to decide on the flex. They can
just go glue at this point. They just need bodies to block.
Yeah, I feel like
Panics and keep going.
if they have a Roman EXP that can both pack Revitalize, would be very good for them considering they have a Jushin in the mid.
I think that'll be okay, but even so, I feel like... What?
Oh, I told y'all. I was feeling it at the very start of the series. Get Akihiro-san back on his signature jawhead.
I gotta give it to you.
JPL on the JH.
I like the drafts. I just hope this is going to be a very good game number 3. The winner goes to knockouts.
A single game between the knockout stage and the hellish finale of the Swiss stage in M6. Mirko, your thoughts?
I don't know. I honestly don't know, right? The Jawhead, it was a surprise. Was it a welcome one? Yeah, we definitely welcomed the Jawhead surprise from JPL. But it's going to get them the game. I was thinking, all right, with the Alpha, Jushin, and Moscow, maybe they need a bit of damage. So that kind of covers the grounds of the more damage that they need. Twisted Minds, though, they have a whole lot of ways to stop the Jawhead from doing what the Jawhead likes to do.
But they gotta figure which ways are gonna be the most effective here, because this is now a best-of-1 series. Winner moves on to the knockout stage. A loser moves on to the finale of the Swiss stage, where they will face the toughest opponent here in M6. It's gonna be Twisted Minds versus NIP Flash.
Welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. We started this as a best of 3, and it seems the best of 1 just always comes back, you know? Always comes back to hunt both of these teams. Cortese's got to be careful here on the Jushin. Yep, you can afford to actually take these trades early on the Jushin, especially if you go Brave Smite. But still, you got to put a lot of respect onto Cuffin and this Lo Yi. We saw how effective Cuffin was at just getting really good diversions to place the Roamer Troll into very select places, but also on top of that, Cuffin's just been great on getting the yin-yang reactions, and that's why we see him go for Lethal Ignition. I think, again, there's a lot of different emblems for mages to go for Lo Yi. Some go for Impure Rage, but this is, I think, the comfort for Cuffin, dealing more damage.
Yeah, and that's why we see Cuffin going for that penetration emblem as well. I think it's precisely because of this priority to damage and causing pressure in the mid lane that NIP Flash wants to ensure they're able to get mid lane priority, right? We are seeing a lot of mobility emblems being picked up on JPL, on Cortese, even a little bit on Diablo, because the more they can rotate, the more effectively they can play around a mid duo of Jawhead and Zusin, right? That is a lot of displacement that they can use to really mess with Twisted Minds. And based on what we've seen throughout this series, Twisted Minds is a team that likes to play a typical formation.
Ejector Flicker, Hades, Spear of Alpha Hoda, unable to go for the blink. Diablo gets the kill. Just stabs him with the spear or whatever the Hylos holds. NIP Flash, first blood, Turtle Prio.
Great information there gained by JPL, knowing that Hoda would be in that brush, and taking out the enemy jungler for the first turtle is excellent.
Troll knocked up at the ejector. The Glorious Pathway will lock him down. Troll should be dead again. It's the second kill in this game for Diablo on the horse.
If you personally ask me, a Zeus and Jawhead duo is one of Twisted Mind's worst nightmares. This is a lineup that wants that front to back, loves the 5-to-5 man-to-man team fight, and is very good at holding their position and counter-engaging. But if the opponent just throws one of your teammates to another country, it's very difficult for you to be able to respond, right? Visas take a lot of time. So because of that, NIP Flash are able to accelerate the engagement. They're going the opposite of what happened in Game 2.
Troll again caught. That's an ejector. This time it was with a unstoppable force. Great reads on the map by JPL. Man, Troll can't do anything. Every single time he gets tossed up to Hades, the guy who can actually shred him down.
We know that Gator Kacha is typically able to tank a lot of DPS in the early stages, especially with Revitalize, but that usually depends on him being able to create the engagements in the first place. And JPL is not giving him that space. Every single time he walks into a brush, he's now worried, is the Jawhead there?
Hey, this is a horse with 2 kills. Oh, re-engage Glorious Pathway. Hoda trying to go with the ultimate to dash away, but Man, you don't go for the horse, not now. Diablo's the one that's unkillable in this game.
Very strange decision by Twisted Minds. There is no way that duo of heroes can take down a Hylos in the first place, let alone even try to bait out the Revitalize. And you don't know where their backup is going to be. Troll is not able to open up the map. So you never know where Hades could be hiding either. There is no reason for Twisted Minds to be trying to force engagements right now. And that's actually kind of bad for them, because the more map pressure they give away to NIP Flash, the easier it's going to be for their opponents to actually accelerate the mid game and not allow Sano to pick up the stacks he needs on this Granger.
And, JPL, I think he spots that out. He knows there's a diversion coming in, but they just don't know where. Vanix gets caught! Diversion from the back. Troll gets the kill. Vanix is down. Pryo perhaps swifting, changing. Sanji bring it out. AOG to be cast up by the Spirit of Alpha now to be caught in the midst of it all. It's still going to be Troll probably revitalized, and Hades will be caught in it all. Still able to get in and slashing it down. JPL will fall. Hades caught in the Death Sonata. Sano gets a shot from downtown. That's a 2-for-1 special. Twisted Minds finally getting something on the board.
Yeah, Twisted Minds still a very, very good team at these straight up 5-5s. I think Cuffin in a bit of trouble here. Doesn't have mana left. Gonna be picked up a second time. And Curtizi finding a little bit of revenge in the mid lane. But that previous engagement, I think NIP Flash needed to back it off once they had lost Vanix. I don't know if there was a lack of communication, because like you mentioned, Mirko, right? JPL should have seen the diversion. There was no reason for Vanix to rotate so aggressively there without his team opening up the map for him first. And then after that, once they'd lost their element of surprise, this composition is a little less effective at breaking through Troll and Sanji.
Yeah, I wonder if that was actually, if JPL actually saw that, right? Because it might actually have been literally in the edge of the vision pocket. Maybe it was still out of vision. Because yeah, it was definitely weird that Vanix, if they knew, the Vanix walked up like that, but let's leave it at that. I think NIP Flash might not have gotten that information. Maybe JPL was just not close enough. Sano, though, very aggressive atomization, Sky Piercer. And a bit of a trivia right here for people out there, you know. If you guys are curious why and how JPL has been able to get these pickoffs and the instant executes over to whoever gets ejected is because of the extra physical defense shred that you get now. Hades forcing Spirit of Alpha defensively, gets stunned out again. That's Sonata in the Rhapsody. Sano, that's the first stack of the Sky Piercer right as he buys it. JPL with the conceal gets cancelled out. That might have been the second stack, but it's given over to Hoda, who needs a bit more gold in the mid-game. And the lead that NIP Flash built from the early game is gone.
Yeah, NIP Flash needs to chill a little bit. They were doing an excellent job initially. Diversion comes out again. Looks like they're actually able to stop Cuffin and Hoda from going through as well. But NIP Flash, like you mentioned, has lost their entire early game advantage. They are trying to force fights deep in the enemy jungle, which is fine, but they have to remember that the reason they've been able to snowball so much is because JPL and Curtizi have been picking people off. If you're pushing yourself into enemy territory without first separating their number, we see what happens, right? Twisted Minds is very good at counter-engaging, especially when they're all rotating together. You gotta work with a little bit more information if you're gonna be playing that aggressively.
Sano, back to the mid lane. Goes in for the shove. Up top, it's a fight. Hades gonna be caught now. Look at Revitalize coming down from both though. SOD to the back, finding it, but now Hoda gets out just barely. Sky Piercer from Curtizi to secure the double. Sanji versus 3 goes in front of pursuit over to Hades. That's a 3v1 that Sanji's currently actually doing well in. Sano kiting back Sanji. Lantern Flare on him, Curtizi. Caught in the bad spot, still able to escape, and somehow Diablo was able to save Hades in that team fight. He was literally 1 HP, and now he gets the turtle.
Of the Revitalize, there is a reason why this battle spell has been gaining so much pressure in the current meta. The ability to save people at the very end and even catch people off guard, right? It's because that healing is something you wouldn't typically expect. Diversion play, just to split off the bot lane. But I think by now, even our viewers are starting to get a sense of the dynamics between not just these lineups, but these two teams specifically. Twisted Mind wins the team fight if they're able to slow it down and play front to back with their full team around. While NIP Flash is going to win the fights if they're able to out-tempo their opponents and pick off 1 or 2 members before the full fight even begins. And in that previous situation, we saw Troll and Sanji maybe overcommit a little bit onto Hades. They would have gotten the kill if not for the Revitalize, so I don't blame them too much, but they do have to respect their opponent somewhat, right? Now that we are at this stage of the game, I honestly feel like the net worth lead NIP Flash has actually doesn't contribute all that much. It's actually still pretty even because we know how Granger can be once he actually has those stacks built up.
I agree, and that's exactly what Twisted Minds are doing right now. They're just giving all the waves over to Sano, making sure he gets enough room and enough resources to scale up to be that late game threat. And we can see the items here. 6.9k ahead of Vanex despite being 1,000 gold behind NIP Flash. He already has a Sky Piercer. He actually opted to go for the Hunter Strike and the Melphic Roar. So this is why you don't see a lot of the crazy burst that you see from the poke that we usually see from other Grangers. He's still building up to it. Now he's building up all the penetration. So once he does get, you know, maybe a BOD, some of the big chunky damage items, he'll start to hurt real bad. And you can already see he's on the way to it. That's a Legion Sword built up for both Suyo and Sano.
Double BOD timing is going to be a huge window for Twisted Minds because that is when you're going to start seeing heroes like the Jawhead and the Alpha fall off just slightly in terms of damage and pressure. The diversion for the flank, they will be scouted out here.
Good conceal. Hoda needs to time it perfectly, doesn't get the timing. Hoda chain CC, Spear of Alpha. That was perfectly done. Ejector to the stun of the Law and Order and the Spear of Alpha. Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there from Twisted Minds where we saw two members walk out and the rest wait for something to happen. But I think they made the right choice of just abandoning Hoda on the spot because I don't think that's a fight they're winning anymore.
Ejector again, Sanji gonna be caught, force a flicker out, Troll gonna be caught in the midst of it all as he pops in Revitalize. The SOD connected to back, Vanix going in, Coffin will fall! Vanix with a flicker! And he gets a double! Only Hoda left standing. That could have been a wipeout, but he respawns just in time. NIP Flash get everything they wanted.
Flashes of timing, windows of opportunity, flashes of brilliance. Scattered team fights are the Singaporean representatives' specialty. And Twisted Minds giving it over to them. A beautiful Spear of Destruction by Vanix to catch out the backline. Once the front had already been melted, there was no reason for Twisted Minds to be that far up when they had already lost Hoda earlier. A mistake in rotation, snowballing into a massive gap as NIP Flash have now built up a 5k net worth lead, and with the First Lord eager to open up the base of Twisted Minds.
I got to talk to Vanix the other day, you know, after getting the dub, I believe against, I forgot, the Moskov win. And he told me that the Moskov is just his comfort pick. So the fact that we are seeing him on the Moskov again, and the fact that it was kind of, you know, given to him, open to him, it's crazy, man. Vanix does incredible things on the Moskov. It's the safety of it in lane, just farming, and then waiting for that one moment in the late game to go for a glorious pathway. Now, from Diablo, JPL's Conceal going to be cancelled out. Troll acting as a front line. Sano going in. Hades. Spear of Alpha over to Coffin. A bit of peel with the SOD and the Lancer Flare again. Double Spear of Misery. Hoda stunned together, and Kurt will just take all of these kills with the Sky Piercer. It's a double. NIP Flash Spear of Alpha from Hades. Now with the Winter Crown, they're looking to slowly but surely dissect Twisted Minds. That's going to be JPL with Ejector coming down as well. Sano still able to kite away, but NIP Flash will continue their run, and they will make it to the knockout stage of the M6 World Championship.
That means that Twisted Minds will have one final opportunity to make it into the knockout stage. Beautifully played by NIP Flash. Respect given all around to their opponents. They know how strong Twisted Minds can be in the mid to late game. They know how strong Granger can be with scaling. So they're simply not gonna allow them to reach that point in time. Ending the game before the 12-minute mark and solidifying their dominance as yet another squadron making it to the M6 knockouts.
Beautifully played. The composure as well from game one losing to reverse sweeping Twisted Minds.
I think we'll let our panelists take over.
A rule of thumb I've learned from watching NIP Flash games throughout history: if the Emperor cannot get his Cho in a situation where it calls for it, JPL will go for that Jawhead. And they got the win, and NIP Flash are the third team to qualify for the knockout stages. Congratulations to NIP Flash, and of course, the Singapore region are probably very happy right now.
It's this play style and this depth of strategy and macro mechanics that you should be watching out for. They've gone, what, 8 seasons in? and their viewership is just rising. So if you enjoyed this matchup, all the more you should be tuning in to MPL SG.
They're very technical with the way they play the game, right? And that's why NIP Flash are currently on top of the world. At this point, now that they've qualified, at the very least, they can, take a step back, relax a little bit, and watch some of the other games and really prepare for what's up ahead. Because if Twisted Minds can figure them out in game number 1, I'm sure other teams are catching on to that scent.
In classic NIP Flash fashion, maybe not the cleanest way to start off a series, but then suddenly learning from their mistakes and, as Diablo mentioned in his quote about the Swiss stage, adaptation. They adapted very well to what Twisted Minds threw at them.
And they did not overthink. I like how clean Curtizi's ramp up into aggression was. Skypiercer, minute 4, minute 5, and the rest was just cinema.
Once again, now let's hear from the members of NIP Flash. If I heard it right, I think that's Hades and Curtizi alongside Rose. Let's see.
The third team in the M6 World Championship to advance to the knockout stages. NIP Flash from Singapore. And with me here we have Hades and Curtizi. Boys, how are you? Congratulations.
We feeling happy.
You're feeling happy? Kurt, how are you feeling?
Happy din po.
Also happy. Okay, now as we both know, you guys are imports. Now when you're an import, you're playing in another country, obviously there will be challenges. Let's start with Hades first. Hades, what is the biggest challenges you face as an import in Singapore?
I would say the food, because of course your comfort food will be the food in your own country, so it will be a big adjustment if you suddenly move out.
Yeah, speaking about the food, if I'm not mistaken, in a previous tournament, Curtizi, right? You only eat what? Chicken rice? So is that one of your biggest challenges?
What?
Food?
Apo.
Mahirap talaga?
Apo.
So what? Do you still just eat chicken rice now? Or do you eat the other stuff too?
Salted egg din po.
Salted egg. Okay, very Asian staple, but I hope you eat more food. Okay, let's start with you first. Now, who would you dedicate your current success to? Because we all know that you guys have been dominating the Singapore scene. Kanino mo i-dedicate yung success mo? Kasi alam naman natin na actually NIP Flash has been dominating in the Singapore scene din.
Sa pamilya ko po, kasi sa patuloy po nilang pagsusuporta sa akin.
Oh, you dedicate it to your family because of their continuous support. What about you, Hades?
Sa family ko rin po.
Family too? Okay, now Curtizi, we know that potentially you're gonna be another player if you win, okay? If you win M Series, this is gonna be your second world title. If you were to win, what would that mean for you?
Masaya po.
Just happy? What else? What else? Who would you dedicate that win to, or what attributed to your success?
Para mabili ko po yung mga bagay na gusto.
So you can buy the things you want to buy. You know what? I agree. With the prize pool money, you're going to go into the shop and you're like, you know what? Just take. Don't have to think. Okay, now, Hades, this win, you guys qualifying for the knockout stages, just made NIP Flash went from underdog to a straight-up contender. How does this feel like? Did you expect to actually make it to the knockout stages this early on?
Masaya po kasi parang nagbubunga na yung pagpra-practice namin. Tas siguro in-expect naman namin makalis ng Swiss stage. Tignan na natin kung makakapunta pa kami ng mas malayo sa playoffs.
He said that he feels really happy because he feels like the labor of their hard work is finally paying off. He does say
are taking is really intelligent as well, right? Get rid of the glue to make sure that you might have a winning matchup or maybe even force back. Oh my goodness, the crowd is going wild for Falcons to try and end this quick. But as I was saying, slow down the approach of these big playmakers from BTK's side. Play the tempo.
Will MOBA Zane get his Fredrin is one of the questions. And picking up the Vexana feels like their sort of soft answer to what could be a Fredrin pick in the making.
So far, I don't see any stoppers from Falcon. I was expecting for them to invest in the Aurora. Given how much there could be a potential assault onto Benny. Oh no, they end up with the Fredrin.
Yep. Signature for signature. Dare I say, might be a bit ego by Falcon?
I mean, both of these teams have big identities on their side. And I think, Falcons, the fact that they're making this hard read, again, you have the high loss, you know they want to play a traditional front to back. If they're going to play Fredrin as well, that mini Lord is going to do some work on top of having a fear. Disengage mechanics and ways to control the fight.
So there's the answer. There's the extra body to protect Benny. Who knows what Bruno could do to a Louis, even on their way out from the diversion. I'm pretty sure Superphrase has memories of Zia's stray ball hitting him from that distance.
Looking at the Phoveus pick, though, I kind of appreciate it for the fact that it might already turn off a potential Arlot pick for Fried Chicken, considering that, I mean, you're very familiar with this in MPL Philippines, that Phoveus has like a 90% win rate over an Arlot.
Mechanically just wins.
Yeah, mechanically just wins. It's not impossible, but it's a big possibility. And BTK, historically, when they have a high loss on their side, it goes into the hands of Shark. But of course, not turning off the idea that we might see something like his Gwyn pop up and the more unique roamer picks that he has in his arsenal.
Now, speaking of roamer picks, we're seeing that BTK on the second phase, both Cho and as well as Tigreal, been taken out. So that begs the question whether BTK might just go for another like big pick like Guinevere for Shark once more.
And I love the Guinevere if you're going into a Vexana and Bruno draft, because you can just find him. Shark can go the angle, coast to coast, and then flicker spatial migration into a big thump. So with that said, what can Kid X do? Because they're stretching out Kid X's hero pool here.
Priestess of Primal
I think they still have... Okay, they ban out the Edith. Unless BTK steal away the Gothard, I'm thinking that Falcons might have to dig a little bit deeper in their own pool. I don't see them trying to go for, like, you know, Assassin Styles, the Hellcurts, the Natalias in that support sector just yet.
Yeah, and everything that's anything in this current metagame has been picked, unless you go as deep as a Ruby.
Ooh, that's a good call as well.
Or an Arlet Roam, because again, you're expecting dudes to just come out of diversions. When you see that come in, Final Slash.
Let's see if that's what Falcon might consider. So, as we said, BTK, they're going for their comfort style, which is getting a lineup that are good with protecting one or protecting two main figures, while Falcon...
Oh my god.
That is a risky throwback, but Gideon, you like the Alpha and the Minotaur.
Because Falcons are saying, you want to play front to back, let's brawl. We are going all in on this. Everybody's ultimates. I mean, you're looking at BTK, based off of these four, they want to play a chase lineup here. And Falcons say, we can fight anywhere. As long as it's a choke point, Minotaur can do some work. We just need Alpha to buy us a little bit of time, if not the Phoveus.
Given the direction that our metagame has evolved, I think Minotaur might be a good stop. Minotaur might be a good checkpoint to how well these teams understand the fundamentals of the team fight.
Oh my god!
What a swerve! Fredrin possibly going into the EXP lane. Oh no, it's an old throwback! Joy XP!
It's EXP lane Joy. BTK still has her prizes.
M4 was the last time we saw this.
And we were saying the EXP lane might be the biggest factor to look out for.
They say that surprises are a type of joy.
Wow.
And I think BTK is giving that to us right now, Mirko.
Hey, the last time we saw the joy in the XP, it was at M4, and that event, man. Falcon and Falcon and the Valley were tied up for 5th and 6th place. So I guess we'll see who gets it. Who gets a knockout stage first? If it's going to be BTK Fried Chicken, this is literally the M4 throwback. It's Vengeance Joy XP.
Yup, the revenge match is up here. BTK wanting to take down Falcon Esports. But will the Burmese Sky Warriors emerge victorious against the bloodthirsty kings themselves? Let us find out as we jump into the land of Dawn.
I don't know if we're casting from Malaysia or Myanmar right now, man, because the Falcon fans in the building, they're going crazy. The Burmese in the building are going crazy.
They've been going crazy the whole time, even before the teams had walked up on stage. So you can really see the support being shown here for Falcon Esports. That should definitely play into their winning chances quite a bit. And of course, as per usual, guys, the M6 Pass is available from the 18th of November to the 29th of December. Make sure to complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free and get amazing rewards, including Claude's Battle Emote, Baxia's Battle Emote, special skin Baxia Dauntless Shield, as well as several other things like Claude's M6 exclusive skin, Challenger Spark.
Ooh. Or the Prime skin, man. My personal favorite from that pass is definitely the Prime skin, Cosmic Blaze. We haven't seen it just yet in the M6 Swiss stage. Maybe it's still just not the best pick to go for when there's a Granger, when there's Bruno. And on the note of the Bruno, this ain't a random Bruno. You know, this is Benny on the Bruno. I've spoken to multiple pro players. You can see the win already for Benny there, last hitting the gold crab. But speaking to a lot of different pro players, they all have like similar opinions for Bruno on Benny on Bruno. You do not give him the Bruno, because every time you do, especially if he gets to the item power spike, he was, to put it simply, he was carrying on the Bruno before the Bruno was busted.
Yep, so far, Benny has a 100% win rate on the Bruno this Swiss stage, so it is undoubtedly a signature. But you could say the same for the opposite side, right? MOBA Zane still 100% win rate on the Fredrin as well. A comfort pick that the BTK team will always go for, even if it's not necessarily the most meta. From what I've seen, it really allows them to tighten their gameplay, right? Because MOBA Zane is able to contribute to opening up the map and is able to go more aggressive with a bit more of a safety net.
See, the taunt coming down, Dax already very low. Fight Chicken gonna jump into the back line. MOBA Zane wins out the retreat battle. Minions Fury catches two, but Chicken electrifying beats onto Kid X. Royal Milk caught in the Brazers, Wrath forced back. Fight Chicken with a double kill, and BTK with the early dub.
BTK, this is the impact really of having MOBA Zane on this Fredrin. There, Benny.
Zia, just looking for the... Oh man, diversion, glorious pathway. Benny still surviving for a bit, but Hoon deals the final blow to take him down to the bottom lane.
There's a very different quality to BTK's aggression when MOBA Zane is on a hero like this. It lets them have that dual front line while enabling Fried Chicken to be more of a aggressive enabler in the EXP lane. So it leans a bit closer to the previous meta, but it is something that they are very practiced on and have mastered to a certain extent. However, we certainly cannot count out Falcon Esports. Their ability to scale and respond to aggression towards the mid-game phase needs to be respected. So for the team from NA right now, they want to try and expand this lead as much as possible to set up space for Zia to get these stacks on Granger.
And usually you would say, you know, with a lead like this is great, right? I mean, Falcon is good. It's going to be tough to come back, but Falcon have always been able to come back. Dax, Spear of Alpha defensively, the diversion was perfect from Hoon, and they get the collapse. It's just so coordinated by the Bloodthirsty Kings. PX7, good Terrify there to stop MOBA Zane from getting a pick. Probably Chicken. Off top in a 1v1, popping an electrifying beat, solo kill by Chicken! Is on a killing spree!
BTK are feeling themselves right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is a team that wants revenge for what the Burmese have put them through in previous international stages and wants to show the world that they are capable of easily making it into another M-Series knockout stage. You can tell that they are in their comfort zone, the connection, the communication, the timing.
Great Eternal Guard from PX7 there to stop whatever BTK was planning, but they still get the prio, and Zane's on the turtle.
Being able to secure this turtle would help a lot. BTK already on a 3K net worth lead. Falcon Esports, they need this one.
Minions Fury coming down. That's a retribution. Benny's the one who gets this shot. Going to be caught in the midst of it all. White Chicken jumps in with a diversion into the back. And now the electrifying beats will melt PX7. Zane falling down, but it's just Zane. That's Sonata 1 from Zia. That's a flicker from Zia. A Rhapsody, and Chicken will be dancing with the beats.
Ooh, Falcon Esports successfully securing the turtle by just dropping one by one to a relentless pursuit from the Bloodthirsty Kings. You can really see that there's a little bit of a personal vendetta here. They are really chasing them down, and there's a lot of confidence in their ability to achieve that. The Joy EXP lane, not something that we've seen in a long time, but actually a surprisingly effective position for the hero, since giving her vengeance allows her to be a much bigger threat, especially now that she no longer has that CC immunity that she started off with when she was introduced. You would think that Phoveus would be a bit more effective at dealing with a dash hero, but nowadays, with the revamp that has been added to him, it's actually more difficult for him to stay on top of White Chicken.
Revenge for Royal Milk, perhaps. Chicken low gets out. Barely there. Good calculation. The Bloodthirsty Kings, it's a bit off, right? I mean, usually when you see a Granger, especially with a Fredrin, you would think that they would play it front to back. But Bloodthirsty Kings are playing front to back with the frontliners not being as tanky as a normal front to back composition. They're playing the frontliners as divers. So with the aggression, they're able to get space for Zia to just shoot them down. I think that's a very unique way to play this front to back.
Yeah, frontliners as divers actually seems to be the traditional BTK style, right? That's the reason why MOBA Zane really enjoys these tankier junglers. It enables them to go for the same sort of aggressive stance that you can with a front to back, while also introducing the wild card in the EXP lane as a team fight engager. Because nowadays, we see a lot of heroes like Phoveus or Hylos who can start fights in the EXP lane, but not to the same extent as something like a Joy, for example, right?
Uh-oh. Zia gets a turret down below. Zane will just poke Royal Milk out. Zia's Detonata. That's one. Rhapsody as well. BTK corralling over the turtle.
Dangerous positioning. Fire Chicken in the back line.
Electrifying Beast, Glorious Pathway now to Minas Fury and Eternal Guard! 3 members knocked up, that's another knock-up onto 3, but it does not matter! Zia was free to just gun them down and he's looking for more. Dax is zoned away and BTK didn't lose a single member in that skirmish.
Yeah, unfortunately, in the current meta, we are seeing more classic tank heroes like the Minotaur not having as much of an effect as it used to compared to before. It's just not tanky enough after the more recent nerfs, the HP across the board, and Minotaur not really being that tanky in the first place. Bloodthirsty Kings are just basically surviving all of the initial engagements and then turning it around on Falcon once they've run out of cooldowns.
Now they're rotating up top. The siege from BTK continues. 3 turtles, a 7,000 gold lead at 7 minutes. So far, the Bloodthirsty Kings have been able to actually get Zia into a spot where he's literally just snowballing. And we know the Granger is already a threat, right? I mean, if you're not snowballing, if you're just equally trading and equally scaling with the Granger, stacking up is already going to be a big problem. But now that Zia's 3 kills ahead, and he has so much farm on his name, I wonder how many stacks he has, right? And if it's enough already to get to technically that mid-game, or sorry, late-game power spike for Zia, even though we're in the mid-game.
I don't think it's quite to the late game power spike yet, but he has definitely started to overcome the mid game power spike for Granger, right? So this is a very comfortable position for BTK to be in. Falcon does still have the Bruno, but hold on.
Good punishment of vengeance is right there. Fire Chicken will still be able to survive, and actually now gets Numbers Spear of Alpha, but Dax falls. It's a shutdown. Oh, Betty barely flickering out, almost getting caught by a very low Fredrins of Fraser's Wrath. Still though, 3 for 1. Chicken dies. It's a shutdown. But it's not enough to really get a dub here in terms of trades. And there we have it. 528 stacks at 8 minutes.
Yep, definitely past the mid-game power spike now. Zia in a very, very comfortable position. And we've already mentioned this beforehand, right? When you're up against a Bruno, your goal is to end the game before the 15-16 minute mark. BTK definitely on that track right now. In fact, it's a 9k goal lead in 9 minutes. 14 kills, only 2. Falcon Esports has a draft that's okay at scaling into the late game, but they're so behind at this point. It is going to take them a miracle to be able to turn things around against BTK, and they're just continuing the pressure!
A full crush connects! Will fall Chicken dancing in the back. Benny will be able to kite away. That's Sonata, not close enough. Royal Milk body blocking the shots from Zia. They get another kill over. It's Dax and Kid X for Fried Chicken.
Oh boy, we are seeing the reason why teams are respect banning this Fredrin.
Oh, Skypiercer.
Oh, yep, there it is. I really like this timing as well. We saw previously the Granger being played, I believe, by Twisted Minds, going for the Skypiercer very early on to try and build stacks, but this is a better timing where Zia is already in a position to be able to get those stacks easily. The first Lord pushing up top lane usually doesn't do all that much damage, but with the amount of advantage that BTK have under their belt right now, Falcon Esports, their counter engage is not bad, but they're simply not able to dish out enough damage to actually be a threat to BTK. They cannot even survive the initial burst, not to mention deal with MOBA Zane.
They were slow pushing up top. Oh my god, what a shot! Oh, who gets it with the lethal ignition? Zia constantly just poking him down. Dax in the mid lane, clearing out the wave. The Lord has dealt with one. Chicken trying to look for an angle. Now the Glorious Pathway is placed down. Royal Milk will be forced to flicker out. The Yin reaction ready. Dax still able to clear out the mini waves. Lord taken down up top. And Falcon half defended. But BTK with the first Lord are able to crack a base turret open, and they're looking for more in the mid lane.
Yeah, the higher your lead is with the First Lord, the more damage you can do, and even White Chicken being teleported in.
With a diversion, our Vengeance as well gets knocked out with a Minus Fury, and Chicken should die. Satan, though, in the midst of it all, still able to survive. Dashes out to safety, and Sia guns him down. One last Death Sonata earlier. 3-4-1 trade. Who looking for White Chicken? And now it's going to be Benny gunned down again. Sia with a Sky Piercer. 11 minutes, and BTK take game 1.
Living up to their name, BTK is bloodthirsty for revenge, and they run down Falcon Esports without a shred of mercy. They said they were out for vengeance. They said they were out for payback, and they're showing the world what that payback looks like. A very quick and easy domination using comfort heroes and a surprise Joy EXP lane. I think our panel will have a lot to say about this one, so let's throw it back over.
Falcon Esports look like they just straight up underestimated the power of BTK so far in M6, giving some of the best heroes that BTK has played with so far in this tournament. Dare I say, that draft from Falcon felt a little bit disrespectful. They overestimated their capabilities.
They took no heed to one of BTK's most powerful tools in the playbook, the collapse. No one collapses like BTK. No one does, especially when you put a Louis into Hoon's hands.
Oh, they rushed the glue.
Team is picking.
That is
And the Bruno.
That is odd. That is out of order, but it might just be the X factor.
But my
Play
faith will
Harvest.
always protect
They
me.
they acknowledge that there's not a lot of answers to this glue, and I mean BTK and Fried Chicken have shown how disruptive they can be with it.
Okay, I mean they're going to go with the soft counter in the Vexana one more time, just to kind of force priority with or without your support helping you out with concussive blast.
Yep. Necro keep heroes, whatever, same. Karamis Vex.
I am the apex of myth and machine.
All right, so they get the alpha locked in, which
Do they go Fred again? Fred 3?
why the heck not? I mean, they can just build again around that idea of playing for Bruno. And of course,
You should.
Captain Mega gets it back.
Okay, maybe the idea coming in from Falcons, true damage through the tank.
Yep, just burn him up, right? The Alpha does well. They still need more solutions. What, they throw a Lunox in the gold lane here?
Time and tide wait for no man. Team is
That would honestly that's a pretty interesting idea, but up against a Bruno, I think it scales too slow.
You just hunker down like I'm gonna have to survive the first 10 minutes.
as timeless
Falcon
as a
are
glacier's
running out of
heart.
options. They chose to prioritize the Vexana over the Beatrix.
What do they see in this Vexana?
Your team
We'll
is
find
ready.
out potentially in this game number 2. BTK takes away the Tigreal, and Falcon are slowly getting into the zone of getting out drafted again, not gonna lie.
We'll see in just a little bit, right? The second phase is where things are going to really shake up here, and I think that, BTK, really good ideas, getting rid of the Beatrix, make sure, okay, at least you can't stop us from running at you, and as well as the Tigreal.
Yep, it's a different beat, same destination. I'm with you, Renmar.
I'll take out the choke.
Wipe out all the injustice in the
Respect
world.
Hoon, respect Shark. Better than first phase here. Better than the first game.
If they're gonna show up a Shark Gwyn pick here, hopefully they can save it for last. Because if Falcon decide to go the route, I'm thinking in my head, and they just say, "Oh, let's go Harith," suddenly they'll get turned around by a Gwyn pick.
That could happen, but also, what if you pick up another tank shredder in the Edith?
For Falcon,
Yeah. Primal Wrath, throw it on mid, throw it in XP, whatever. You can switch it up with Hylos.
longer team fight, high loss. Yeah.
And then you still go 4-1. You put whatever on Benny.
Problem is, BTK can block that if they go Valentina now.
I mean, I suppose, but at the same time, we have to remember that Glue is still currently active for the EXP lane, and right now they don't have many answers to it other than the Vexana, so the laning phase might be a little hard, but BTK now looking to scale?
Okay.
Wow.
So, is this clear? Do you go Edith? Because there's no Valentina anymore. I was afraid they can go Red 5 Valentina.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, my worry for this is it might actually punish her a bit. Granger, they go
Granger Edith?
range. Falcon. Oh, the lineup of BTK is it's just solid already, even though we don't see the last pick. If they go full heavy front line, then Falcon, it might take them a while. If Falcon wins like 2 engagements early on, like a sure win, then that's like the best way. They snowball.
I mean, they don't necessarily even have to interact with BTK for the first two, at least for the first two turtles, but now they're gonna go CC just to try and win out that lane against the glue. It's an interesting take coming in from Falcons. I gotta give them that.
They might be answering solution. They might be bringing up solutions to problems that they see that we don't in the draft. Are they respecting this red 5 pick?
Could be. That's ahead.
Yes, it is.
Oh, a lineup that scales well from the mid game. If ever it doesn't go well in the early, it does late. Very well rounded. While for Falcon, maybe Royal Milk will have the CC performance of a lifetime. That's the wildcard X factor that I'm having a hard time reading right now. Mirko Staffa, let's go.
I do not know what's gonna happen here, ladies and gentlemen, but BTK not only getting the Fredrin once again, but also the Bruno and even the Cecilion. A bit of a switch up on the formula here, Mirko.
Oh, that is crazy stuff, you know. In game one, we saw a trade, the Fredrin, MOBA Fred for Benny Bruno. I think it was a pretty good trade, you know, even though it didn't work out. They could have adjusted more, but I guess they saw that the low Yi, the high lows was a bit more prio. But in return, you give away Bruno and Fredrin. We'll have to see, man.
We will have to see whether or not the Burmese Sky Warriors can dethrone the Kings with Bloodthirst at the forefront in the Land of Dawn. It's going to be game number 2. Falcon Esports on the blue side versus BTK on the red.
In game one, BTK quite literally clipped the wings of the Falcon. And for Falcon now, they gotta try to come back, man. They gotta try to equalize it on the board. 1-0 match point for BTK to qualify to the knockout stage. And you can already see how the Jawhead can work out, right? What's the weakness of the Fredrin in this meta? I would say it's clear speed. You pick up the Jawhead, and I don't know about the clear speed anymore, right? Like Shark on the concussive blast 2 on Jawhead. Crazy it's so good for leashing, man. MOBA Zane has already cleared up almost the entire jungle here and is actually matching up with Dax on the alpha.
Yeah, that Jawhead really provides a Fredrin with a lot of assistance in the jungle, and because nowadays you don't see quite as much jungle invasion at level 1 and 2 anymore, you're not really going to see anyone try and mess with the Jawhead, providing that leashing anyway too, right? So it provides a very effective way of helping speed up MOBA Zane against a jungler like the Alpha. We also see once again BTK going for a very mobility-based emblem setup, especially on Hoon, who is playing the Cecilion. This does mean that BTK not going to have the greatest mid lane burst potential, so having Shark on this Jawhead helps make up for that as well.
For Chicken 2, you can see on the glue, he's actually opted to go for the agility and the wilderness blessing. My guess is he knows he's going to lose out of this lane, so what he's going to do is just clear out the waves as fast as possible and then rotate to the team. Dax, ooh, wow, great sidestep. I don't know if that was intentional by Zane, but it was definitely flashy. Dodges away from the Spear of Alpha by just jiggling.
Yeah, actually really impressive movement by MOBA Zane there. Literally the moment he walked into that brush, saw a red health bar, just instantly walked out. Didn't even give Dax time to get that Spear of Alpha out. A catch there would have been huge and would have poked MOBA Zane down to the point where BTK couldn't secure the turtle easily, but now they are at full HP.
Ooh.
And they'll take control.
The pressure on PX7, slam, pass, the Eternal Guard forced on him. Split, bring him back all the way. Shark finds first blood, the Appraiser's Wrath will bonk on Dax. Zane still alive, and Royal Milk is there with the yo-yos. White Chicken with a split again. It's a 2 for 2 at the end of the day for Falcon, and I think it's a win for Falcon.
Yeah, I think that is indeed going to be a win for Falcon here. It looked really good for BTKs to start off. There was actually some impressive microplay, especially... Benny.
Rhapsody, one last shot. Zia still wants to stay for minions. Benny's waiting on the last Death Sonata. Not able to get it in time.
Yeah, no demonic energy, but Dax securing the turtle.
Great turtle take. It'll be traded with Kid X, and Zane takes the kill. Kill for turtle. Dax still have an XP lead. But Zane walks up. They're just going to steal that camp away. And Shark, I believe. No, it's Zane. Was it Shark? Was it Zane who got it? I think it was Shark.
Yeah, I think so as well. But we can definitely see the impact that the Sicilian mid is having on BTK, right? They're still trying to play as aggressively as before, but without a mid laner that's able to match up to that pressure, they are lacking just a little bit of DPS to really finish off Falcon in some of these extended skirmishes, right? Royal Milk being able to survive in that previous turtle fight was what allowed Falcon to be able to turn things around, because BTK already lost most of their consistent sources of DPS. So right now, Falcon does still hold on that goal lead because they were able to secure the objectives a bit more consistently away from their opponents thus far. However, Bruno Sicilian is a lineup that has been able to turn around late games for multiple teams here in the M6 Swiss stage. So a similar condition is going to be put on Falcon in this game that BTK had in game 1. End the game by the 15-16 minute mark, or you will have problems.
You see the unstoppable force there from Shark over to the Eternal Guard, I believe, maybe trying to escape from a possible follow-up from Falcon Esports. But for BTK, I agree with you, yeah. With the Sicilian, with the Bruno, they can really just play it slow. And for Falcon, with the first turtle, they gotta try to play it fast. They gotta try to fix the tempo to their speed. They don't want to let Hoon continuously just stack up, and they definitely do not want Zia on the Bruno to farm up, right? In game number 1, it was a good way from BTK to actually stop Benny by just constantly ganking and putting pressure onto towards the Bruno. This game, I think we don't see as much attention from Falcon Esports up top, but Benny's doing a good job alone at shutting down Zia.
When you're playing with a Bruno on your side, there's this subconscious expectation that he'll be able to hold his lane by himself and win it out pretty safely. Not to mention, BTK can't really give up too much of their mid pressure to try and gank him. And because of that, Benny is able to use the extended range of the Granger to poke out Zia in lane and start building up stacks. You can see too, they just have more pressure.
Eternal Guard coming in. Oh, great retribution from Dax. Right as he goes into the Spirit of Alpha to stun MOBA Zane. Now he's going to be caught. Royal Milk with the chase. That's a flicker from Shark. Ejector not ready. The Smart Missiles will come through and Chicken actually gets away. Benny is waiting for the last shot perhaps of the Death Sonata, but will not be able to get it in time and will instead just shove in the wave up top. Shark trying to stop that steal, that invade from happening, but I believe Falcon should be able to just take it away even despite that ejector.
Yeah, this is exactly what Falcon Esports needs to be doing right now. They have a composition that is way better towards that early to mid-game scaling. They just have more DPS and more burst overall, so they gotta run them down. They gotta take more map control, take more structures to try and end the game early.
No Purify on PX7. Smart Missiles. Oh, great Terrified. Mo was able to Appraiser's Wrap. PX7 trying to go for a little bit of a dodge there. Oh! Zane still gets it with the enhanced attack. I thought he missed the skill 1. Concealed from Shark. Zane will sacrifice himself. Walking up, but Shark will fall too. The sacrifice failed. And that's another kill over. Benny is angry.
Yeah, you can see that anger right now from Falcon Esports slowly building up on that goal lead. And I'm sure the fans are very happy to see this. Falcon is happy to see this because this is what their lineup is built for. Granger is a snowball hero. He farms well, he scales evenly, but the more advantage you can give him, the more of a threat he's going to be, especially once he hits that Sky Piercer timing. So Falcon Esports knows that they cannot afford to let this game prolong for too far. They have heroes that will drop off in effectiveness the later the game goes. And we've already seen in the past that Granger, although very good at opening up the map and picking people off, is not actually that good at taking structures, especially the Crystal, since he's based more around skill spam than auto attacks, right? So it'll become harder to push into the base the later the game goes for them.
Great Purify from PX7. Dax with the respect as well, just uses the Spear of Alpha instantly there. Doesn't want to take any chances. Benny stealing the purple buff away. Taking it away, and now, oh, Royal Milk. Oh, that damage! Royal Milk has just soloed MOBA Zane. It was a bit of help from Dax, but that was a statement. That was a declaration of war from Falcon.
The CC pick, very effective for Falcon Esports, and not just for winning out against tankier EXP laners, but for being the bane of heroes like Brethren, and the crowd is chanting!
Eternal Guard into Dax's spear! Chicken gunned down by Benny with a Death Sonata! And now it is all Falcon Esports. Yes.
Falcon Esports are sinking their talons into the bloodthirsty Kings, and the atmosphere is electrically charged by the Burmese fans as they are witnessing their team go head-to-head. Right now, 5K gold lead, 8 minutes in. Falcon still has plenty of time to continue piling on the pressure and ending the game before Zia and Hoon have a chance to come on a line. But the Bruno and Cecilion so far have not been killed once in this game. The next target for Falcon Esports is to stifle their farming, and then the game should go very easily into their hands.
We saw Benny on the Bruno, 100% win rate in game 1, destroyed. Now we're seeing possibly MOBA Fredrin, 100% taken away by Falcon. That would definitely be poetic, right? BTK taking away the 100% from Benny, and then Falcon returning the favor just in game number 2. And you could just see in the draft, we were talking about it, criticizing, Fredrin, Bruno, leaving it both to BTK. It was a risky move, but they played their cards well. They knew how to deal with it. The CC pick turns out to be the way to do it. And with the CC here being so free in the team fights, they decided to go Flicker. Now, they don't even need the extra sustain from the Vengeance, doesn't even need the extra sustain from, or maybe just even the mobility from Sprint. It's all about the Flickers, just blinking in, getting damage, and then getting out.
Yeah, no reason to have to go Vengeance here, right? This CC was specifically picked towards the end of the draft, and by that time, Falcon Esports had already seen most of the DPS options that BTK had, especially the Sicilian mid lane, right? Because of that, they just don't have to worry about Royal Milk being bursted down very much. It's better to go for extra maneuverability so that they can chase BTK down and disrupt their very tight frontline potential. A Lord has now been secured for Falcon Esports, and the timing is closing for BTK. The chants of the fans in the audience signaling the potential death toll of the American representatives.
This is crazy how loud the fans are. It's phenomenal. MY, I thought MY stands for Malaysia, man. Honestly, game 2 here is making me really feel like I'm in Myanmar. That's a Sea Halberd, War Axe. Oh, Benny's built. Benny's ready for a fight, for a real brawl.
Not even going for the Sky Piercer, actually, just straight up building into damage so that Benny is able to melt down frontliners like MOBA Zane and White Chicken as well. And we can see that it's being very, very effective. A 4K goal lead between the goal laners. Lord pushing in. It's only the first. BTK still has their holy defense, but how well can they hold?
Royal Milk Zone in the back with the curtain calm. Putting Hoon together with White Chicken. Mobazane gets ejected back. That's a retribution from Mobazane. Only onto the minion waves. The Lord will be able to get the first base turret in the mid lane. BTK dealing with the rest of the waves. Falcon Esports with the first Lord. A base turret take is already crazy value, but they're not happy with just one. They're setting up the waves for another siege.
Falcon Esports are well aware that the next Lord is probably the last chance they can get to really push in and end before Hoon starts building up genuine stacks. The Death Sonata is doing a lot of poke damage.
Kidex zoning them in the back. Mobazane isolated. Curtain call. Oh, Kidex brought back into the Fountain Shark. Flickering back. White Chicken with a slam pass, but Royal Milk dodges away from it. Benny mounted up. Back again. Sia together with Hoon finds the kill. A 2-for-1 trade. But Falcon Esports, they got the 2 base turrets, and they are happy with that now. With that trade, they back away.
Falcon Esports are still in a very, very comfortable position, but the next Lord is basically their time limit for ending the game. Bloodthirsty Kings being able to find some pickoffs there, and even giving Zia and Hoon their first kills of the game respectively is going to help them start building up that potential they need to start holding on to the base defense, right? They're very good at counter-engaging against sieges. Hoon, we can see, already has those 200 stacks on the Sicilian.
That's pretty low, right?
It's still a bit low, actually, yes. So Falcon actually may have more time than we expected.
They have a lot of time. We were talking about maybe, 14-minute onwards that the power spike might hit, but seeing how behind Hoon is on stacks, I feel like even 14 minutes is not really going to cut it, right? Like,
yeah.
Falcon actually have a lot of time now to play. They can keep calm, play it slow, and they've gotten 2 base turrets, right? That fight for BTK, it was good for them. They got a few kills, but it was still way better for Falcon Esports. That was the far lane base turret taken away, and it'll just be an auto advantage for Falcon as they set up for the enhanced Lord in the 12th minute of the game. Benny already securing the endless battle.
That is Benny's final item as well until he decides to replace his shoes. So this Granger has reached the peak of his DPS potential. The 15-16 minute mark, the second Lord we talked about, is usually about the time when Bruno becomes a problem. But looking at the stacks that Hoon has, the Sicilian hasn't quite reached that point either. So Falcon still has a bigger window to play with than expected. They will be able to get this Lord without too much problem. 7k gold lead still in their hands. And a marksman that is quite capable of outranging the Sicilian. Bloodthirsty Kings, not too sure if they have the lineup to be able to hold a base defense here, especially with Falcon effectively pushing and sinking every wave on the map.
It's looking bleak for the defense of BTK. For Falcon, they're going to spread their wings now. In the siege they go. Kidex with the glorious pathway. Hoon going to be chunked as well. Ejector coming out. Hoon very low. Flickering out to safety. Kidex is covered Sanguine Claws, but now in the back line as well. Royal Milk, Winter Crown, Spear of Alpha from Dax. CSC able to cut away as he flickers out to safety. Benny low. Check out the split. MOBA Zane kited again as Hoon constantly goes into a bad impact. The base wide open. Benny trying to go for it right now. The Lord is there. The Winter Crown's his spot as well. They're trying to target it down. Benny will slay MOBA Zane. Sia is next to the chopping block. And Benny will go for the base to equalize it. And we're getting a game number 3.
Despite their best efforts, BTK not able to hold the crystal up, and the Burmese Sky Warriors making sure that they stick to their target. They are the predators in the land of Dawn, eyeing their opponents, making sure that there is no chance for them to reach the scaling necessary to counteract. Yet again, we are going to a full series where a single game will determine which team moves on into the M6 knockout stages. As usual, let's throw it back to our panel to tell us what happened in this game.
The X Factor pick for Falcon Esports comes in big. Royal Milk on that CC, and Falcon Esports has forced game number 3. That was fun. I love that. That was great.
Banger confirmed.
Banger confirmed.
We were looking for Falcon Esports' playstyle. We were looking for their signature approach, and here they presented to us a solution that none of us were expecting.
I didn't expect it for sure. I think a lot of it came down to just hard execution from their side, but they're just showing BTK, hey, if you can snowball on us, we can do the exact same thing back at you. If not, maybe a slightly tad bit better, especially against the Fredrin. I gotta give Royal Milk big star for him. A+ performance on that CC. But not only that, PX7 decided to step up, and Benny now showing that his Granger, he's got the footsies. He knows his spacing.
Yeah. Now I understand the Vexana. Now I understand how game after game, PX7 just says, give me the Vexana.
Yeah, game number 1, they were overwhelmed. Game number 2, when things were a little bit closer, you see just how good the Vexana for PX7 is. Officially now, Falcon Esports has delivered the very first loss of BTK's Fredrin in M6. Going into this game, MOBA Zane was 4-0. Falcon Esports are the 1-4-1.
I mean, look at these items, man. A lot of it just comes down to how ahead can you find your side laners. And in this case, Royal Milk did a good job because not only did he chunk out Flight at level 1, from that point onwards, once he got both the Brute Force Breastplate on top of that War Axe, even Zane, who didn't find that initial snowball, and a lot of collapses coming out specifically from Falcon, maybe it was just this high loss pick that really stopped them in the first place. You can't disengage from it, you can't walk away from it.
Yeah, Kid X, Dax, Royal Milk, it looked like they both, and even the Eternal Guard of the Vexana, all did a great job of messing up the backline of BTK. Where, of course, when you have White Chicken going forward, MOBA Zane as well, Shark, Hoon, and Zia, if they have all the room in the world, they will deal all the damage in the world. But Falcon nipped it in the bud, and they stopped that every single time. Benny, also, we got to see him in lane show us a fact of current MLBB, where after level 4, majority of Grangers should defeat Bruno in lane once they both hit that level 4 mark, and that's exactly what Benny did.
And that puts BTK in such an interesting spot. Falcon Esports did what we asked of them to do pre-game. They compromised mid, forced Shark on the Jawhead, forced Hoon onto the Sicilian, and that allowed for Falcon to move a little more freely, compromise those side lanes, again, win with the Granger in the side, up until at least the Bruno gets the inevitable power spikes, and again, Royal Milk's silent MVP performance. I'm gonna tell you now, if he doesn't get the MVP, he gets my nod.
I have to agree with that as well. I think, the biggest mistake coming in from BTK's side is, hey, you need to make a decision on which lane you want to win. As much as you have a lot of faith in Zia, his builds in terms of emblems alone, if you wanted to win lane even, or at least try to win it pre-level 4, you look for Master Assassin. But he respects it because Zia did the exact same thing to Benny in game number 1. So I think at that point, BTK needed to make a choice because right now, based on what we've seen in this game, Shark on this Jawhead after that first turtle, null and void.
And it's that choice that Falcon Esports forced BTK to make. Actually, counterintuitive, there's no good choices for BTK to make, especially in the small frame of time that they were working with. As early as, 10, 11 minutes, Falcon were already knocking into BTK's base. And with that, they've unlocked a playstyle we haven't seen from Falcon in all of M6 yet. I'm gonna call it the Burmese Python playstyle. They used the Hylos to lay down a back line from BTK to not cross over. KidX was very good at doing that. And then suddenly you would see Royal Milk crossing over, forcing BTK to back off, and that compromises that strong backline that BTK has. Everything else just follows. That's just what made the defense hard for BTK, because underneath turrets, this Burmese Python playstyle really doesn't shine as much because you have turrets hitting you. But once that final push came in, that final siege, they figured that out with the right tempo and bursting down what was...
They're gonna have to pick their poison.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to pick their poison, and I think as long as it doesn't have some form of way to keep up with the rest of the team, because you've already got the glorious pathway, that's gonna be the extra movement speed is gonna help you kind of close that distance, but at the same time doesn't have self-peel, and that's something that was missing from the previous game when Hoon was on that Sicilian. There's an optimal distance that you want to be at.
Finally, Falcons get their hand on KidX's signature pick. The Tigreal was banned with a vengeance in game 1.
Ooh, okay.
And 2.
Since he got it, very good. But now I'm starting to remember my old question. I think a Valentina and an Aurora ban might actually be okay. It might not be too greedy considering that you have a Tig and a Phoveus.
For sure the Valentina.
Yeah.
Your team is
Maybe both.
Yeah, they might just lean into both, depending on the next bans here for BTK. Because giving a Tig ult to the BTK's lineup now might be equally terrifying. If Falcon don't have to worry about a Valentina, they might actually just be able to run away with this.
There's also the possibility of... we haven't seen the jungler come out from the side of Falcons just yet, and I think it's a really good idea to kind of hold back on what it is, just so that you could find an angle to punish the mid laners now that you're already pinching it, right? And I think in BTK, straightforward, get rid of the Beatrix, get rid of... probably also get rid of the Bruno while you're at it, right?
But 75%, it's looking like an alpha once again. Call it now.
Alpha, Tig, Vex, at one point, 2.5 months ago, we would say that's an ultimate winning combo. You already win the early to mid.
Yep. But here in M6, here in this current patch, things are not so simple. There's the Cho. They're still continuing to attack Shark here. So that does leave the Valentina open.
Are they not worried? So they're probably going to overload them with ults at this point, right? It's Alpha plus X, and I would only imagine that if they could get their hands on Beatrix, they would. But since it's banned out, does that mean they need self-peel for their marksman, who's going to get outranged anyway by the Detonata? Because I think even at least with the Moskov, the Spirit Despair, Hylos is coming at me, I can at least push you back, and if, Mobazane happens to be standing behind you, I don't mind the extra bit of time.
They're asking for the Bruno.
That's true. But whatever the jungle needs to be, they just really have to make sure that he'll get his Bruno. It has to be a strong 4-man team fight. I know they're just gonna go for a full 5-man team fight. Valentina wide open and would be the perfect pick right now. Unless they've cooked up something that will give more difficulty to this Tigreal and this Phoveus.
After what happened in game 2, would you still glue?
I don't know. I think at least the matchup into Phoveus is like a lot better compared to CC at a bare minimum.
Yeah. Alright, they both leave the lane about the same time. You're still worrying about the same threats from mid.
At least you'll be healthy when you leave the lane.
Yep.
That's a really tough one.
Yeah. Again, we did post a question, the XP lane pick. If it's Arlott though, I might be skeptical. But I think it needs to be active.
It's a Joy again!
Okay, they go back to the Joy for White Chicken, and there's the Valentina, as we said, for Hoon. It's lineup of BTK. Did Falcon prepare for a last pick to counter it all.
Is this the venom we're looking for, the poison? Because Burmese pythons are non-venomous.
Yeah.
They take down their prey with sheer force, brute force. Is that what we're looking for? Is that the alpha?
Well, he does pack on a brute force breastplate sometimes.
That he does.
He does come in packing as
But
well.
that's spelled out. There's no sense of urgency nor an element of surprise if this is indeed the alpha.
Yeah.
They just have to play good.
They just, I honestly think that both teams are just going to have to play good. I think they're trying to, you know, especially from Falcon's side, replay game number 1, except better, less mistakes. Oh, no alpha, Suyo.
The switch up.
All right, a little bit more mobile, a little bit more chances of being able to flank. They don't have the something along the likes of the CC, so it might fall into the hands of Dax to break the formation. Game number 3, it's Falcon and BTK.
A single best of 1 now separates both these teams from moving on to the knockouts or having to face off in the final day of the M6 Swiss stages. My name is once again Staffa, joined by Mirko to bring you game 3 of a very intense series.
Oh man. Again, it's back to a best of 1. Falcon Esports with the draft. This is technically, this is very similar to how they were able to win the MM qualifiers, right? The Bruno on Benny, and man, KidX on that signature Tigreal. We'll see if they can do it. Reverse sweeping BTK just like we saw in match 1. It was a reverse sweep.
But these two teams have both elected to go back to the basics, the all reliable, the pocket picks, the comfort strategies, but only one will emerge victorious. Will Falcons replicate their success during MSC, or will the bloodthirsty Kings finally claim the vengeance they've been eager for since then?
We'll have to see. BTK back on almost just game 1 all over again, right? The only difference here being Hoon on the Valentina, not the Loyi. For this game, the Valentina, I was pretty surprised. I think the panel was also pretty surprised that we didn't see the Valentina banned out, considering they already have a Tigreal. Hoon might actually want to go for the Valentina to steal away the implosion. That's a retry. I believe Dax was able to get it. Yes, he was. KidX, though, will be chunked quite a bit, but he should be happy with that trade.
Yeah, under normal circumstances, you would probably want to ban the Valentina, especially with Tigreal on your side, so you don't have to deal with like counter implosions. But getting rid of that Cho, I think, did have a little bit higher priority for Falcon Esports, just to make sure that BTK doesn't have a hero that's able to separate their front lines, right? So far, BTK has shown that they're very effective at playing more scattered team fights, so they don't want to give initiators that can create those situations for them. In terms of emblem setups as well, we are seeing things go back to a bit more of a standard style, but a heavy emphasis on damage for the Falcon Esports side with that Master Assassin on Benny, as well as the penetration emblem for PX7 and Royal Milk.
He knows without the Loyi, he's actually, without the Loyi on the hands of Hoon, he will be in the lane much more just 1v1 against Zia. So that's why this time he goes for the Master Assassin, no longer the tenacity I believe that we saw from game number 1. I think it's a good decision. PX7 already sent up top to get level 4 quickly to shove in the waves, but MOBA Zayn is doing a good job of just holding the turtle away from Dax. Will reset it and will not give the full control over to Falcon Esports.
We have to note, Suyo was very, very popular for a time because it was impossible to out-retry him. That health threshold has been nerfed, but Shark
will take a bit of damage. Fried Chicken jumps in though, electrifying beats over to Dax. Not enough damage to actually zone anyone away. KidX flickering in front, getting the implosion. Who doing the same, but it's only going to catch on to 2 members as Pick 7 pops an Eternal Guard. And now it's Zayn still sustaining. Royal Milk going inside, trying to go for the in front of Pursuit, finding Shark again. In front of Pursuit should be ready. Jumps in one more time. Shark gets the stun down. MOBA Zayn is trying desperately to keep him alive as Dax gets the turtle, and that's first blood over to Royal Milk. MOBA Zayn going to be shoved again, still able to dash away. Royal Milk goes in front of Pursuit. Chicken walking up with a vengeance, going on to Dax, but look at the displacement from Royal Milk. Infernal Pursuit. Now it's MOBA Zayn that's going to be caught. Infernal Pursuit one more time. Zayn able to kite away. Sia joins in the team and picks up a double.
Ooh, it's personal between these two teams here. An extended fight around the turtle and then extended into the purple buff. It's really hard to say which team actually came out on top in that one because it did end up being very, very scrappy.
One more ball. Benny gets the kill, punishing Zia for rotating. You stay in my lane.
Falcon Esports now starting to recognize the habits of BTK a little bit more and understanding that this is not an opponent that you can give map control over to. It is time to take your foot off of the brake pedal. It is go. You have a Tigreal Vexana mid duo. It is so good at countering rotations. As long as you're able to keep track of where BTK is, Falcon Esports can stop them from being able to regroup at any point in the game.
That was a good hold by Shark, though. It could have been way more punishable by Benny had Shark not held the wave. But luckily for Zia, he gets the 2 kills, gets taken out still, but he's able to actually still get the XP and gold from the minion waves. Chicken up top, this is a different story this time around. Royal Milk actually just getting the lane advantage, and Dax, this is the reason Suyo is still really good. Despite the nerfs onto Soul Sever, you still deal a lot of damage with all your other skills. And to heroes, it wasn't really nerfed, it was only the objective damage.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of utility, this hero, still, because of the number of skills he has available in his arsenal. The Hunter Strike already completed. Dax should be able to start rotating around along with Kid X and PX7 to really dish out burst damage. And that's going to be good, right? Falcon Esports, the more advantage they can get, the slower they can force the BTK members into playing. And when they have a Granger on their side, they're really trying to upscale that mid-game momentum.
Hoon has Eternal Guard, will be poked down by Penny. Implosion from Kid X onto 2 Dax, finding the Retribution onto him. MOBA jumping in the back line, so will Chicken with the electrifying beats. Not able to push out some damage though. Zia trying to cut away, but Royal Milk is dismantling the back line of BTK. Dax with the Soul Sever slashes. Hoon will be able to escape. Dax go for the stun. Hoon barely getting out, but Falcon Esports got the dub everywhere in that fight.
The Burmese Falcons showing us how it's done right now. They've recognized their opponents. They know how they play. They know how they operate. They are punishing BTK for very tight front lines, playing around Mobazane on this Fredrin. The Tigreal has always been a concern for BTK's exact style of gameplay, which is why they have been banning it out consistently against a player like Kid X, but it slipped through the cracks this time. And you can see how effective he is being with that timing. He's not using it to force battles. He knows that BTK, they've got those trigger fingers, you know, they're gonna want to start things themselves, and that is when he can jump on them and strike.
Falcon Esports, this is a very different Falcon Esports from game 1, despite the same draft almost from BTK. Benny is not 0-2 on the Bruno. He's 1-0. He is scaling up to be a monster. Already almost Berserker's Fury at the 6-minute mark will be given the space by Kid X to get the turret up top. Level 9, a level ahead of Zia already. And we know how lethal Benny on the Bruno can be. Zia will be able to get a trade down below though, but as we were talking about, Benny gets that Berserker's Fury.
Berserker's Fury, 2 items completed in 6.5 minutes. This is a huge problem now for BTK. We already know Bruno, he accelerates the game, right? You want to end it before... Hold on.
Check in with a vengeance, able to cut away for now. Kid X will be chain CC, and Hoon gets a pick off.
BTK really needing to find some sort of punish there. The ideal would have been a kill on Benny, but removing Kid X for another 10 seconds is actually great timing because the turtle has just come up. This will allow BTK the more comfortably positioned, but look at Benny's damage already.
Ridiculous damage. Royal Milk going in. Benny put some damage down onto Shark again, and Falcon Esports, they were able to buy enough time. Kid X is spawned back in the game. White Chicken looking for the back line, will be going on the big 7 with electrifying beast. MOBA chain sees him. Dax gets the turtle though. BTK still caught in the fight. That's a pure fight from Zia. Kid X finds an implosion. 2 members caught in the implosion. Zane brought back again, and that will be Zane trying to run away, but you cannot run away from the infernal pursuit. Benny continues with the siege, and it is a win by Falcon Esports again.
With the talons of a falcon and the eyes of a hawk, the Burmese representatives with their eye on the prize the entire time. Fried Chicken in the backline does not matter. Losing PX7 just a trifle because they get the turtle and they're able to surround BTK immediately. They have way more punishing power over time.
Check in with a vengeance. Benny assassinated in the back. Kid X dealt with as well. A bit of an overstay from Falcon Esports, overextending to get the orange buff, and they will be punished for it.
We have to note, White Chicken's still going to be a threat to Benny as long as he's not minding his position. And in that case, they were definitely pushed up a little bit too far. Not really respecting BTK after their previous battle wins. Even a flicker now forced out from Royal Milk. Falcon, they still have the gold lead. They still have the tower advantage. And Benny is farming well, but that kill is going to stifle that speed a little bit and give BTK a bit more breathing room.
Man, you forget about it. You just... When you see a lot of these fights go in Falcon Esports' way, you completely forget the damage that Chicken can do when he's on Vengeance and electrifying beats to a marksman. And I guess we were reminded of that. Benny won't make the same mistake twice. Dax, though, however, will try to ensure that that mistake doesn't happen twice. If he's able to poke down Zia and the rest of the members constantly with the arrows, yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, we have to note, White Chicken focusing on PX7 and Benny in most of these fights, it means that Dax is actually going by unchecked a lot of the time, right? The frontliners of BTK are not actually too well equipped for handling Asuyo with his max HP damage, and because of that, he's actually able to whittle down Shark and MOBA Zane quite efficiently.
Oh, man.
Even Zia having a hard time finding safe positioning, especially since Benny just completed that Malefic gun.
Oh, that's painful. And the thing is, that was literally just Dax with Royal Milk skill 2. That's it. No Curse Blast, no Benny with the footballs there. I don't know. If Benny gets a crit plus the combo earlier, could they have gotten Zia? Would that have been enough damage to take him down?
I think it actually would have been, right? Since he just finished Malefic gun right before that.
You see that damage onto minions? Benny's online.
Honestly, the more items a Bruno builds up, the heavier his balls become, I feel like. That's basically what's occurring with Bruno as he gets more farm. It goes up to like bowling balls, then to cannonballs. I don't really know what the ultimate is because you usually don't live that long anyway. But Falcon Esports are now playing the slow game, trying to bait BTK out of safety so that they can get a better opportunity for Benny to start melting them down.
Good poke, Royal Milk stunned up again. MOBA Zane trying to put the poke connects. Going with the implosion, but only onto MOBA Zane. The Eternal Guard comes in as well. That's going to be Who potting some damage. MOBA Zane taken down. White Chicken looking for the fight. Will be stunned. CC. White Chicken will fall. Royal Milk gets the Shark is burning down. But he survives. Free Lord to Falcon Esports. There is absolutely no chance for the Bloodthirsty Kings to contest.
Of the implosion only caught MOBA Zane. But when you're in a Lord dance, the enemy jungler is always going to be the best target you can go for regardless. And there is no way he is surviving both Dax and Benny when they are disfarmed up. And then after that, being able to land the Blade Surge in the middle of the electrifying beats to catch out White Chicken, Falcon Esports have come to play, and they are showing BTK why they are still to be feared. A 5k net worth lead now. We can see Benny even picking up that Rose Gold Meteor BOD completed by Dax. If you thought that they were at their power spikes before, you haven't seen anything yet.
And you can see the respect from Benny, right? That Rose Gold Meteor already. Zia is not dealing enough damage to actually threaten anyone just yet from Falcon Esports. He needs to find the... He needs to thread the needle. He needs to get onto PX7. It's been hard doing it, but somehow they get him. What was in? Leave it a taunt over to Royal Milk. Milk doesn't have to flicker, but is... They can't go for the punish. Oh, Worldy. That's the bounce. Taking almost half HP, and Falcon will go for the base turret. That is base turret number 1 in the mid lane, falling down. It's tier 2 dealt with by Dax in the bottom. All while we're talking about it. Zia going for that Sonata over to PX7. Hoon trying to push out some damage again on the Kid X, but the base turret will fall again. Royal Milk walking up. Glorious pathway from Shark. Looking for a moment, but will not be able to find it. Dax in the mid lane will just blink away, and Falcon Esports have dealt with the far lane base turret for the next Lord.
So far, we could see that Falcons, everything is going exactly to plan. BTK, I like the discipline they showed earlier, and it's clear they're keeping track of the flicker timing on Kid X as well, because they were willing to group up to melt down the Lord without worrying about that potential flicker implosion combo. So it's very important that they know the timing on this battle spell, because it has been their undoing in almost every single fight. But we have reached the stage of the game where if you are not ending against a Bruno, you are in a lot of trouble. And BTK are in a position, are nowhere close to that situation. They are the ones being threatened. Benny is almost maxed out on items. Dax is still a consistent threat, and they're having difficulty even breaking through Royal Milk in the first place. They're not able to find the angle they need, and Falcon Esports knows it.
GetX finds the implosion. Instant vengeance from White Chicken. Benny will be caught in the bad situation. BX7 gets the Eternal Guard down, and that will take him down. Dax gets a 3-man stun. It's the kite back now as Shark pops in to revitalize. No Chicken. Benny. That damage now Windtalker 2 for Benny. Dax gets the Melfic Roar. 15 seconds for the Lord, and Chicken will not respawn in time. Falcon might just blitz this enhanced Lord.
It is the perfect opening for them. And even if they decide, hey, we don't want to end this right now, they have plenty of time. They scale so well into the late game with a Bruno and a Vexana. BTK are they're relying on Zia and maybe White Chicken being able to find the angle right now, but what can they even do here?
They're very low, but it's not low enough to actually threaten anyone. And you could see the crazy zoning from Kid X just standing there menacingly, stopping Zane. You shall not pass.
It may be a kid, but he is a terrifying one right now. As BTK, there is no way for them to break through. The only ideal situation is somehow Shark slows them down when they overcommit, and then White Chicken goes in and melts their backline. There is no other way to disrupt Falcon Esports. Their lineup is honest, it's simple, but it works, and they have the right options, and they're gonna try and end this right now.
They'll get the bottom lane base turret. Kid X still with the immortality already. MOBA Zane looking for a bit of damage, looking to go for the taunt. White Chicken will go in with a vengeance and the electrifying beats onto the minion waves and onto the Lord. Kid X getting the implosion down! Gets it! A big implosion, not enough to take anyone down though. No one was there to follow it up. Shark looking for the play, trying to bait out the minion waves. Zia still kiting. It was one ball over. Benny looking for the crit. Over to Shark. One last one. He finds it. That's a double. Now Chicken caught in the midst of it all. The shove from Kid X will bring him back. Dax is unstoppable. Falcon fly high. Benny gets a triple on the Bruno. And they recall on the Bloodthirsty King's corpses as they qualify to the knockout stages.
They may be falcons, but they are embodying the spirit of vultures as they circle their prey from above, just waiting for that final stroke to come. Falcon Esports denies BTK and claims yet another spot, moving on into the top 8, the knockout stages of M6.
Falcon Esports with a reverse sweep again. 2 matches, 2 reverse sweeps.
Let's go ahead and throw it back to the panel. I'm sure they'll have a lot to tell us because this was a great one.
Me and Mark can now confidently say they are a top 8 team as they make it to the knockouts, taking BTK in 3. Congratulations to Falcon Esports. What a game! And now they have made the best strategy of BTK bleed back to back with their own comfort. Turns out Vexana was the answer all along.
We had to question it, and they had.
Now, Team Spirit has shown that One Shot is a very reliable Fanny. Interesting that the 2 iconic heroes that so far with these are actually, well, they chose to counter the Fanny, as we know. So, well, One Shot even admitted that he did also surprise with the Fanny. He played a lot of it during training and in ranked games, and I just never played it in any tournament before this because it wasn't in the meta. Interesting that last thing he said there, Leo.
The best fan he's ever seen is Kyle Teasy, M5 world champion from Falcons AP Brand. Kyle Teasy almost took down MSC as well, so One Shot was watching.
And it makes sense. Who's his coach again? All right, one of the coaches of M5 World Championship winning jungler Kyle Teasy, Coach Friend.
It must have been a crazy experience for them, right? In the EECA, they're looking for a coach. Vren steps up and it's like, I'll do it.
That is the equivalent of a young boxer picking up Freddie Roach. Like, I'm the next Manny Pacquiao. I'm the next Manny.
Oh, God. I mean, I'm excited for this matchup because I think the draft is going to be so interesting from both sides. One wants to instigate fights, but we've seen so many unique picks coming in from Team Spirit that has some great ideas behind it. There's always a method to the madness, as they say.
And let's see what madness we'll see from this draft. A part of me is thinking that maybe Team Spirit might hold back a little bit on the little bit more local picks.
Yeah.
But now I feel like CFU might actually bring in one maybe in the midder XP as something unique that we haven't seen or don't usually see.
Watch out, the Hylos and the Cho is still open. So that's a big trade that we should be watching out for. What will they let through?
Honestly, it's hard to read where these drafts are going, especially with a meta so expansive. And again, really benefits teams who have a clear personality and identity coming into these games, right? With strong win conditions and a clear path to victory, teams need to simplify it down. They don't want to have too many tools.
Yeah.
Sometimes too many tools could cost you the game.
Yeah, to add to that idea of simplified, actually, Team Spirit, it's not that they're not versatile, but it seems like they are keen on very specific strategies. They've only played 10 unique heroes in 3 games.
Everyone chose me to
And little fun fact for Hiko. Hiko and Aaron Shiki remain the only gold laners yet to play Bruno in the M6 Swiss stage. So if ever we see Team Spirit whip out a Bruno, although knowing CFU in Cambodia, they'll probably take it as one of their first 2 picks here. That'll be the first time we'll see it.
Here we go.
Oh no, yeah, there they take it.
Yeah, you called it on the dot, right? We expect the Bruno. I'm also expecting the Cho coming out from the side of CFU. I mean, there's no reason not to. It's just good in pretty much any kind of composition. You need pick-off, Cho's the guy.
It's OP's pick. It's undefeated.
Detective refused to tell me if that was Opie's favorite hero.
Oh, he didn't want to say it?
No, Opie's just like, is that one of his favorite heroes? I asked him face to face, like, can't say.
Oh, look at that mind games.
So let's just assume it's yes, right?
Yeah.
If they pick it here.
I mean, 6 more seconds to make sure that they make this decision here and now, unless they want to provide another answer in high loss.
weapon.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Wait.
whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa.
That's not normal.
That is not even a prio, but I do know that Detective has this as a pocket pick, but not to pick it so early. Not in the first phase, not in Red 1 and 2.
Okay, this just means that CFU is down to brawl. They are down to get their hands in the mud against Team Spirit. Because again, the Julian into the Suyo matchup is extremely unique, right? Julian is capable of fighting pretty much every 8 seconds, every 7 seconds, just to make sure once you hit level 3, we gotta brawl, we gotta skirmish. If we don't get that lead early and I don't get that level lead, Suyo is eventually going to do more.
All right, draft currently still continuing. Maybe that is a surprise pick. I mean, we were talking about surprise picks, either mid in the XP, but it looks like that's going to be a Julian in the jungle. Let's see how it's going to be moving forward. Team Spirit has already now picked the Beatrix and the Glue, interestingly enough.
All right, Hiko Mania seems to be in full swing. Looking to go 100% in the 3rd outing with Hiko. Folks, we need to confirm what exactly happened with that Julian pick.
We will get information down the line. We'll see whether or not this Julian pick was actually meant to be or not to be at this point, and how they're going to manage it is going to be a completely separate question.
It's an unexpected debut suddenly.
It really is. Unless they were trying to hold it for like a little bit later down the line, they were just hovering. It's like, by the way, this is what we want to do. I don't want to read into it too much. For all we know, all intents and purposes, it could be a full reset.
Yep. Right now we see our hard-working marshals at it right now, discussing with the players from both sides, both active, talking to the side of Team Spirit and for CFU Gaming as well. And we're going to be seeing if this draft will continue as it is, as picks are coming up. That's an aim on the side of CFU Gaming, and as this draft is going on, it really seems like we might see a draft reset in our hands, folks. So thank you for your patience, but of course, thank you as well to our marshals for showing up and helping us out here.
Fast responders, our very first responders, our first line of defense for anything that happens on the stage here at M6 and IOI City Mall. But I gotta think about this for a moment, right? We've seen a lot of teams go for the Suyo first pick opening. I'm assuming that at least first pick is probably verified at this point.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that it's a strong opener? Personally, for me, I feel like any power picks at this stage, other than quote-unquote the Bruno, has been kind of lackluster.
Yeah, especially from the last one, I'm a little bit more okay with Suyo popping up as a first pick, even though there has been this trend of teams forgoing it. But then I think it boils down more to is your jungler a hella good Suyo that is worthy enough as a first pick? If the answer is yes, then it's a great first pick.
Suyo actually shows up more often in a prio pick on red. Almost twice as much. On record, it's 8 times in blue, 16 times in red because it's more easy to make up for that sudden commitment to the jungle when you have another power pick to go for. But yeah, I understand where Gideon's coming from. Blue Yo isn't as strong as it should be or as it used to be when Suyo was new, but with the way One Shot was playing on that Fanny and how maybe Team Spirit wants to be more flexible being on blue, I understand.
I think why not, right? I feel like blue side, especially with the first picks, usually I'm very much for, hey, your openers are extremely important in this draft, and especially when it comes down to the first 3 bans, because it gives you a direction that you want to eventually lead into. But now it's starting to feel like a honey trap that people keep sticking their hands into and can't pull up back out.
Yeah, but so far it should have succeeded, right? Like, I mean, just looking back at like the FNOP one, that succeeded.
Falcon,
that succeeded as well.
I'll tell you what, compare it to the high loss overall, because I feel like at least with the high loss, it is a rock, it is solid, and most of the time, if you want to double back on what your comp wants to do, high loss is okay with it in comparison to Suyo.
Yeah, I feel like some of the questions right now popping up from the coaches to their players are, all right, any of you, if we roam, you guys feel like playing high loss today? Can we play something else? Can we just get the Suyo out first? And like, I don't want to just stand around, bring down a carpet, and use Revitalize.
and that's when the high loss doesn't even get banned. But in this case, again, assuming that everything was fine and dandy up until that Julian pick, CFU did ban the high loss. So what have been open left was Agatot. Would you have done that? Would you have
you're not gonna rush Gatot.
Exactly. So Blue Yo makes more sense than, you know, first pick Gatot.
All right, I can get behind that. I can kind of get behind that because Cho was also open as well.
First pick Cho, but again, knowing Sawa, knowing the Godfather, you know, you'd rather play in the second phase.
But I think for Team Spirit, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't their Cho more of a Kid Bomba EXP lane pick actually?
Usually.
They can flex, they can flex.
Oh, they can flex it. It's also something Sawa.
Sawa can.
I wouldn't put it past Sawo, to be honest. I feel like Team Spirit is more reactive in the way that they kind of draft overall until they've got like a very clear win condition. Like we've seen them first pick Granger before, right? And clearly they had an idea of what they wanted to do from that point onwards.
All right, a little fun fact coming up on your screen right now. I think it's going to be that guessing game that we do sometimes. All right, who is the most banned hero in the history of M series? I'm just going to say it's Cho. It's probably Cho, right? Because he's been read out for all M series.
We're approaching maybe Matilda or Eve. Because as far back as M2, I remember Matilda being on the chopping block already.
I'm trying to see a commonality, right? How far are we really wanting to go back? Because I think that there is an argument. There is an argument for even some of the M1 heroes. Harith, for an example, has been throughout M history, been around.
Okay. So, one hero. You first, Gideon.
I'm going to guess the Harith. I got to double down on it.
Leo?
I'll say Matilda.
I'll say Cho. We're gonna go with Cho. So who is it? Type down in the comment section before we pop it up because it's about to pop up. What's your answer? The most banned hero in the history of M series is 1-1.
She's a relatively new hero. And she hasn't seen much bans in this World Championship. Maybe M4 and M5 may have skewed the stats.
Maybe even in M3.
Was it?
I'm throwing back to Singapore, and in my head I'm like, I don't really see much 1-1 bans there.
I mean, it's been a while. I was thinking like arguably even Beatrix. I know Mirko was definitely happy for this one. He was already hands up, crucifix style. Let me show you what I got.
Wow.
What is that?
That's a shocker for me, honestly.
Same. Interesting stat. What was that? 236 times?
Yeah, so it can't...
That's a lot of games.
Yeah, it can't be just from one M series. I feel like not even two will be able to encapsulate 200 plus bans. That means across multiple M series, at least 3.
So minimum starting M3.
Yeah.
So she racked it up in started to rack it up in M3. A lot in M4 and 5.
Oh yeah. Wait. Now that I think about it, is it because of the formats that have changed throughout the years of the M series that we got to see so many of those games?
That's M4 did not have any eliminations, so possibly. There were a lot of games then.
Oh yeah, that's true. The M4 schedule was packed. I'm trying to look at like the most banned heroes from the M3 World Championship. 1-1 isn't even in the top here. How? Why
so
did
it's
one
not
get
M3.
so many bans?
It's M4 onward.
I mean, no. I mean, the
ridiculous.
meta probably wasn't that scuffed, right? If not, Fanny probably should have been part of the mix.
M4. We're talking about Benny Cutie here.
That's true.
We're talking about the MVP of M4.
Talking about the CWs. We're talking about the Chewes.
That we are. We're talking about the Super Marcos from
Okay.
M5.
M4 93 band.
See? There it is.
Okay, yeah, so it's starting M4. Interesting.
Where did the 130-something picks go?
His
get
daughter's,
banned in every
daughter's
game of
nickname was
M5?
1-1.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
true. Okay, it was during his peak. Let's look at M5. She was banned 112 times in M5.
See, so 4 and 5 were the culprits.
That's so crazy to
There it
think
is,
that
there
the
it is.
culmination of 4 and 5 was enough to push her over the edge compared to like back in 3, 2, and even 1.
With over half a decade of esports history, yeah.
That's so nuts.
Single-handedly, this hero.
Yeah, and Nolan had 150 bans during M5. Fun fact. Who, by the way, Nolan we don't see as much anymore. It seems like the
Homie dipped.
Yeah, the one big time burst is a risk not a lot of teams are willing to take anymore.
Yeah. Bro is playing second fiddle to even Fredrin.
Yeah, hopefully he finally went back in time to take care of Layla properly.
Hey,
No, that's deep cut.
his life decision allowed for us to have a great mascot.
I bet his last name is Mysterio. Horrible
Last name
father.
missing.
Horrible father.
Absent, another nickname to go by. Look, honestly, that really bugs me so much.
Why are you so mad at the 1-1 getting the most bans?
I legitimately am, because I feel like I'm mixing up my data with even like when we're talking not only M series but even MSC alongside it.
Yeah, a part of you thought, wait, so are we counting MSCs too?
Yeah.
How did it get to 200 plus?
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
No, it's honestly just M4, the insane amount of bans in M5, and even the 10 from M6. Adds to that, she is the most banned.
Yeah, she does see quite a few second phase bans here.
Yeah.
6.
She does, but only I do feel like she's not as busted as she used to be before.
Yeah. I mean, you can clearly tell like some of the conditions to bring in 1-1. If it's a slow front to back, you have 2 tanky frontliners, you bring up the 1-1. But then, as we saw with Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus BTK, the 1-1 is now also countered by the Iruthel.
Yep.
In lane can run away with it.
Which means you gotta watch out for the burst.
Yeah.
So you want a good front line and you want no burst. So that's how you get rid of the 1-1.
All right. So, folks, we are just going to go off for a quick moment. We are fixing everything right now to make sure their competitors are set. Again, this is CFU Gaming versus Team Spirit. But before anything else, we have a special video prepared for you. Watch this.
Nice video, bro. Hello. How are you?
Dream Team Alliance rules. No self-voting. You cannot vote for yourself, and all pairings must be agreed upon by everyone. 1 player per team. Only 1 player can be selected from each team. Role consistency. Players must stay in their assigned roles. Team name and justification. Name your Alliance Dream Team and explain the reasoning behind your selections.
I think this is the first time I've met both of you, right? Yeah. English.
I know he already, Skyhook, top jungle. How about you, T?
Top jungle.
You is God in Godland. For real.
You trash talk mainstream.
You, because you jago sangat lah. Your gameplay is good game ini.
Okay. Question. I think not have question, but you need to take back what you say before.
About what?
About Malaysia.
Easy server?
Yeah.
No, still.
Still easy server.
Who you want to take in jungle? Maybe take King Kong in jungle, so now take Super Marco.
I want to choose Skeldra because Skeldra the individual mechanic is good.
He's probably the best of the rest.
I don't like Nets.
Why?
Because he's so noob.
For a gold lane, we choose Skeldra.
I don't like all player because he's cannot champion in my country.
Okay, I think we need to discuss 3 player, right?
Yeah.
We need to choose 1 player to go out. Kick the player first. Okay, Babazin go first because you choose my teammate, right? Okay.
I think he's the strongest here.
So you
strongest on the table right now. I think I beg to disagree. I like Yums more. I think Yums is more good than Zorn.
I want to kick Yums lah.
Kick Yums?
Yeah.
I agree.
You agree?
Yep.
How about you?
I think I want to kick Zorn.
So our vote is kick Yums first. So we need to put out Yums. Sorry dia makai. I don't want Zon because Zon is my teammate, right?
Yeah.
Because Zon for me only.
I think it's also the same for me. Like,
Yo,
Your team is
teams are sticking to the course so far.
You thought for a moment, maybe, was this going to be dishonorable? Obviously not. Both teams keeping up and holding up their honor in this game, and there we go.
The Cho!
That's what I was expecting, the Bruno as well as the Cho.
Opie.
Is
that a song?
No, it's just confirming that Opie is a fan of the Cho. It's just...
All right. Now, you know what? Let's push it. Opie gets his Cho. Team Spirit will rush to the Beatrix. Hiko has undefeated with this pick, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Going for 3 for 3, yep.
Yeah, in 2 games. And Glue.
The Bomba Glue.
Whoa, Glue really is just back, isn't he?
Because I feel like Glue at this point, nothing really counters him unless you throw it in a different role. Nobody beats him in that lane until you start showing that Vex or maybe even a Farmis. But that's why I think that TS is doing a really good job. And even in our previous matchup, right? When you do see that early Glue, getting that Beatrix to say, hey, if you decide to go for the hard counter in Farmis, we're not going to let you get any value with Netherrealm.
Farmis has been soft banished from the metagame. Even when you feel like we have room, just teams don't. And now, the jungler for CFU come through. This is Detective's Joy.
All right, well, so we've seen slightly similar matchups in the previous series between BTK and Falcon. I thought CFU, you actually mentioned one of the mages I had my eyes on, the Vexana. I thought they would have taken a page out of the Burmese playbook and then pick up the Vexana third. But, well, what we've seen from Joy is that it gives you a strong option for playing the macro game. And look at the respect on the Godfather. On Sawa, they banned the Bele.
Interesting. They're going to force you to play something atypical here, but even from Team Spirit's side, really great stuff. Banning out the soft counters as well. Get rid of that Vexana. That way we can try and bulldoze our way through while they're trying to go for that dive backline.
Yeah. Seems like CFU with Cho and Joy, I'm leaning towards they're going to be playing a little bit of the tricky macro, invading in some areas, pulling away attention, and then stealing away resources from the Suyo. Sort of like a mix between NIP Flash and Fnatic Onyx Philippines, how they play.
Yep, throwing it back to their instinctual play style, the primal approach, the team fighting that Kamai teams are known for. There goes the Gatot, again, just one of the few more orthodox choices when you're thinking about jungler, rather roamers to put in. Again, when you're cutting through a lineup, what more you want between a Glue and a Gatot? Gatot out of the picture. What else is left for the Godfather?
I mean, there are... I mean, Tigreal is definitely one of those, like, deterrents that they could eventually pick up against CFU. But at this point, right, I'm trying to figure out how do you enable this Beatrix? Where are you going to find that, you know, that natural combo of single target lockdown, if not big team fight ult, and then wombo combo?
So would they even consider going something along like Kaja or Franco as the roamer, if that's the case?
That'll make me a little nervous, but I feel that's more of like the CFU's style rather than the TS style.
It's possible that Wadu picks up the Cho, yeah. Just to double down on power picks and deny him. But no, I think you gotta go for more AoE. Team Spirit needs to go AoE.
Okay, let's see if they'll get that area of effect.
And of course, what goes into Sunset Lover's hands? I don't think there's enough cleanup in Sawa alone. In Suyo alone in the hands of One Shot.
It's tough to say. I think at this point we're just lacking the direction, right? We've got the single target lockdown. We have ways to kind of snowball this out of control for the side of CFU, but we're missing that pillar. I think that Aurora could go perfectly fine blind, but they're gonna go Phoveus instead. They don't mind playing into the bad matchup into Glue.
All right, so we're gonna have a tanky frontline in the Phoveus. You have the Cho, their mid laner.
They could go. They could go for a way to disengage even.
Do they go Valentina?
There's something that Mirko showed me here. He's suggesting an Odette. For which team? Team Spirit.
No,
nope, it's just the Valentina.
All right, it wouldn't. That'd be kind of crazy.
Hold it.
Yeah, okay. Leo calling the Valentina there.
And what goes into the hands of Sawa?
It can't be Kaja.
Tig.
Franco.
I'd rather the Tigreal.
Tigreal, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's super safe.
Or JH.
Go back to your grip.
No, it's a Tigreal.
Right. Great calls there. The last 2 picks, Leo. Last one for CFU.
They need a mid.
Good thing they pick the Valentina. At this point, you can just default into Aurora so you get some crowd control.
I mean, we'll see what it's going to be, right? It's not, Whoa! Because at this point, you're looking to kind of stop your opponents. They're playing into bad matchups anyways. I'm more into the Team Spirit lineup right now. It's so honest.
it's the one win for CFU, right? Lane to lane.
Yeah. But then they're also giving another realm to the Valentina. So many trade-offs. Mirko, Staffa, let's go.
Let's go indeed. One final best of 3 series for today. One final slot in this round of the Swiss stage to go straight through to the knockout and avoid the dreaded 2-2 bracket.
Oh, 2-2 bracket is literally going to be hell, right? Especially after seeing the 1-2 bracket, how that unfolds tomorrow. But man, after seeing the Faramis, Phoveus, and Joy, man, Spirit have Vren. Vren was the guy who introduced the Odette, so I just had a feeling like maybe he would be crazy enough to go for the Odette. Fortunately, we don't get to see it, but Valentina take, yeah, a lot of CC.
I like the idea, but regardless, this is gonna be a series between the dragons, the masters of the mountains and skies, versus the sharks, who master the oceans and are eager to drown their opponents in a massive tidal wave. In game number 1, we've got Team Spirit on the blue side versus CFU on the red.
And the Faramis pick by Z. Man, I mean, is it gonna pass against the Valentina is my question.
Yeah, like giving away the Netherrealm is a scary thing and something that Team Spirit would have already considered going into it. Just like you guys should consider the M6 Pass, currently available from the 18th of November to the 29th of December. Complete all the active tasks to reach level 75 for free while these teams are brawling.
Sawo gonna jump down, flickering out to safety. Detective almost going in one shot. Wants to go for the last hit there, unable to get it. OP failing the shampoo. Wadu's gonna be caught in the bad spot now. Has the vengeance too. Goes in as a last ditch effort. First blood picked up. C gonna be caught. Bomba going in, forcing out the Purify and picking up first blood.
One thing we have to note is that on paper, Team Spirit is the much more aggressive team. And we can already see that in the first minute of the game, getting a very early first blood. CFU, they can do aggression, but are definitely a slower start, right? They play for lane priority. They want to get a little bit of power spike going. But Team Spirit is not going to let that happen, right? They're just going to up the ante from the beginning because this is a team that will dominate games as long as they have a lead at the beginning.
You could definitely say that, man. Spirit are really, really good when it comes to just utilizing the early snowball. CFU, I agree with what you said as well, man. CFU, they take a while to get going in the game. It almost feels like the first few minutes is a warm-up to them. They get rolling, and then once the engine gets hot enough, they will be able to go in for some crazy fights. Sawo doing a good job here, actually just zoning Detective. I don't really think Detective wants to go for the kill anyways, and they can't really contest for the neutral objective against a Glue up against Phoveus, who just lost out on level 4 earlier after dying, and it's a Suyo compared to a Joy, right? So, first turtle conceded away. Good choice by CFU Gaming.
Yeah, CFU knows that they don't really have map priority right now. The only lane that they can really say that is straight up winning is going to be Sing on that gold lane with the Bruno versus Beatrix. And even then it is a little bit 50-50, especially since we know that personality-wise, Sing isn't usually the type of gold laner that wants to go and straight up win the 1v1 in lane, right? He's more of a controlled style, wants to play for that spike, and then group up with the team whenever he can, as compared to Hiko, who will definitely try to win that lane if possible, giving Team Spirit more space.
Stun into the implosion. Good Netherrealm coming down. Detective walking up as well. Kid Bomba. Slam, pass. OP with the G Kundo. Just a bit of damage back and forth from CFU and Spirit. They will not commit. Sunset Lover still holding on to the Netherrealm too. Was unnecessary to use it. Great poke from One Shot. OP will be zoned away, and One Shot will be able to get this camp in the enemy jungle.
I think Faramis definitely is a hero that works well for CFU's playstyle in general, for slowing down team fights and just generally avoiding too much aggression before they're actually ready to go for the 5v5s. Unfortunately, they did end up picking it into a Valentina, and Sunset Lover definitely going to be wanting to use that in a more aggressive way. We can already see the mid lane and map rotation priority that Team Spirit is gaining, and I feel like the longer CFU allows this to continue, the less space they're going to have to really start farming up on Detective and Sing, right? We're already seeing them having to share the same half of the map.
The tempo that Team Spirit get, they're just so smart at utilizing the tempo every single time. They get so much control over the map. CFU trying to get that prio back right now, but unfortunately for them, TS just have so much more tempo. Bomba, immobilization, the stun, OP forced to flicker out. Bomba going into the slam, pass. One last slam should do it. But he will have to respect it. Now brought back to the team. Has to pop in his split, but no. The Netherrealm comes in right in time. The two-man stun. Another Netherrealm from Z. Bomba to split at the last possible second, but will not be able to survive. Sawo caught again. Infernal Pursuit from Wadu. One last shot should take Sawo down. One shot trying to fend off Detective. Getting the kill. 2 for 0 trade here around Turtle 2 and CFU. This time should be the ones to take it for free.
Very nicely played there by CFU Gaming. They dragged out the fight so long that it started to reach a tempo that they're more comfortable with, knowing that they still have access to that Netherrealm since Sunset Lover used it early on.
Sing might be going for the kill. No, he has the Purify. He can't flicker out if he did go for the dive, but hey, you're saying about that 1v1. Sing's currently winning. One shot's waiting in the bushes. Okay, Sing reads it out.
This is good, this is good. We know that traditionally Sing has been a little more passive as a gold laner, but I think that he's actually developed quite a bit ever since coming to the M6 stage, right? We are actually seeing him try to play more aggressive, get that lane priority. Heck, he even got the 1v1 win against Nets when they were playing against Team Vamos. So it shows development in the player, which I think is very, very important, right? This is a meta that rewards aggression, and controlled aggression reigns supreme if you're able to play with a certain degree of confidence in your rotations in the early game.
OP gonna go and G-Kundo over to Sawo. Cancel the conceal. Bomba still in the midst of it all. Still trying to use a slam here, but will be poked down so low. Spirit have ways to disengage though, and Bomba will just regen back up again. Gold Crab for Sing.
We can see now CFU now shifting to their traditional style of playing around the gold lane, right? They want to scale up Sing as much as possible, though. Wadu also taking a lot of damage. Kid Bomba and Wadu being the frontliners mainly for their team here to open up space and see if they can find the necessary angles.
High-level stuff, man, from both these teams, just trading on the map constantly. One shot getting the invade here should be ahead of Detective by quite a bit now. But both teams, I mean, for CFU they have a 400 gold lead, but it doesn't really feel like a big gold lead, or doesn't really feel significant enough for both teams. They're literally just waiting for the next neutral objective before they decide to look for the fights, and it's all about tempo then. It's all about prio. One big fight will happen around Turtle 3, maybe Lord 1. Maybe they still want to just trade it out. Sing in the bottom lane. Can he get one last shot onto it? No, unfortunately not. The tier 1 will stay alive.
CFU gonna continue controlling Turtle. Sing was able to get the tower eventually.
Hiko caught on the bad spot. The implosion comes down, but Sing's able to purify out of it. Electrifying beats, one shot. Able to escape for a bit. Detective walks up. Netherrealm saves him, but no. Hiko gets the last shot down. He bursts passion onto all of them as Kid Bomba tries to buy him some time with the split. Purify from Z to cancel out the bring back here. Opie way the dragon, but there's no follow-up. Bomba versus C. Sing with the balls. Bomba dying, and Sing takes the killing spree for himself.
CFU Gaming are doing a very good job of basically delaying the fights against Team Spirit, right? They know they're against a more aggressive team that wants to make things happen. And because of that, they're slowing it down while still appropriately responding and making sure to maintain their battle lines. Because of this, Team Spirit is forced in a position where they feel like they can still keep going. They can still try to force things through the front lines of CFU, and then realizing they're running out of resources halfway through. And CFU is able to make very, very good use of that. The fact that Team Spirit doesn't actually have too much crowd control for Detective 2 is allowing them a bit more space.
That's a conceal already. Spirit trying to rotate around the map. And yeah, man, for CFU, it's literally just playing it slow, right? Super slow, waiting for these mistakes, waiting for Spirit to be caught in a bad spot, and then they decide to pull the trigger. Sing on the Bruno. He's been safe, like, even though, yes, Sing has been getting, he has 3 kills, the playstyle has been relatively safe. We haven't seen him go and slide tackle forward. We haven't seen him go for anything too aggressive. He's literally just been utilizing the space that CFU give him and capitalizing on it. So, with Bruno, I think it's safe to say that you can do that constantly. There's no real rush for you to actually make the plays happen in the fight. All you need to do is deal damage and then play it safe like this. You see someone walk up, you say, all right, that's cool. Whoa! Ow. Bennett's Rage, forcing Z to use that Netherrealm just in case Hiko swaps to the Renner. Let's see if you are able to disengage from this one. They will have to respect Spirit's damage.
Yeah, but I really like that they are respecting that, right? They're not giving Spirit any angle, any free way of running in, though they're gonna go ahead and do it anyway.
Yeah, Bomba walking up with the pass earlier. Sing getting some good shots. Bomba brought back again in front of pursuit. Split doesn't even help him. Wadu smacks him down to the ground. Sing buys the Melfic gun, and now Spirit are in a troublesome situation.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for them. We've already mentioned multiple times through the Swiss stage. When you have a Bruno, your timeline, 15-16 minutes. And CFU is purposefully delaying the game until they reach that point. Because like you've already mentioned, Mirko, they really have no reason not to try and do that.
Oh my
They know that they can play for that scaling, though Beatrix is a very good way of just cheating those structures.
OP, ooh! Great kick on a Hiko. Let's see the capitalization. Not enough. The NetherRealm comes down. Oh, OP gun down. He bursts past the arrow shot onto C. Forcing him to purify. What? Sing gets a goal from a mile away. One shot to go for Sun. Kid Bomba walking up. Hiko getting the kill onto OP somehow. Wadu caught in the midst of it all. On side of the tier 1. One last shot. One shot gets him down. And Bomba survives. Dealing with 3 members.
I think that's the first example of a fight that was actually kind of messy from CFU Gaming there. They tried to prolong it, they tried to go back in because they were already leading, but then they ended up overstaying their welcome, right? I think OP especially trying to flicker in with the Jeet Kune Do right at the end to get one final knockup when he literally had no HP to play with was not necessary, but Sing's damage!
Oh my god, one last shot should do it! Sing doesn't want to risk it though, he will just go back, but like you said, that damage!
CFU knows they can play around this damage. They do not mind delaying the game because we already know what Bruno can do once he gets that maximum item limit. However, Hiko also recognizes this, right? He has gone for the more scaling comp with the BOD.
Let us rage. OP gonna be low. NetherRealm implosion from Sao! Getting 3 members. No, that's 4. But there's no follow-up. Detective gets rid of the backline. Sunset Lover steals away the electrifying beats. Wow, what a set. But what a return. What an answer from CFU.
Detective was 100% the savior in that engagement. Sao got the implosion of his life, but there was no follow-up on it because they were all running away from the joy. Even Hiko got picked off, so there was no Demiru's passion or anything like that to really capitalize on that catch and allowed CFU to return the favor despite the amazing initiation. They're going to be able to pick up that mid-tier 1, but still playing a very slow game, right? We are 12 minutes in, and the net worth difference only 1K in favor of CFU Gaming.
And it's a turret take now, Melfic gun for both the gold laners, and it's now pretty significant lead, I would say, for the Bruno, right? It's 1,000. Sing is going to constantly just build this up here as he pushes into waves with the Lord advantage. I don't know. Even though One Shot has items, it really just doesn't seem like he's been able to dish out that damage to CFU properly, right? He's only been targeting the frontliners, and I get that he wants to peel for the team, but at this point, maybe they should try to go for some flanks, try to go for Sing.
The difficult thing for Team Spirit is that their lineup isn't the most suited for flanks, and CFU Gaming has a lot of layers to their team fighting, right? With this NetherRealm, with Detective running into the back line, they're able to force out Vengeance from Wadu at least, but
OP goes over the way of the Dragon. Hiko will be able to capitalize on that, finding the kill. Sing almost getting the worldy bounce, but will not be able to get it. There will be a trade. OP taken down. No tier 2 one shot coming back. Was that a conceal from Sao?
Not too sure, but well, I think we can definitely confirm that OP is starting to get a little bit trigger happy. They can see the win condition, right? They know that they're in a position to really start taking over the game now that Sing is reaching that 4th item. The Bruno has an incredible KDA up until now. But this show has flickered to his death more than once this game. I understand that he is meant to be the primary initiator, but Team Spirit has a lot of cracks that you can take advantage of. You don't have to feel so desperate to make something happen, especially when you've already been playing the game to your tempo the entire time.
And now it goes back to the slow tempo. Once we see like a fast tempo fight, it gets evened out by some slow tempo macro plays on the map, right? See if you're trying to get Prio over the bottom lane, trying to get that final tier 2 off of Team Spirit. For Spirit, they're also dealing with the waves very, very well. Sending Suyo close to the top, doesn't want to reveal himself just too early though, because they know that see if you can pull the trigger. Sing should be able to get the turret down. Oh, actually doesn't. Hiko gets the clear, shoots out the Bennett's Rage. There's going to be another wave to help him here. Bomba engaged upon. He has to respect this. Oh, flickers out to safety. The conceal comes in around again. OP trying to go for the Jikundo. OP would find it. Whoa, gets punished by the implosion from Sawo. But Sing is starting to hurt. You can see it already.
I think Sing and Hiko are actually both starting to hurt, and that was unfortunately another example of OP's trigger happiness.
Yep.
Like really desperately trying to make a catch when it's not actually that necessary. CFUC's potential is pretty good. However, Team Spirit's base defense is actually very solid with the Beatrix as well. So I think that's what OP is afraid of, right? They want to try and make it a numerical advantage when they push into the base.
Sing gonna be poked down there. You can see the electrifying beats coming down, but another realm saves them all. Sawo shoving out. Wadu will the chase. That's a flicker out. Kid Bomba trying to act as a front line. One shot going down. Hiko flickering out the safety. The Infernal Pursuit continues. There's a shutdown. Detective looking for the play. Wadu walking up again, zoning them down, but one shot gets the shutdown and a double. 2-for-1 trade. Detective looking for the play. Jumping into something lever. Sawo getting the implosion. A catch Detective again.
Mistake after mistake. What is happening? CFU Gaming, they were so patient, so disciplined the entire game. And now they have been making overextension over and over again. That previous fight did not need to happen so quickly. They were not in position. Detective popped electrifying beats halfway through the river before the NetherRealm even came out. This is not the style that CFU should be trying to force. And Team Spirit are actually in a perfectly comfortable position to go for counter-engage themselves, right? They have Implosion, they have AoE Wave Clear with Hiko. The shoe is on the other foot. It is actually Team Spirit now who is waiting for the counter-engage because CFU is diving too deep.
Now it's a Wind of Nature purchase for Spirit for Hiko. It's going to be quite tough for CFU and Sing to deal damage, even Wadu with the dives. He's been really successful with the dives, but unfortunately no one has actually been able to walk up together with him, right? So Wadu has been isolated in front. Lord charging down to the bottom lane. This is an enhanced Lord. That's a conceal already. Sunset Lover steals away to the NetherRealm, but the Worldie takes a lot of damage. A chunk of damage from the rest of the team. It's still bouncing on the Lord. Base turret number 1 in the bottom lane taken down. Team Spirit will be happy. Now it's a conceal from OP. Jikundo and the way to Dragon to catch one shot, but it's going to be cancelled out. NetherRealm coming down to the black. And now Detective, caught in the implosion again. Infernal Pursuit. Hiko, can you escape? No, you can't. See, gets the Ghostbusters. One shot. Has the immortality. Bites to win a crown. Will not be able to tap it in time and will fall. CFU get a good trade back.
Yeah, there's a little bit of disconnect with Detective because while Joy is very good at running people down, you have to make sure your team is at least distracting them somewhat. But it still ends up being a positive trade for CFU because it did actually buy them enough time for Sing to come in and chase down Hiko and one shot. CFU now looking for an inhibitor.
Whoa, they might be looking to end the game. OP try to zone them. They get the base turret, but there's a minion wave that saves Spirit.
And not to mention minion waves pushing up for Spirit as well. CFU taking a good amount of structural damage, even losing that top tier 2 in exchange for that previous push, which I personally don't feel like was the most worth it in the end. But at the very least, it opens up that mid lane, right? It's another thing that Team Spirit will have to deal with. Sing now going to be having that Wind of Nature as well. It already used previously, so there was a bit of an item trade there. As we are now approaching the 18-minute mark. This is normally when a Bruno is able to take over the game, but because Team Spirit hasn't been trying to force things out, they've been able to delay it and kind of match pressure using the Beatrix to snipe down turrets from afar and to wave clear, right? So it is starting to become a case of which team is making the mistake of engaging too far.
It also comes down to just, I agree with you. It really comes down to whoever's overextending a bit too much. Bottom lane was shoved in already. Wadu is isolated, has the Vengeance, will be able to pop it in time. Bomba has to run. OP leader to play, goes in for the Jikundo. Great shove from Sawo. He has the flicker. NetherRealm coming down. One shot getting in. That's the implosion to catch one, but NetherRealm from C saves him. He brings passion on him. Hiko with a nature in time. Flickers out and kites back. OP, no immortality. Wadu in the front. One shot getting his immortality down as OP will not be able to get the kill on the Sawo. Sunset Lover with a few more shots. Sing gets the last shot. Hiko in a tough spot. CFU looking for it. Hiko just needs one more. OP will fall. That's a triple for Hiko. That's a double. Hiko with a maniac. See, running around, Hiko gets the savage.
The school boy educates his opponents. A savage claimed by Team Spirit. There is a reason this young player has been catching the eyes of the global MLBB community. His positioning absolutely perfect in the previous team fight, zoning everything, avoiding all the cooldowns, and making sure he is perfectly spaced. The Beatrix now becoming the ultimate threat in the road for CFU Gaming.
Hiko, what an absolute monster. The spacing, the last shot onto OP as well. That was a you know, if you guys play Beatrix, you know how hard it is to land a Bennett shot, especially on someone like Cho. That guy's elusive, man.
Honestly, if you want a masterclass on how to play a gold laner in late game team fights, you just have to rewatch that fight from Hiko's perspective.
He's 16. This guy's the youngest player.
Yeah. It's incredible what he was able to do, just perfectly spaced out from everything CFU tried to throw at him, and punishing even one of the top marksmen in the meta, Sing on this Bruno. Lord now going to be pushing in bot lane for Team Spirit. They don't have a lot of minion waves though. Can this be an end angle for them?
I think it might be. Again, the Evolved Lord hasn't been chunked now. It gets shoved in. Wado trying to be the front line. You can see the damage. Bennett's Rage as well. Popped in by Hiko. He needs to space out perfectly again. Worldy bouncing from Bomba to Sawa to Bomba to Sawa. Detective electrifying beats again to Bennett. Taking down the mid lane base turret. Another arrow shot onto Sing. He has the House Claws though. Should be able to... Oh man! Was that a basic attack that took Z to half?
Pretty much, yeah. That's how dangerous marksmen are in the current meta, right? It is a lot easier to hit those late game timings with the full item build. And even tanks really aren't able to hold a candle to it with the changes to Malefic Gun and so on, right? The damage dealt ranking, Sing and Hiko obviously at the top. Sing actually having a very big gap between him, and yet Hiko showing that a little bit of finesse makes up for all of that difference. We are now 21 minutes in. The gold difference is basically 0. And the only towers standing are on Team Spirit's side. Next Lord in 60 seconds. So far, their positioning has been clean. This is a very honest draft, as our panel already put up earlier. Very easy to play that front to back to make sure Hiko is safe. A lot of pressure on Detective, because now he's the only one that can really force Hiko into uncomfortable situations.
And after all that fighting stuff, we're left with the 1,000 gold lead. 21 minutes. And it led us to a 1,000 gold lead. Hiko getting that rose gold, dog. Hey, they gotta be careful. Rose golds are kind of cursed nowadays, but I don't know. Maybe it's just an NACT type of thing, you know?
I think it's still an effective item, you know? Like nowadays, the shield really doesn't do all that much, but hey, it lets you tank one extra shot.
Okay.
And that can be all the difference in these really tight late game situations, right? Where a single blow is all it takes for you to turn into paper mache.
Ooh. You can see again the items here. It's almost full items for Sawo too. We're getting to a point in the game where we're really just going to be seeing item swaps with the gold lead, right? The gold lead's gone, by the way. CFU with a clear in the bottom lane are able to neutralize it back again. Winter Crowns, Immortalities, you name it. It's all on the side of CFU though. They have 2 Winter Crowns and 2 Immortalities. Whoa, OP! Trying to go for a play. It was luckily not fully punished, but it's a flicker down. They won't be able to have that shock factor in the fight anymore.
Yeah, too direct. Straight up too direct from CFU Gaming. You could see that coming from a mile away. And now they're absorbing so much poke damage. You can see OP not really able to initiate anymore.
Soul Sever, Bennett's Rage! Oh, almost perfectly timed. Detective, though, looks for the electrifying beats, but it's only out to get Bomba. I think Team Spirit will be happy with that trade. And all in the meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the wave is still pushing in. They're going to have to send someone.
And Team Spirit is just waiting for that. Once they see 1 or 2 players in the CFU base defending, they know that they can easily reclaim control over the Lord Pit. Oh!
Implosion, Purify out from Sing. Netherrealm coming down, that's a stun over for 1 shot. Bomba in the back line, zoning Sing away. That's 1 shot, picking up with the kill onto Wadu. Electrifying beats also there. Detective running away, but Bomba is on Sing. He's still fighting the minions to attack to get the House Claws, to get the lifesteal. Can he escape? Sliding tackle backwards to base. The minions are on it. Sing, Immortality down. Z trying to save him desperately. Sing now with a slide tackle. That's a bring back over. Hiko gets brought back, hit Bomba looking for it. Immortality down. C will fall.
Detective!
Hiko gets a monster kill. He buys the immortality in time. Detective will shut him down. And again, this game continues. Detective are saving CFU.
What are we watching right now, guys? These two teams putting everything on the line, knowing what is at stake. It is only game number 1, and we are now reaching the 24-minute mark. For a moment, it seemed like Team Spirit had the advantage. They were controlling the Lord. They forced out so many resources. Members of CFU had to stay behind to defend, but the damage, the lifesteal from Sing, keeping him alive against everything, and even managing to finally trade against Hiko. CFU will claim this next Lord. And that means Team Spirit will have to play the defensive.
And now it all turns back to Spirit. CFU have an Evolved Lord. Let's see how they manage with the Evolved Lord. Because it comes down to this. We're going to have like another 3 minutes of slow gameplay if this is not an end angle. They're actually just going to play with one wave in the mid lane.
One wave is not really going to be enough. Hiko alone can clear most of that, but OP?
G Kundo in the way to Dragon. He's been gambling a lot on these engages. This time he finds it. NetherRealm saving them. Hiko still able to catch Sawo! Implosion! Hiko looking to capitalize. Wadu jumping in. Hiko has been slain by Wadu! And now it's Sunset Lover and one shot. We've seen this before. It was M5 where Sunset Lover saved the game. Can he do it again? Sunset Lover into the back line. He goes. Detective will stay focused on the base. CFU say you can take the Savage, we'll take the game.
They may be sharks, but they're embodying the spirit of slow and steady wins the race. CFU Gaming. Although they seemed rattled, although it seemed like they were starting to make mistakes uncharacteristically, we're still able to find that composure at the very end and deny Team Spirit a chance at converting a Savage into a victory. What an incredible game number 1. Let's just go ahead and throw it back to the panel. Everyone needs a break after that one.
To describe the insanity of that game number 1, imagine Hiko Mania scored the very first Savage in the M6 World Championship, yet at the end of it all, CFU Gaming wins the game in 25 minutes and 22 seconds with 43 kills shared amongst these two.
I told you. Something about the way CFU play and the Kamai playstyle that is just so resilient, that is just so primal, so intuitive that even when they're down up against the ropes, even when they've all died to the hands of Hiko Mania, they can still come back.
It's just raw, despite, Sawo trying to put the technical smackdown on these kids. It's surprising to see how that both sides are also showing a lot of resilience, a lot of heart in that game, because the early felt kind of lost for Team Spirit. And I think that most people would have given up at that point, but they still held on.
It felt like we watched one of those games where majority of the shot calls probably were, yeah, we can, go ahead, no, don't stop, just fight.
Just keep on fighting. Don't stop, ever. And I think at the end of it, 21-22 on a perfect 25-25 game time, like, this is destiny. Both of these teams were meant to meet each other.
Angel numbers. But I get what you're saying, Renmar, about how possibly if we were in their ears, we would be hearing just go, 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 right? But how crazy is it that it's whoever's steps on the clutch first, it's whoever changes their pace up and allows for their opponent to overextend is the one who actually wins. Because that was the story of that last moment, right? Where we're in, it seemed like TS were already in the base, ending things, and then it had to revert back into a Lord fight that turned things around, and CFU owned the map suddenly because Team Spirit had only like, what, 3 members left.
Yeah, and I think that at least, I think that it's pretty incredible that in a draft like this, where you have clear counters not only in lane, but the way that the team fights need to be played, you have the exact same tools, basically the exact same amount of stats, decent amount of scaling from coming in from both sides, and the only real difference makers was how exactly do the junglers instigate these wars, allowing the supports to look for the big counter engages.
Yeah, and it felt like both teams were trying to adjust their approach to the team fighting as it went on. Because we have okay, to keep things simple, I think a lot of the things that happen in team fights revolved around the usage of the Netherrealm. When the Valentina had the Netherrealm from the Faramis, and of course Z's usage, there were times where I felt like, oh, Z's on point. At one point he was like 0, 0, and 9, and that just goes to show that okay, his timing is a little bit better. While then Sunset Lover and Sawa readjusted, and then now we're doing stuff that made me think, yo, that's so aggressive, that's so early, but then it actually forced out Z's earlier, and then it just kept adjusting. Do you guys agree that it felt like they were just adjusting on real time in terms of how they approach?
Oh yeah, for sure. Literally footsies within MLBB, range checking, gut checking, and if you talk about that kind of play style, you look at one hero to do that best with very little clapback, with very little punish. OP's Cho. Sometimes you would see him like go in, and even we here as the panel watching, why? OP, stop! But no, it's a very little cost for him. Sure, towards the last few moments of the game, he died and his immortality got popped, and then he would go back. But that doesn't mean his kit isn't spent up. He can do a quick 3-man knockup with or without the kick, and the kick could just be the finisher to that fight, which allowed for CFU Gaming to run over Team Spirit in that last fight.
I mean, there's a couple of things that could have changed, right? I mean, in terms of like how to kind of condition your opponents, when we're looking at this goal graph already, the story is pretty much set in stone, right? A lot of it big, not the biggest of leads, but big enough to actually make an advantage in game. And that's where we saw Z really doing a lot. Once he had his items on Bruno, okay, now we can play this slow-paced out game. But at 15-15, when that turnaround happens for Team Spirit, now CFU have to reset the tempo. Now it's anybody's game, right? Sacrificing the inhibitors was already a potential option, but the back door is coming in from TS, also making these Lord fights really, really hard. One of my favorite adjustments that I saw within this game was the fact that OP was looking at Sawa thinking, all right, he's already looking for me. The only way we lose this is if he gets like a crazy implosion. So his resources matter more than even Beatrix.
One thing I want to look at though is, was it right for Team Spirit to not go into this without any purifies? Because there were some moments that the Team Spirit team fight getting initiated, or when the counter finally came in, you would see the purifies on Sing and Z work clutch. Do you think that Team Spirit should have packed more purifies in here?
I think I would have put one on Sunset Lover.
At the least.
But that's just me.
Actually, I'm kind of okay not going with Purifies on this one. I think that mainly because when you are looking at our MVP here, Sing, he's got to be a little careful, because no matter who shows up first, you can actually flicker away from him because he's already doing so much damage. But at the same time, you can use it as a very aggressive option. We see Hiko do that a couple of times as well, being able to swap out his guns just the right time to sneak in an auto attack, or at the very least, seeing that projectile fly at him, get a little bit of health when his projectile hits, and then flickering away just to delay and gain it back.
I hear ya. So if it weren't for the flickers on Team Spirit, these 2 deaths on Zing might not have even shown up.
Yes.
It would have been so much easier for this Bruno to just run roughshod and maybe end at 18-19. Wouldn't even get the 25-25.
Yeah, and as it went on, you also saw flickers being used defensively very well by Team Spirit, that at the same time they also needed to keep their distance from the Bruno when they can. As we look at the highlights here, the 2 marksmen in this game were just popping off, and you could tell these 2 teams have a very similar approach. We make sure our junglers can honestly just play alone. So one shot, detective, up to you guys how you're going to be playing this game. But everything else is to supplement high damage dealing, high physical damage dealing marksmen.
Yep, and I think the scariest part from both of these sides was how relentless they were in these fights. I think that Team Spirit, obviously, we were going back to the previous analogy, CFU being that spear and Team Spirit being that shield. The question is which one was going to break first. And unfortunately, it was Team Spirit in this matchup, but by very small margins. Once you get into this endgame, the Lord is just way too strong to actually deal with realistically with the items that you have.
The spear found its way through that small crack. And for what, 6 or 7 minutes, CFU constantly sent blows, sent jabs. If you ask me, mainly through Detective and OP. Like, those are the tips of the spear, and eventually, come that last Lord, it finally hit the heart.
And I think it's also, especially in that last one, I think we finally got to feel the pain that is Glue going up against the Faramis. 187 here for Kid Bomba in a game where that had, again, 21 kills for Team Spirit. He was only involved for 8 of them. This was a tough game for Glue. It seems like Kid Bomba was having a hard time finding anyone to grab onto, latch onto. Well, for Wadu, it's easy. He just goes in, pops up Vengeance and just starts pressing the heck out of the Infernal Pursuit and the enhanced basic attack once it's up. So maybe it just ended up becoming a story of the EXP laner had an easier time executing compared to the other EXP laner. Hence why there was just a little bit more room for the backline of CFU Gaming to shine.
I think that CFU Gaming in this particular scenario just had better battle lines. You know, they played such a tight formation, really centered around Z to make sure that if anything happens, the emergency eject button with that Netherrealm was the bailout mechanic.
And it's not the same dynamic for Team Spirit. Team
good, but OP just feels like you're busted, you know?
Team is picking.
His Cho is busted.
Is overpowered, some may say.
And it's still left open. I don't think they want to pick it up here.
I think, well, see if you decided to go for the Valentina instead. This might be them going like, we're going to try to check if you actually are confident with picking up Cho.
Yeah, steal it away or else.
Yeah, and then if they don't pick it up here, Team Spirit, it goes third.
And they also have a Hilda open.
Yeah.
How did these picks come through?
I mean, they're trying to change things up, right? The fact that Bruno is banned in the first phase, coming in from Vren at the very least.
MVP performance, though.
Yeah, that is fair. I do think that Hilda at the very least probably is going to get picked up.
There she is.
It's a pretty free lane. It's super easy to play, super easy to execute upon, and maybe you can at least try and force out some movements from CFU.
Should be a better game for the Bomba. Going 1-8 in game 1, he has a lot to make up for.
Whoa. What?
Talking about early picks.
Early 1-1, you don't see the gold laner on the other side just yet. You know, the Bruno's gone. But honestly, I wouldn't be so remiss if CFU just decided to go Irithyll.
I think that is what they're hoping for, right? They would rather deal.
Your team is banning.
They would rather deal with one of the few problems. Either you give them Cho, they get an alpha, or they get the instant counter pick in the Irithyll, right? So three potential picks, and it looks like CFU has decided on the alpha to say, at a bare minimum, I want my jungler to have a good time.
Yep, deal with the Hilda. And now they're going to keep on banning that Belleric. Same spot, same as game 1. Gatot still at large. In the first phase, Team Spirit took out the Vexana. No longer necessary. Instead, they take out the Granger. And what, one more? Would the Irithyll be ban-worthy?
I would hope that it's going to be the Irithyll at this point, because again, that Hilda with Sprint is going to be able to chase down at same speed, Mach 5 against both of them.
I mean, he's sort of fallen out of favor in the current meta. Okay, maybe not completely the current meta game, but teams would rather prioritize something else. But honestly, if CFU want to go full dive, I don't see enough pieces on the side of Team Spirit yet to take that down. Like, they might just be able to crash down on the 1-1 with the Harith and the Glorious Pathway and everything that gets brought to the table. That might actually give problems to the 1-1.
I'm looking for a little more burst.
From CFU?
Yeah, if you want to take down the 1-1 quick and maybe make the Hilda's life a living hell. Because she doesn't want to do that to the Alpha, not as much.
I mean, sure, but that's where you take the Irithyll. You already have the combinations. You got plenty of peel. You have Glorious Pathway.
That's true.
It's so free. You get so much from her passive as well, where a majority of the damage is. They're not banning it out. So let's see. Let's see what CFU is going to do about it.
Is Coach Vren opening it up because he took out the Bea instead of the Irithyll?
Let's see if Singh has a ready Irithyll in his hands.
Or maybe he's going for the hard read. You don't play Irithyll, and maybe we have an opportunity.
Oh, that's true. I mean, they can actually save up on their gold laner later. They can already show the Roam EXP.
Give us the Cho, right? I mean, even Cho doesn't feel too great here. Oh!
We overshot it.
Okay, so they're going for what we suggested. Instead of looking too much into the team fights, they're thinking a little bit more macro now.
Play the map. Yeah. There's the Gatot. Clearly going to go to the hands of Sawo. And what does Sunset Lover play?
At this point, any big burst with crowd control would be good. You're just going to be giving something to the Valentina.
Levex.
Yeah, like Vex, Aurora. All of them are going to be okay in my book.
Yeah, all of them kind of do revolve around the same concept.
I'd rather the Aurora then.
You'd rather the Aurora?
Yep.
Well, that would help set up the 1-1 a little bit better.
I mean, but do you really want to give the ult over to Valentina? I think that's also something that you need to take into consideration.
That or the frigid breath, the frigid ice.
Find a way, even when all is forlorn.
Oh, they would rather the eternal.
They want the snap response.
Okay.
They don't have time, man.
Yeah, they don't. Interesting the way that they're opening this draft as of right now. But now CFU, very final pick here. It feels kind of bad. It feels kind of bad to like look for Cho at this point, right?
Yeah, they need a bit more damage in this, but at this point, like, where are you gonna get it?
Phobias.
Phobias just for damage?
I mean, you get free procs. There's so many ways to get free procs as well.
Yeah. You're not gonna hit the 1-1 with Infernal Pursuit, but at least the good thing is that you could just get a little bit more basic attacks off, enhanced basic attacks. Actually, just have an Infernal Suit flying, Pursuit flying around.
That's also fair, unless they want to go for Benedette. What? Whoa!
Oh, excuse
XP lane high loss it is.
Okay, the XP lane, the high loss, Stig, full dive. Huh. I feel the same way again after game number 1. It's like hard to read specific like interactions that this might just end up boiling into fighting. Is it just gonna be another big fun brawl? Miracles, Dafa?
If game 1 is anything to go by, I think Fun Brawl has very subjective interpretations, depending on whether you're asking us or the teams who are putting their blood, sweat, and tears on that M6 stage.
Yeah, that's pretty well said, man. I don't know. Seeing as well on the Moskov, you would definitely think, up against the 1-1, the Hilda, that the Aerothor will be the best choice. But I guess good read from Spirit, not banning it out, knowing that maybe it's not part of his hero pool.
And maybe it's not the style that CFU is looking to play for, right? They're a slower team, but sometimes steady makes a best. And right now, CFU are 1 victory away from forging a path straight into the knockout stage. Team Spirit, 1 chance, 1 shot to stop them.
Let's see, both junglers starting on purple buff. Hiko, weakness finder here. That's the choice of emblem for the 1-1. On the Inspire, as expected. Z, there you go. Brave Smite on the Valentina. Not the Impure Rage. Wants to stay sustainable in a lot of these team fights. Knows that Team Spirit at least have a lot of burst damage that he needs to just sustain away from. Tenacity too, the choice for Sing. Yeah, they know how much damage Spirit can dish out.
Yeah, and it's very suited to the CFU playstyle as well, right? Their goal is just to make sure that they are able to extend and prolong the fights. I also like that there's a bit of a lane swap happening here, right? With Kid Bomba taking the mid EXP and allowing Sunset Lover to take the EXP lane as well, just to buff up the Vexana a little bit more and hold out the lane pretty well against Wadu.
It's also interesting that Hiko was gone for the Master Assassin, so usually on the 1-1, you would actually like to play a lot more with the team, right? As soon as the laning phase is over, as soon as you have 2 items, you usually just want to play for your team. That's why a lot of 1-1s, even if you're in a winning matchup, they would much rather go for pull yourself together for, increased cooldown on the Inspire instead of the Master Assassin. So we'll see just how good Hiko can play out this lane. Because by the time the laning phase is over, we're really not going to see 1-1 alone much at all.
Unless Hiko just wants to show that he is capable of doing so. After game 1, I think Hiko Mania is at an all-time high. Savage in the M6 Swiss stage, and yet wasn't able to actually convert it into a victory. That does leave a bit of a sour taste in your mouth, I think we all can relate to that from our pub games when we're doing so well and yet not quite able to close it out. CFU, they definitely want to slow this game down, and I think Hiko also knows he's most likely not going to be threatened too often, so that could actually enable him to play more as an independent flanker instead.
The Terrify, even the power of Wilderness coming down. AOG! 2 members knocked up, but they know that they don't want to fight here. Just Wadu popping a Glorious Pathway, and then Team Spirit securing the neutral objective. Again, just like in game 1, TS start off with the neutral objective.
Yeah, I think it is quite expected, just based on the interactions between these 2 teams, that Team Spirit will usually get that first turtle. It is at the stage where not everyone's level 4 yet, so CFU actually not that comfortable with going for the team fight, since that's not really their style, right? It's not the typical path that they go for. From the second turtle onwards, though, it's a lot easier for them to challenge it, and I think it speaks to the way that the meta has developed, where even though we promote a lot of early game aggression and snowballing is stronger than ever, that first turtle actually doesn't make as much of a difference as it used to in the general scope of the game.
And now for CFU, it's all about just, trying to make it even again, trying to go for the invades around the map. Detective with the Alpha. Yeah, the Alpha really does really well too, by the way, up against the Hilda, right? So Bomba's going to actually have a bad time, I would say, if he actually wants to go and invade the enemy jungle. See if you have many ways to deal with the Hilda. First, the detective, obviously, with the Alpha. They can shred through the tanky boy, or tanky girl, that is Hilda. Bottom lane, we get to see a bit of action here as Hiko uses... Oh, good take by Sing, using SOD. But yeah, you can see the Master Assassin play a bit, but yeah, Sing just reaches back to full, almost.
Yeah, we have to note as well that CFU Gaming actually doesn't have a lot of burst, right? It's wholly detective in the early game and a little bit from Z.
Oh! First blood, one shot. Gets the one shot in the mid lane, set up perfectly by Sawo and Sunset Lover. Even without the Eternal Guard, that was just Terrify, Taunt, and then Stun from one shot.
It was a 1v3 basically, but now this could be a 2v2.
AOG not gonna count a detective. Good taunt over to Terrify. Also now the Eternal Guard. Wadu has revitalized OP! Implosion onto 3, but Bomba returns the favor. You can revitalize, I can revitalize. We can all just stand in this green pool.
Literally 3-man implosion, and they came out with more health than they started because of the double revitalize there. CFU on top. Oh! The steal from one shot!
Amazing steal. Bomba walks up, dishing about a bit of damage, just trying to zone them away. But even though the Soul Sever has been nerfed, it still works. Oh, what happened in the mid lane? Sing gets caught by Sunset Lover. Now 2-0, 2,000 gold lead for TS.
This is a much bigger goal lead than Spirit were able to gain in game number 1, which really speaks to how slowly game number 1 went since it's only 2k. But this is very, very important for Team Spirit. CFU does need items to scale on Z and Sing. In comparison, Spirit has a bit more consistent pressure overall with one-shot Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover. So they need to create as much of this space as possible. It's a similar situation to game 1, just that they have more tools to work with this time, right? The more goal lead they can create, the harder it is for CFU to play a slow, safe, counter-engage gameplay style.
Now it's back to slow. It's back to the Spirit tempo. This is what they like to do, especially when they have that gold lead, right? There's no real reason to go for any fights when there are no neutral objectives, so it's just a lot of screening, reading out where the opponents are, and then walking back, disengaging, poking them down. Great Curse Blast. That connects onto 2. Sing will start to group up with the team. Okay, so CFU are actually making way to try to get, what, double lanes? Yeah, Sing goes back up top to try to match up Hiko's farm.
Yeah, Team Spirit can continue doing this. Hiko has much higher mobility overall than Sing, and because he's playing with that Master Assassin, is actually not too badly equipped for direct 1v1s, right? So because of that, Team Spirit can play a 4+1 with Hiko being that one. Ooh, that stun there with Spear of Misery, but no follow-up. CFU is not looking to fight right now.
Yep, they're both just waiting for the neutral objective. Spirit, AOG! Sing with the Purify already. That's going to be OP jumping over the shove. Sawo taking a lot of hits now with the Revitalize as well. That's a kill with the Implosion. One shot comes in from the side. Gets the Soul Sever to assassinate. Hiko on the turret. That's a Terrify as well. Alpha on the turtle. See, walking up Eternal Guard over towards Bomba. But Wadu won't be able to take that punishment. It'll just be a trade. 2 members for Sawo and a turtle.
Yeah, so far so good though for Team Spirit. Like I mentioned, the more kills, the more snowball they can get, the more they force CFU into an uncomfortable situation. We already know that they like to play slow. They want to play responsive. And they're very good at doing that. But if you just run at them too quickly, it can be hard for them to respond. So far, they've displayed good mastery of handling it throughout the Swiss stage. But Team Spirit playing at a higher tempo.
Uh-oh, crossbow tang is ready. Hiko doesn't have the Inspire, will decide to pop it, forcing OP to flicker out. So, shock factor engage from OP is down for the next 2 minutes.
And a really important battle spell for CFU as well. It's not just a way for them to start fights, it's a way for them to counter fights when Team Spirit decides to overextend. So without that flicker, it's a lot easier for Spirit to go for the aggressive positioning in the Land of Dawn and further their goal lead. As of right now, we're 8 minutes in. Only 2k's net worth advantage still for Spirit. So CFU actually not too far behind, but Sing has definitely been affected a good amount. A pretty notable gold gap between the Moskov and the Wanwan.
Yeah, and for Spirit now, they're just going to group up, possibly trying to threaten this mid lane take. They did the setup already to actually go for the siege, but I don't know, CFU just have so many... Whoa! Haas Claws on Hiko? Wait, third item has claws on Hiko on the Wanwan. Now that's new.
If the Master Assassin didn't show you that Hiko probably wanted to play mostly independent, the Haas Claws should really push that home. Hiko expects to be making plays on his own, and is basically saying to his team, I'm gonna itemize in a way where you don't really need to babysit me, and that way you can open up the map more easily. Hiko can not only go for macro play, he can also escape if CFU decides to try and overcommit on him. So Spirit is going in this angle.
Whoa. OP walks up, the AOG will connect onto him one shot. Gets a stun in the back, Eternal Guard onto 2 as well. Hiko looking to play, the SOD connects, Detective caught in the midst of it all, will be able to survive for a bit, to revitalize too. Hiko unable to find it just yet, the crossbow tang is ready, he will pop it. Hiko on the crossbow tang, and the Inspire. Z's next to the chopping block, Hiko looking for the play. Z will fall, Hiko, not again, Hiko, you mad lad. Hiko gets another big play.
The Hiko mania is real, ladies and gentlemen. We literally said it. Hiko wants to play independent. Hiko wants to make plays happen all on his own. And he is doing exactly that, even zoning out Detective on the 1-1.
Wow.
Team Spirit, this has been a secret weapon of theirs for a long time. But he is just getting better and better in every round here at M6.
This guy is a beast. Hiko, game 1 with a Savage, game 2 on the 1-1, Haas Claws, Master Assassin. No wonder he wants to come in and clean up technically. AOG, Detective, you can Spear of Alpha, but Hiko can just continue to chase and he will choose to just accept his fate. Haas Claws, Malefic Gun.
Wow, okay, hold on.
Hiko, that might be a bit too crazy, my guy. OP gets the shove back finally. That's a shutdown over. OP gets the punish. Hiko, a bit too aggressive, pops the Purify built-in, Purify a bit too early as well. Bomba taking a bit of punishment. Still has the Lord of the mid lane.
Sing just finished the Marksman Trinity. 10.5 minutes, pretty slow all things considered, but at least it is done. But Spirit not letting up.
Yeah, Sing has to take a big amount of damage. Now they're gonna have to give away tier 2 in the mid lane. It should be all tier 2 taken down up top by minions, and then they're rotating towards that bottom lane to take the final tier 2 of the map.
Spirit finally breaking through to that roughly 4k net worth advantage where they can really say that they are starting to pressure CFU in a way where they can no longer afford to really slow down the game too much. Turtling at this stage, especially in this meta, has become a lot more difficult with the amount of tools that you can get and the need to really have map control to actually solidify your farm. Even though they got a pretty good ambush onto Hiko previously, Team Spirit is showing that they are a 5-man unit. Hiko is not the only threat you need to be worried about, and that is putting a lot of pressure onto OP. He's basically the only way that CFU can guarantee good engagements onto their opponents.
Yep. And now it's a tier 2 in the bottom lane. All tier 2s taken with the Lord advantage earlier. Spirit will just play again with their 4,000 gold lead here. I think the best play is to actually just freeze up the waves, which they are doing right now. Not letting CFU get near the side lane minions here. They're just going to continuously push into mid lane, give them a little bit of goal, but this will obviously be to actually get more tempo around the enemy jungle so that they can actually steal away even more resources from CFU and force them to technically just share the gold of the mini waves in the mid lane together, which isn't really too much. Yeah, so CFU, they're caught in a tough spot now. They're just going to be relying on the minions to be slow, pushing back to them to actually get farm. If not, yeah, TS are just going to push in mid again and probably go and try to invade purple.
Yeah, if anything, I feel like Team Spirit should actually be trying to push a little bit slower here to maybe bait CFU out further onto the map, because this is a very familiar position for a lot of us MLBB players, right? It's a very unfortunate position as well, where you are behind. You know that you're weak enough that you have to stay as a 4 or 5-man unit to actually go anywhere on the map, but doing so is not allowing you to farm or catch up to your opponents. Team Spirit needs to perpetuate that situation for as long as possible, but forcing the lanes out isn't working.
Great play. Oh, 3-man Eternal Guard from Sunset Lover. Wadu, glorious pathway to run away. Good Spear of Misery. Sing and Detective get away. They get the Lord, but I don't know. Is that worth it?
I wouldn't say it's the most worth it, because Team Spirit can deal with this Lord without having to break a sweat at all. The minion waves were pushing in for them as well, so CFU actually ended up taking some damage to their inhibitors. And now Team Spirit are 5-man strong and can push, while CFU is still on a 10-second respawn timer.
Yeah, this might actually be an end angle for Team Spirit. So going to be caught out, dismantled, evaporated. Spear of Alpha defensive or just desperately. Hiko will go for it, Inspire in, 13 minutes in. Decisive call from Spirit. Let them take the Lord, we'll take the game.
Not a single team here in this bracket is willing to let go of that ticket to the knockout stage without a fight. Full series throughout the entirety of the day, as we are down to one final game between Team Spirit and CFU Gaming. Only one shall be able to join the others in the knockout stage, and the other once again is facing that dreaded 2-2 bracket. Let's go ahead and throw it back over to our panel.
If you are still doubting Hiko Mania at this point, why? That was a 1-1 performance of a lifetime by Hiko. It wasn't a savage or anything like that, but it was very clear the effect that the 1-1 brought for Team Spirit. But other than Hiko, it was just great teamwork overall for Team Spirit.
I think they won in the draft. I think, they had some clear ideas, and the worst part about it all, it was already mentioned in the cast that unfortunately for CFU Gaming, they didn't have a lot of high ground defense. They don't have the wave clear to protect themselves. So every time they're fighting for these neutral objectives, especially when it comes down to Lord, they can't deal with those minions, so they have to pay the tax. I'll sacrifice 3 members, I have to sacrifice 2 members just to try and blitz it and take it away from y'all.
And here we were questioning why the 1-1 had to come early, and it was later on explained by the specific picks on the Vexana and the Gatot. So when Team Spirit draft in the first phase, leaving us questions, best believe the answers will follow through. And was this not what we were looking for? I mean, I specifically was looking for a quick game. I was looking for a plan A, one-way trip to wrecking that base, and they did it in under 14. This is the Team Spirit I was looking for.
It looked like CFU Gaming was banking a little bit more on getting those early to mid-game wins around the Tigreal, Valentina, and then the Alpha. But then Team Spirit did something that when I saw it, I was like, wow, that would be annoying for CFU. Double revive. But if they wanted to play the high loss, they switch it. Okay, so CFU gets the high loss instead. But can Team Spirit just pick up the juice in?
I think that would be the natural response. You probably don't want to be giving it over to CFU at this point.
Yeah.
How often does Zushin show up on red? Let me see.
Shouldn't be very often.
Very rarely. She's usually a power pick on blue and teams let her through, but yeah, no, less than half of the times that she's picked on blue comes out on red, and I think that's part of the discussion that Sao's having with the rest of the team, and Santa Lover picks it up.
Very animated one. Oh, higher rush?
Huh.
Whoa.
Scalpel-like approach.
That's one-shot Hayabusa, yeah, but that's very early.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I don't trust one shot on a Hayabusa, but you're giving away the Cho at the same time. Was this not a consideration here? They didn't need to show their jungler as their R2 at this point in time, and now that CFU sees that, maybe this is so that they can open up picks for Kid Bomba later down the line by showing, hey, they have the Cho, they've got the high loss, now we know exactly what they want for their EXP.
Exactly, that alone in itself is a gambit. By exposing the main front line of CFU, you could better protect the back line in Hiko. Because this is a very jungle core and gold core approach.
I don't know. I think it's too risky. I think it's so risky, because if you're dealing with like a purple buff reliant assassin, a lot of the time it comes down to, can I control the 2 lanes that are connected to that side of the map?
So for this side of Team Spirit, it has to be a very active roamer EXP. Oh no, they still go for their Belleric. Now my question is, will Team Spirit do something that we saw often in the Mekong qualifiers that we got to be a part of, Leo, where now that you know the high loss is going EXP, most likely, why don't you send that juice into the EXP lane, early lane swap, similar to what you did, so that you can get early control over the EXP, and then your roam, your EXP in the Jushin, whatever fighter you're going to be putting in the mid, plus the Hayabusa, will apply a lot of map pressure.
That's a very Legion esports thing to do.
Yeah.
I think it's very doable. I think CFU should watch out for that because, again, that's what you get away with by opening up your XP roam choices in the first phase.
Darn it. CFU, they're already ahead of the game, right? Because if that does happen, if they want to go for that move from the side of Team Spirit, it makes sense. But it's on the exception that the EXP is in a losing matchup, or at the very least, they need an EXP laner who can actually clear waves in the first place. Rather, not just only mid, but at least in its own lane. Banning out the Godfather is a good idea coming in from CFU, but even from the side of TS, getting rid of the Aurora as well as the Loyi, they're smart about this. They're attacking that mid trio indirectly.
And even more so, I think this is supplementing the idea that they might actually commit that early swap.
Yep.
Because if you put a fighter in the mid and you're up against a Loyi, that's not happy.
Yep, and nobody wins against a Jushin, especially if you're melee.
Yeah.
Unless you're a Sicilian. Unless you can figure out a way to punish that mid lane even harder than Jushin punishing your high loss.
Sicilian should make poking the Belleric, but then the problem is with the Bat's Feast up.
Yeah, and what's gonna happen to the Bat's Feast?
Oh, you just proc his passive a lot more often.
Oh yeah, but also that's a little too much magic damage.
Yes, you're right. There's already a lot of magic.
And then you're forced to still put like physical in gold. That's a very expensive lineup.
It is a very expensive lineup. I'm also interested in knowing whether or not this Beatrix was necessary for the side of CFU. I feel like they are worried that this upcoming pick was supposed to be that Beatrix, just to kind of deny what they have and force them to something less bursty.
Your team is picking.
Okay, so 1-1 for Team Spirit. Even though it's not a slow front to back, they're just banking on putting marks up on the high loss, it seems like.
This one's a little tough. At this point, you can still force out priority. How exactly are they going to do that, though?
Are you gonna go dig deep? Valentina's still open. Dare I say the Farsa? Is that an option? No, the Hayabusa's gonna get you.
The Hayabusa, the 1-1, the Belleric.
Oh, the 1-1's a 50-50 chance because sometimes she just dies before she takes to the sky.
You can burst her down.
Oh! That's a mid-Angela if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. Okay, so they're supplementing from
Wow!
to a Belleric.
Right? This is very bold of CFU. This is saying we've got 2 win conditions. One of them has to make it work.
CFU definitely fighting. This is a fighting lineup.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like 100% win for Team Spirit. It's just now Team Spirit, I feel like, are now worried, like, wait, they're actually going to play like this against us with a Belleric?
Clearing waves is like 8th or 9th down the line for CFU's list of things to do. And TS closed up their draft with a glue.
3 straight games in this final best of 3 of the day where the draft, they're not head scratchers, but there are some decisions there that make us go, where are we exactly going to look at? And then at the end of the day, the teams just answer with a lot of action, lots of fighting. I hope that's what we get. The final game of the day, who takes it?
That is a question I would also like to know the answer to. Thank you to our wonderful panel. Our final game of the day, Mirko, how you feeling?
The Belleric, the 1-1. I like it. I like the ways that they actually responded towards CFU's draft. And again, no Irithel to be seen for Sing. The Claude is a pretty good answer against the 1-1 too, but it's just a skill matchup, right? Whereas the Irithel would just stomp the 1-1 in lane. So I'm going to say I'm leaning towards Spirit.
All right. Well, let's see who it's going to be. The dragons versus the sharks. The skies and the seas shall clash. And when all is said and done, only one shall remain standing as the victor with a direct ticket to the M6 knockout stage. Let's jump back into the Land of Dawn for game number 3 between CFU on the blue side and Team Spirit on the red.
It will also be kind of a wait in the mid lane. One shot walking up, forcing the flicker up from OP already. But Sawo and Sunset Lover, that's a Purify, that's a Revitalize too, that they will have to be forced to burn. This time though, Hiko putting a bit of respect over towards Sing in this matchup. It's a Tenacity, no longer the Master Assassin, and same goes for Sing. They both know it's a skill matchup, they both know it will be safer to just go for a bit more of the defense.
Yeah, in fact, we're seeing more durable emblem setups in general.
Oh, no flicker this time around though. Sunset Lover, one more Lancer Flare, could revitalize. The taunt almost brings OP back to the turret. That could have been lethal. But yeah, again, the Revitalize keeps you healthy for a long time. Wadu, though, is probably going to be missing a few minions up top.
Yeah, Wadu having to come over to be present for this initial engagement means missing out on some very crucial EXP against Kid Bomba. And we've already seen how important the EXP lane is, where both teams are basically playing a 4+1 throughout the entirety of the game to get scaling as well as map control. We can see that generally a lot more durable focus on the emblem setups here, because both teams recognize that their opponents have ways of diving into them. I think CFU has a very in and out gameplay style here. It's a bit difficult to execute on, but if done correctly, it's very difficult for Spirit to punish. And when we are seeing this Hayabusa on one shot, this is also typically a hero that needs to play off of a little bit of snowballing, right? A couple of kills early helps Hayabusa heavily, especially once that Sky Piercer is completed. So Team Spirit will want to try and aim for that.
Okay, setup-wise, Team Spirit definitely have the better setup. Sunset Lever will be able to get a slam pass over to OP with the Shadow Kill too. Bomba looking for it, the Hard Guard comes in, Detective brought back into the Wrath of the Dryad. The combo strikes in, but both are just healing to infinity. Still, it's Bomba mounting Detective, a lot of damage again, slowly but surely Detective trying to go for it. Kid Bomba won't be able to get the kill, but the turtle goes to Sunset Lover as Bomba goes for the slam pass over to Wadu. One shot gets the kill, and the Lantern Flare will get Wadu slowly but surely.
The amount of time it required for First Blood to even happen there shows just how durable, how much healing both teams have in their kit. But Team Spirit being able to outlast, mostly due to Sawo and his timing. That Raffle Dryad was perfect to catch out multiple members of CFU, including Detective, who had just zoomed back in with the Heart Guard so that it would not threaten the backline. You can see why up until now they have been specifically respecting this Belleric ban against Team Spirit, Sawo being the only Belleric player to find success throughout this Swiss stage.
The Belleric just works so well against the Joy. It really does. It's kind of like I would say like a better Minotaur right now, right? Minotaur was the better pick for the longest time because you can just go for Flicker and you get that knock up. But now as you need to bring Revitalize, I don't know, it's all about disengage. It's literally pure disengage. You're not an engage type, so you can't really push on, but you already have Bomba to do that on the glue, so yeah, as long as CFU constantly are going to be looking for fights, Sawo just needs to play around his carries and then pop Wrath the Dryad, pop into Revitalize, heal people back up. He's a tree. He just stands there.
Yeah, he just stands there menacingly. That's all he really needs to do. And he is Oh!
Shadow Kill! Z gets assassinated. It wasn't really a one-shot, but you can technically call it a one-shot by one-shot.
Yep, I think the problem is when you draft an Angela versus a Hayabusa, you are basically giving him a very obvious target on who to start building up kills on, right? Especially how vulnerable Angela can be in that mid lane position. So Team Spirit is going to be rotating over there as often as possible to build up Sky Piercer stacks once one shot has it completed. And it looks like we are going to jump into a very quick pause here to solve some technical issues.
It's just, again, for you guys back at home, please be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. Fair play is our #1 priority. So we'll give the players, the teams, as much time as they need for our marshals to help and troubleshoot the issue here. I don't know if it's, I don't know really what problem it is, but I guess we have more time to talk about the draft itself, to dissect the game plan for both these teams. Claude versus 1-1. Let's talk a bit of the Claude, man. We haven't really seen it. We've seen BTK ban the Claude once. But that's it. Personally, for me, I don't think the Claude is that good right now.
I agree with you. Like, he did get buffed recently so that he no longer uses mana, but that doesn't really solve the issue where the meta now really prioritizes marksmen that can farm quick and do damage fast. Claude has never been that good of like a burst marksman. He's very good at whittling people down with the Blazing Duet once he has his items, but you usually will need another person as a finisher. That's why you're not seeing him quite as often as things like the Bruno or Beatrix or Moskov, for example. He is very good at getting in and out of team fights, which I think is what CFU is banking on, right? It gives them a bit more control about when they want to initiate. But it also means that you're giving up lane priority to Hiko, who is already shown is a monster on this 1-1.
On top of that, though, it's also the range, right? It's your range is your Claude is a very short range boy. You know, you gotta get in there to deal damage, and there's just too much utility right now. Too many things that can catch you from out of nowhere, really, and even poke. We know the Melfic gun is a thing, and especially for Wanwan, the Melfic gun actually works super well with the range of Wanwan and the mobility. So it's kind of like it's crazy. It's legit crazy. So expect. Once Hiko gets the Melfic gun and a lot of, first two items, Corrosion Scythe and also DHS, to outrange and also just outrun the Claude every single time. Sing is also on Purify, by the way, so the only real way for Sing to escape from Hiko and all the others is to Purify out of the weakness marks or to Purify out of the CC. He doesn't have that much mobility, I would say.
I'm kind of wondering if CFU picked up the Claude so that they would have a marksman that grabs Purify, right? Because
I guess
you purify the weakness stacks from 1-1, you purify the lantern stacks from
like the Haya.
But yeah, it doesn't really help you against the Haya or anything.
I mean, when you purify, the Shuriken stacks on top of you.
And a good BMI can disjoint as well. So I think CFU is going for a very defensive option with this Claude, but looks like we are going to be jumping back into game here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being patient with us.
Okay, Detective. And Revital is already used up. Sing, Blazing Duet coming down. Wadu brought back Sawo, just taking the hits. He's like, yo, hit me, I'm a tree. He'll recall in front of him. Wadu will fall even despite the Revitalize, and Team Spirit will get so much pride. This is a free turtle.
I feel like our concerns about Claude were immediately answered. Because that Blazing Duet literally did nothing.
I think he dealt more damage to himself by dealing damage to Sawo.
Yeah, and I think Spirit ended up coming out with more HP than they started as well.
Yeah.
Claude is just not in a good position. Yes, he doesn't have items yet. We know Claude is very item dependent. Once he has the Trinity completed, then Blazing Duet will actually do something, but it takes so long for that to happen. And while you're building up to that, One Shot is just gonna continue farming up stacks off of your Angela. I'm not too sure if this will really work out for CFU.
Yeah. It's a battle there. You can see at least when it comes to the 1v1, if it's just basic attacks that you can actually match up against Hiko. Wadu brought back again. Glorious Pathway there. Oh no, the Bomba special on the glue. Constantly just immobilizing the members. It's so annoying. Lantern Flare 2. If it's not the Slam, it's a Lantern Flare. Or then it's Hiko with the Weakness Finder. So many ways to slow the opponents down. Crossbow Tang, not even used. So actually, Hiko will just pop an Inspire to go for the chase on the Sing. As that's going to be the one shot from One Shot again. C taken down. Hiko kiting away. Detective finally getting the shutdown on him. But it's 4 members for 1. And TS, they know Detective doesn't have anything left here. He has the rhythms. He will try to get out. He will be able to get out. But One Shot will just get a turret in the mid lane.
I don't know about you, Mirko, but I feel a little bit disgusted watching what happened in the river there. CFU literally could not move.
Yep.
All of them could not move. They were getting slowed and taunted and pulled back over and over again. They have a Cho, and he could not escape from them. That is the draft that they are playing against right now with this Beleric, Glue, Susin. They are sticky. And CFU are a team that wants to play more for peel and counter engage. This is not a good sign, if you ask me.
And there's a very low chance that OP even gets the 1-1, right? You need to try to get the 1-1 somehow, but what are you gonna do when he has a built-in Purify in his kit? You just have to burst him down at that point. Detective, he's struggling to burst down Hiko, as again, like you mentioned, they just have so much utility. And on the point of utility, yes, you have a Juicin, you have a Glue, you have also a Beleric, but the 1-1's great utility too with the Weakness Finder. It's always constant slows. One Shot picks up the turtle for free. Perfect turtle for Team Spirit. Game number 3, Bomba, just going in, he doesn't care. Walks up over to Z, OP walks up as well. Bomba's just taking the electrifying beats, and he's just standing there. OP trying to go for a split now. Oh man, Lantern Flare, OP desperate with the Dragon. Wadu brought back again. Sing with a Blazing Duet, and TS are just standing there by Detective though. Will not let that happen. They're gonna go in, still the Lantern Flare, and now he gets mounted down. It looked pretty good for a second. See, does he get recall in time? Oh, right, he does. Sing. Oh, okay, he gets it. He gets out.
All right, CFU able to find a small little something at least. Sing getting a shutdown on One Shot is actually pretty nice. but they lose so much in exchange as well, right? You could see how comfortable Team Spirit is at just walking at CFU because they know there's just no damage that could possibly threaten them. Seeing the only way that CFU can potentially come out on top now, they have to create so much space for this. Claude, he's already behind in farm. At this point, they basically have to delay the game until like 16 to 18 minutes before they're able to fight Team Spirit head-to-head. Right, the only way that timing doesn't add up is if Spirit makes like a huge blunder and just throws all 5 of them into the CFU base or something.
I don't know. Even in the late game, I'm not too sure about it, right? Because I think Spirit still have so many ways to stop the Joy. As a Joy, okay, in the late game you deal a lot of damage. It's still going to be extremely difficult. But yeah, like you said, getting to the late game itself is already a hard task to ask for. Spirit are constantly playing it so well here with the lead. It's a 5,000 gold lead building up. They have a push in the bottom lane. They'll probably shove the mid lane before they go for the Lord. But only now, 9 minutes, does Detective pick up the Holy Crystal. Hiko clearing it in together with Sawo, and then they should be looking for the Lord. This should be a forced error instantly, right? CFU, they either trade on the map, getting a tier 2, trading it for the Lord. That will obviously be good for Spirit, or they get nothing. It just gets blissed down. Wow. Wadu. Lantern Flare. Oh, man. Burst it down. The Wrath of the Dryad. That's it. Another one. C caught again. Hiko will just go and dive. C able to survive, but Spirit get everything.
Yeah, a great opportunity found by Team Spirit there.
That's the gun.
I feel like CFU needed to just commit to the top lane push, right?
I agree.
They were too hesitant. They were split in half. And Team Spirit saw that, right? Instantly, you're like, hey, why are they so far up when we already got the Lord? Let's go for it. And there's nothing CFU can do to respond to it. At the very least, they could have traded for another tower up top. But I get that they're a little bit too afraid to even do that right now. The draft is completely in Team Spirit's favor. They are showing it through their gameplay. And if you were in CFU's position, I think you'd understand there's literally nothing they can do to respond to this.
And they've already dealt with the Holy Defense in the mid lane. Sing, oh my goodness, it was just a Lantern Flare. Slowly but surely, look at Sing. He's getting poked down, man. He was poked down earlier. Obi walks up, Bomba. Split, crossbow a Tang from Hiko again, forcing hard guard defensively. Now Detective walking up, but will just get sliced and diced by one shot on the shadow kill. Hiko's running wild. The base is wide open, and Team Spirit will join the knockout stage together with all the teams that you know. Welcome to the knockout stage. Welcome to top 8. And it's a repeat for Team Spirit. It was Deo's fault that knocked out CU. Now CFU will be knocked down to 2-2.
Team Spirit just put CFU through a blender where there was no escape from start to finish. Really good drafting, really smart understanding of their opponents as Team Spirit will claim yet another slot to the M6 knockout stage. The journey is not over for CFU Gaming, but it's going to be much tougher from here on out. Let's go ahead and end the day by throwing it back to our panel.
CFU Gaming will fall to fight another day, but the Dragons of the North from EECA Team Spirit are gonna fly up to the knockout stages, joining Araki Hoshi, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, NIP Flash, and Falcon Esports. Expected, I feel like, is the best way to put that game number 3.
You know what is actually expected?
What?
The fact that Team Spirit's run towards that knockout stage slot is just as dramatic as their run towards reclaiming glory in dominating the EECA in MCC Season 4. The fact that they had to drop down into the lower bracket, get that Savage and still lose Game 1, and then in pure Team Spirit fashion just reclaim victory in the cleanest way possible. That's Team Spirit for you.
Yeah, it's canon now. At this point, it's canon. It's part of their destiny. But at the same time, congratulations. GG, well played to this team. Because again, it's been a long time coming. And you can see the emotion on Hiko. It's like, yeah, we absolutely crushed it this time round. But also, we've made it to the knockout rounds. Woo!
They can say that they are a top 8 team in the world. How far the story of the Dragons of the North will go, only time will tell. But fate smiled on them today, and with multiple flashes of brilliance from all of the members of Team Spirit leading up to this moment, well, here they are. And now we're going to hear from them on stage with Rose to celebrate their victory.
The third team today qualifying for the knockout stages. Team Spirit, and with me here we have once again Hiko. How are you, Hiko?
Hi everyone. This series was very fine.
Very fine. You're very happy, I can see just now.
Yeah. First game was just unlucky, you know.
Oh, just unlucky. Just now Hiko said, it's so fun to play. Are you having fun?
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. Now, you want to know what else is fun, Hiko? Just now you got a Savage, even though you lost on the first game, right? Did you know that the entire M series, M1 to M6, you're the third person to ever get a Savage? Yeah.
За всю историю M-Series с 1 по 6 ты третий человек, кто сделал Savage.
Oh!
Yes! Do you want to know who else got it? It's Carl Teasy and Albert. So, Hiko, being so young like this and actually making history for yourself and Team Spirit, how are you feeling?
Как себя чувствуешь?
I'm feeling very good, you know, I'm very confident and I play the series like, good, but still you can do better.
Still can do better?
Yeah.
That wasn't greater than ever yet?
Yeah, you can do better on ADC, you know, 0 deaths every game.
0 deaths every game. He wants the KD. He wants an amazing KD. Okay, now, Hiko, now that you guys are qualified for the knockout stages, right? How excited are you for that?
Насколько ты рад быть в knockout stage?
No, it was it's first international that I go to playoffs, you know, it's very good and I growing up and evolving.
Yes, you are growing up and you definitely are evolving. Now, Hiko, we all know that in the Swiss stage, a lot of teams were picking Bruno, yes?
Yeah.
But in this entire Swiss stage, only 2 people haven't picked Bruno. You and Aaron Shiki from TLID. Who doesn't want to pick Bruno? Is it the coach or you?
I'm practice Bruno, but you know, enemy just wanna pick Bruno on first pick, on double pick, and you cannot just take it, you know.
You cannot just take it.
If I take Bruno, it will be so easy game.
So easy game?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I cannot wait for you to pick Bruno. I'll wait for it, okay?
Okay.
Okay, now Hiko, the casters actually gave you a title. They gave you a name. They called it Hiko Mania. Do you like it? Or do you want something else? Do you want people to call you something else?
I think it's a very fine name, you know, I like it.
You like it?
Yeah.
Okay. Hiko Mania. You know what, casters? Hiko Mania is definitely approved and I'm pretty sure we can hear it more. Now, before I send you off, obviously, what do you want to say to the people supporting you, Hiko? You have made a lot of fans, even in Malaysia, actually.
First on Russian. Спасибо вам большое за поддержку. Она очень важна для нас. Еще люди, которые пришли поболеть в зале, вот, им тоже привет. Вот, приехали сюда, в Малайзию, для того, чтобы поддержать нас, и это очень достойно, и мы очень ценим это. Thank everyone for support, it's very good for us, and keep supporting Team Spirit, and we will do better next time.
Thank you very much, Hiko. Guys, honestly, interviewing him, he's such a wholesome little kid, and we can definitely see he's super duper happy to be in the knockout stages. So thank you, Hiko, and congratulations once again. With that, let us right back to the panel to break down what happened in this amazing game against CFU.
Thank you, Hiko. I'm glad you like it. Hiko Mania is running wild, and Team Spirit ran wild on CFU. The fastest game in M6 so far, 10 minutes and 58 seconds. And fun fact, Hiko, because of the third Savage in M-Series history, joins a stellar company, or a stellar duo in Albert and Carl TZ. And now put Hiko up there. Historic is the achievement of this young man.
Baby Alien, the GOAT, and now Hiko Mania.
It's crazy. It's crazy to imagine such young talents are coming into the M series, and just honestly, I gotta give it to Hiko. He was showing off on that stage. After game number 1, showing that he can team fight for long periods of time, dominates 2 in a row after.
He's just a young man who's just enjoying what he does for a living and competing. Very happy is Hiko to perform. And again, another stellar performance, 7-1 and 3. But of course, we've given so much praise to Hiko, his other young counterpart in the carry role in One Shot in his Hayabusa. Stellar performance as well from One Shot.
I did not expect for a Hayabusa to come so early and to be so significant at almost every part of this game. Well, given we did not go into a true late game, but That's what you need when you have a hero that can specifically hunt down softies, make Detective think of his entries, make Z consider, should I heart guard defensively now? Because that's what the Hayabusa on one shot did.
I mean, the fact that they were able to sneak in and attack that mid lane, knowing that there's the highest probable cause is attacking Z. He had to sit underneath his tower, if not further behind it, just to ensure that at least he doesn't get hit by at least one of those quad shadows. But at the end of the day, there were so many problems with this draft alone. There was pretty much no win condition for them. They play into a Beleric with a on-hit Trinity build style Claude. That's just not the way. It doesn't follow the fundamental rules.
It also just goes to show from the side of Team Spirit how in sync Sao and Sunset Lover are, both ending this game with 2 kills, 0 deaths, and 11 assists.
I mean, that's how you end up playing when you've been together for almost half a decade.
Yeah, the entire history of the M series from that region is Sao and Sunset Lover.
EECA MLBB is built on the back of these two athletes.
They continue to hold that legacy strong, and honestly, I think Team Spirit has got a wonderful shot. Not being just dark horses, I think with the talent that they have, they could be legitimate contenders coming into this. Top 8 achieved, right?
I think we cannot just call Sao just the Godfather. I think
और आज के इस वाले वीडियो में तुम्हें देखने के लिए मिलेगा कि कैसे मैंने एक बंदे से आउटफिट ली, उसी के साथ भाई कैसे हमने मारा आज टॉप 100